What do you mean by temptation? I don't think the elders and our parents would approve of such a thing. Olivia shook her head firmly with closed eyes. She didn't want to look at his devilish mouth, spewing such terrifying lies to her face. Felix lifted her chin gently and gazed at her tight-shut eyes and pressed lips. Little Ollie, do you honestly believe that the family would care about our lives when their longevity and authority is threatened? He chuckled mockingly and said, Don't be so naive. Even if only one of us managed to survive the process of awakening, it is a win in their eyes, since it means that they still have a chance to obtain some items that may extend their lives. He sighed and pulled away from her. Don't hate them for it, neither disdain them. It is a simple trade between us. They gave us bloodlines, resources, training opportunities, and everything we need to awaken. So we won't forget them after we gain power. Indeed, the family was doing all of this, not out of the goodness of their heart. Rather, to obtain backing from their awakened juniors during upcoming authority struggles. This current era was controlled not by weapons or diplomacy, but simply the number of awakening individuals a country or a family had. The elders would be damned if they left this race for authority, just so they could protect useless juniors who had no real power in this new era. That's why the World Council downplayed the painful process of awakening by releasing only the good parts of it. As for the dangers and the actual process, they didn't mention it much in their streams. The families, companies, governments, associations, and more backgrounds were all in this together. They knew that youngsters, no matter how rash they were in making decisions, they still wouldn't dare to awaken if its dangers were released publicly. The leaders wanted them to underestimate it and go for it no matter what. If not else, who would pave the road ahead in this new era? Felix chuckled and approached Olivia, who had her palms in her ears while muttering in denial. You are a liar. I'm not listening to your lies. My parents won't allow it. Tell me the most painful physical experience you went through to this point. He asked her after seeing that she wasn't going to hear any more of his explanations. Yet, Olivia didn't respond. She just pretended that she didn't hear a thing. Vexed, Felix removed her hands from covering her ears and repeated his question again with a firmer tone. This time Olivia couldn't pretend anymore. She fiddled with the corner of her outfit and answered, It was when I was 12 years old. I fell from the stairs of my parents' mansion. I broke 2 ribs and 1 arm. Oh yes, I do remember that I visited you in the hospital many times to show my concern. Nostalgic, he chuckled as he remembered those peaceful days. But each time you visited, you kept drawing on my arms, cast funny faces, and calling me mummy after seeing me in bandages. Olivia pouted with her hands crossed. Stop jesting, little Ollie. You must have mistaken me for Kenny. Before she could bicker back with him, he poked her forehead and said, Now tell me, Ollie, if that was the greatest pain you felt in your life, how are you supposed to handle an agony that strikes the fiber of your being, trying to change your very own cells to something different in a period that lasts more than 30 minutes? Please enlighten me. He hoped that everything he just said might break her illusion and bring some sense in her mind that awakening was not something to be taken lightly of. Only when one really braced himself for death could he start the process with a focused mind, have a decent chance of passing it. Agitated, Olivia could only turn her head away from his questioning gaze. I don't know, okay. If everything that you said was right, it only meant that I am not ready for awakening and probably never will. So I really don't know what to do anymore. She covered her eyes as she sobbed. She couldn't handle it anymore. Felix was shattering all her dreams for a bright future, where she was a strong awakened, controlling her own fate and resisting everyone's bullying. However, now she could only cry her eyes out after realizing that she would stay the same as always, weak and protected by others. Something she hated since young, as no matter how much she had grown, everyone sees her as a little child, either to bully and tease or to protect and please. Felix brought her to his embrace and patted her back gently to comfort her. Don't worry about it, Ollie. I just wanted you to treat awakening seriously, not block you from it. He smiled and said, I can help you lower the pain period to only 20%. You just have to promise me that you will work hard during the upcoming pain tolerance drills, so you can be as prepared as possible. Olivia lifted her small head and stared at Felix with her damp blue eyes, quivering eyelashes like a hurt bunny. Really, you can do that? He shrugged his shoulders and explained, unaffected by her cute appearance. Indeed. Not just me. I believe the family will try their best to do the same. But they won't be able to lower the pain period to 20%, but probably just 75%. That's not so bad, as at least some of our cousins will survive. His dull reply was a clear display that he was unbothered about their certain death. He only cared about two of his cousins. One was Olivia, his childhood friend, in his point of view. The other was Noah, whose character was admirable. As for others, they could burn in hell and he wouldn't mind. She broke off from his hug and wiped her tears with her sleeves. Why don't you share your method to the family? Isn't it better if everyone had higher chances to succeed? Because our methods are the same. He clicked on his bracelet and a hologram of a small glass bottle filled with thick blue liquid revolved in front of Olivia. This is what we will use. A potion called Pain Relief. The only difference is the number of potions used. He explained that each potion could lower the pain duration by 20%, but after drinking 4 continuously her body would build immunity to its effect, thus forcing the duration to freeze at 20%. Those potions were extremely important for each awakener. One must at least drink minimum 2 potions before risking it. However, the family was not rich enough to afford 2 potions for each junior. Heck, they couldn't afford to get even 1 for each junior. This meant for those who risked awakening in that condition, death was certain unless a miracle happened. I understand, but why would you go that far for me? Is it really as my cousin said? You like me? She avoided having eye contact with him as she stammered her question. Amused at her conclusion, he flicked her forehead and patted her head like a child. Get some common sense, little Ollie. If I had feelings towards you, would I bully and tease you each time I meet you until you avoided me at all costs? He turned around and walked towards the bathroom door, leaving his real reason why he went through all of this. I see you as a childhood friend, who played with me and tolerated my tantrums during the death of my family. I am only doing this to repay you for the past, and also not to see your corpse covered in your own pool of blood and sweat. He thought. Olivia rubbed her red forehead and stomped her leg in irritation after being treated like a kid again. I will show you all that I am 17 years old just like you, and make you treat me with respect. Just you wait. She cleaned her face with water and followed after Felix. Yet, the moment she emerged from the door, she saw everyone looking at her damp eyes and red face from crying and embarrassment. Things that water couldn't clean. What a beast, he really did it. I can't believe my cute Olivia was defiled by that thug. I swear I will avenge you, Olivia. Just wait after I awaken. Olivia tilted her petite oval head in confusion at their looks. What's with their pained expression? Did they get all food poisoned or what? I wish you get well soon. She nodded at them and walked towards the treadmill near Felix and started jogging. Everyone's already messy thoughts got even messier at this flabbergasting sight. Never in their wildest dreams would they have expected Olivia, the number 1 Felix's prey, to approach him by her own will. What the hell? Why did she practice near Felix when there are over 20 treadmills empty? No, my little Olivia, don't join his side. Even if he took your first time, you should never obey him. Why do I feel like this training camp is not going to be peaceful? Interesting, Olivia is the last one I expected to befriend him. Truly interesting. Kenny mused while his real face had a wide, gentle smile on it, as he did squats. Noah, why are you training next to me? Are you not afraid of rumors? You do realize that we were in the bathroom alone for over 15 minutes, and by doing this you just made it worse for you. Confused just like the rest, Felix asked her. He knew that her real personality was quite shy and gets easily affected by rumors. So, for her to be this bold was truly a sight to behold. Olivia bared her little fangs at him and others. You can all mind your business and stop caring about what I do and what I say. I am 17 years old just like everyone here. I am not a child to fear others' opinions on me. They can say what they want, I don't care. Felix chuckled at her cute angry tantrum and said, All right, little adult. Whatever you say. She humphed and focused on her practice, not wanting to bicker with him anymore. Time slowly passed by, as Felix and Olivia were almost about to finish their 5 kilometers exercise. Felix trained with utmost focus, looking only straight ahead. Meanwhile, Olivia kept stealing quick glances at him. If that was only it, Felix wouldn't be bothered, but every time she peeked at him, she opened her mouth trying to say something. However, in the end, she closed it shut and continued to run in silence. Annoyed yet somewhat piqued, he removed his AirPods and asked, "Out with it. What do you want to say?" Olivia stumbled on the treadmill, almost falling flat on her face after being found out. He chuckled at this sight, making her cheeks flush red. "Thank you, Felix. I appreciate your promise." She avoided eye contact with him, as she shyly buried her head downward. "Don't mention it anymore." He waved his hand casually and wore his AirPods back on, focusing on the last 500 meters left. Olivia smiled and stopped peeking at him. For minutes later, Felix cleaned his body from sweat while drinking a small bottle of water. After finishing at half of it, he closed the lid and walked on the treadmill while stretching his shoulders, preparing for the next exercise. After a while, Olivia finished as well. She turned off the treadmill and stood on the gym floor with her hands on her knees, breathing ruggedly. It was not just her, but almost everyone was either training hard while breathing roughly with sweaty armpits and back, or lying on the ground unmoving. If it was not for their chest that was rising and falling periodically, the rest would have assumed they had died. A clear contrast to Felix, who dropped into the floor after a few minutes' break, and began doing his required 50 push-ups without making a sound. For Felix, who spent 6 months in the island training in the gym each day, this was merely a warm-up. However, for those juniors who probably never wore their training outfit, since the moment they began their mission, this was pure hell. The family took into consideration their bodies' long inactivity and lowered the fitness training to the bare minimum. This helped Felix breeze through it with ease. His cousins just gazed in his direction with envious looks, wishing to trade their trashy stamina that couldn't even let them finish 20 push-ups properly with his. Olivia stood next to him, staring in wonder at his endless stamina. She couldn't help but ask with admiration, "Felix, how did manage to build such good endurance? I have been training 2 times a week to keep myself always in shape, but my endurance did not improve much. I always get easily tired." Felix froze with his hands extended straight and stared at her with a serious expression. Olivia gulped at his solemn look, expecting to hear his secret. Eager, her ears wiggled slightly. Too bad. She forgot she was dealing with Felix. "Isn't obvious? How could you have the same vigor as I with your tiny lungs? You probably have difficulty even breathing normally." Furious at being played like this, Olivia stomped his head with her leg, while huffing. "You promised you will stop bullying me. This is your punishment for lying." Felix didn't even get a chance to feel smug about his prank before his face got planted on the gym floor. What the fuck? Did she really change that much, to actually retaliate and dare beat me up? It seems that little Ollie is serious in showcasing to everyone that she is not an easy target. Well, might as well assist her. He grinned cunningly, unnoticed by anyone. "Ow! My face, you broke my nose, Olivia. How can you be this brutal? I was just teasing you like always." Felix cried out loud pitifully while covering his nose with both of his hands. He sent a wink at the dumbfounded Olivia, who thought her leg strength couldn't even harm a fly. Don't even mention breaking someone's nose. Thrilled and excited at this turn of events, the juniors gloated at Felix, who was whining on the floor. They never thought that Olivia, the sweetest flower in the family, to actually hit someone. But goddamn, if it didn't feel good to see that devil on the ground like that. Good job, Olivia. Always hit him back if he bullies you. That's right, you don't have to fear him, as he won't dare to hit you, or else Elder Robert will cut his balls. I never thought I would see her hit someone in my life, honestly. Same, she always got protected by seniors or us when she got bullied. That's why, I guess. Let's cheer for her, so she won't forget this moment. Noah. The cousins were not cheap in their cheers and applause, as they kept chanting her name with genuine smiles. Olivia was the only cousin who had a friendly relationship with everyone. Her social influence was quite high to the point, if she made a request no one would say no to her face. Yet, she had no idea about any of this, as she never requested anything in her life. Why? She was quite shy about thanking Felix for his promise. She was not used to such a thing. Dumbstruck, Olivia stood with parted lips and wide eyes at this sight. She didn't understand how her unconscious stomp would turn things this way. She peeked at Felix, the propagator of this entire charade, and saw that he was scratching his nose with a finger. Felix gave her thumbs up to encourage her after noticing her peeking at him. Olivia felt her heart warm up at this sight. She figured out easily that Felix was trying to help her build an adult image, just like she always wanted but never could. She had no idea how to do so properly. It's not like she could point her finger at someone and order him to treat her like an adult. If she went forward and did that with her short height and cute face, her image would instantly get fixed as being childish forever. So, she really appreciated this opportunity and decided to play along with Felix. Assertive, she puffed out her chest. She had won in her point of view, and placed her little feet on Felix's back like a champion. I will not let you or anyone else to bully or tease me like a child. If anyone did so, I don't mind breaking his nose as well. Understood. Afraid and respectful, Felix replied loud and clear, Yes, big sister Olivia. I will not bully you anymore. It would be fine and dandy, if he wasn't making funny faces in the process, at Olivia to make her laugh and break out of character. Olivia tried her best to hold her laughter while looking at his retarded face. Good, this is the last time. Now scram to your room, she ordered with a forced rigid face. Felix understood her cue and escaped towards the elevator while holding his nose. The moment he left the gym, the juniors broke into loud cheers after Olivia exiled the devil who traumatized them. They grouped around Olivia and lifted her small body, throwing her in the air, like a bag of potato chips. Felix was currently in his room finishing the leftover push-ups. I hope that was enough to head start her image reform. Otherwise, when she visits the UVR, she will be bullied to death. After finishing the last push-up, he took his phone and called his grandfather. What do you want, rascal? I will finish the training exercises in my room since I was kicked out by Boss Olivia. Felix chuckled. Haha, Boss Olivia. If she heard you say it, she won't be able to sleep tonight properly. Go ahead, you can do them in your room every day, but use the treadmill for running. Fuck. Got to go. Olivia just vomited over everyone's head after being thrown in the air like a plaything. He immediately hanged up and announced through his microphone. You rascals, go clean yourself up and start training properly. And someone takes Olivia to the nursing room. She does not look all right. Now move. Felix held his waist as he laughed out loud. He couldn't help but do so after imagining Olivia vomiting her breakfast from the sky on everyone's heads, like rain from above. Now they will truly fear you, little Ollie. Half an hour later, Felix lay on the bed with turned on a laptop on his stomach, wearing cozy pajamas. He already finished all of his exercises and showered properly. Without further ado, he clicked on the email the family sent, planning to check on the merit system and its shop. In his previous life, he could only watch those resources pass by him, without being able to hold them. All of the points he collected were used to secure 2 pain relief potions. It was not like he was richer than other juniors. Rather, they focused on other resources ignoring those potions, as they had no idea how important shaving 20% duration off their awakening. They were too consumed with other cool-looking items and substances. Felix himself wanted to buy them as well, but each time he tried to so, he ended finding out of stock written on the shop. So he could only use his points for those 2 potions. Thank God for that. After clicking the family email, he ignored the merit system explanation and scrolled down until he saw a link to a website. Felix clicked on it and was transferred into a new tab. The connection was quite fast as the page loaded instantly, displaying a shop with items, each with their price tag on and the number of quantity on its stock. Good. Nothing has changed. The prices are still the same. He kept scrolling down the item list while nodding his head from time to time at their cheap prices. Hell, pain relief potion was being sold outside for 10,000 SC, while here Felix could obtain it by trading 10,000 merits. A 2-week of training without missing a single exercise. But those were not his aim. He would leave them to his cousins to use. What he really wanted were the elemental stones. So he could start working on increasing his poison affinity to peak, ASAP. It's time to put that lazy bum to work. Otherwise, she will feel too comfortable in my consciousness. Vexed, he rubbed his temples, expecting a headache at the thought of Asna, that freeloader who only wants to do the minimum possible effort to help him in his path. Just forget it, I will call for her when I awaken. Felix understood clearly that even if he bought the stones now, he wouldn't be able to use them without having at least 1% beast bloodline merged with him, since humans couldn't absorb the elements from stones like beasts. Therefore, the only thing he should do was to hoard as much of them as possible, until the day he awakens. He planned to only rely on merits to do so. As for him upcoming 80 million SC, that was for buying the highest bloodline tier possible, plus the resources needed for his integration. Helpless and dejected, he sighed over his miserable fate of living as poor pauper no matter how much he earned. But it was his decision to only buy the best for his future bloodline path. No one forced him to do so. He stopped mulling about those negative ideas and pressed on elemental stones button, planning to check the price of poison stones. Firestone, low grade 100 MP. Lightning stone, low grade 100 MP. Ice stone, low grade 200 MP. Poison stone, low grade 200 MP. Shadow stone, low grade 200 MP. A long list having tens of elemental stones with their merit prices was displayed before Felix. As seen from the list, the prices between common grade elements and uncommon were double the amount. This should highlight the fact that elemental stones' prices were proponent to their difficulty in finding them. After checking the poison stone price, he turned off the laptop and glanced at his bracelet. 2 hours left? Whatever, it's better to arrive early. Felix put the laptop next to him and lay on the bed comfortably. He then called in his mind Queen AI. 10 seconds later he was back, at the same place and position in the UVR. He started to lick the ice cream he had before he logged out with enjoyment. I forgot I had this. What a bonus. He stood up and called for a cab, planning to head towards the SG Company branch, which handled all the ticket prices in the kingdom. 10 minutes later, he bypassed the queue that stretched to infinity by paying 500 SC and entered the hexagon-shaped building that was surrounded by 10 towers standing upright, towering over the rest of the structures in the city. Those towers each designed with a unique form that represents the architecture of 10 different races. The majority of commoners believed that those races were the strongest ones within the alliance. Felix went straight to the counter and gave the game number ID to the employee, who took it gladly and scanned it. Sir, based on the game ID, you want to watch live the 500-player Battle Royal. May I ask which ticket you want to buy? Is it normal, important, VIP, VVIP ticket? Give me a normal ticket. The counter employee, who thought he was dealing with an important person after seeing him pay to bypass the queue, instantly cringed. Yes, sir, that will cost 2,000 CS. Since this is a battle royal at the weekend, and the tickets are being snatched each minute, the cost can only double to slow it down. Felix did not replay. He just placed his bracelet in the scanner, transferring the payment. After seeing the payment was successful, the employee handed him a digital ticket without nonsense. Felix scanned the ticket with his bracelet and threw it in the garbage can. He didn't worry about others using it, as the seat's unique number ID had been registered in his bracelet. 1 hour and a half later, Felix was wearing a red finger in his hand, 2 beer cans glued to a cap placed on his head, with 2 white tubes dangling near his mouth. Solid wall. Fuck them up for this, daddy. He cheered with his hands raised in the air like a fanboy, just like the millions of fans, seating in a huge arena placed in the air above a battleground. Plus, to enhance the audience's visibility even further, the arena's seating chairs were stacked near each other, shaping an enormous circle, without neither walls nor floor underneath to block their vision of what was happening inside the battleground. Since they were in midair, anyone who was not able to see details properly could either use the large screen which was hanged above them, showing each player with the highest quality possible. Or they could spend some coins and purchase vision and hearing enhancement mechanisms that allow anyone to zoom in, just like a camera, thus not missing any amazing fight scenes or dramatic speeches during them. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Titus, your host and MC for the evening, will accompany you through this wild game that will have only one player alive from 500. So make some Nwai Thiafas to support your fighter, the MC Titus shouted in his microphone, as he made an epic entrance of falling from the sky until he slammed into the ground next to the players. The entire arena rumbled, as each spectator had their mouths between their hands, yelling different names of players. Some of them were their lovers, husbands, disciples, sons or daughters, or simply just a player they placed their bet on like Felix. This was how the individual supremacy games were like. Everyone was representing himself, not his planet, clan, company, or race. Good. Now, just like always, the first 30 minutes before each game is for interviews to see what our lovely participants have to say, and what are their goals and wishes. The MC Titus pointed his golden microphone in direction of the players. This was the main reason why he bothered to fall from his commentary platform near them in the first place. Enthusiastic, he approached an eerie thin man with 4 long fangs protruding out of his mouth. He placed his microphone in his face and asked, "You good sir, what made you decide to participate in this savage 1 versus 500 games? Knowingly that you might not see tomorrow?" With a hint of lounging in his eyes, the eerie man caught the microphone and said, "I wish to obtain a legendary Tier 3 bloodline, and only games that have a large number of players can provide this wish for me after I win." Good. I see that you are peak stage 1 bloodliner. You probably were waiting for this opportunity to win the best-ranked bloodline in Tier 3. What a marvelous courage and bravery. I wish you good luck emerging victorious. The MC patted his shoulder with encouragement and moved on to his next prey. In his eyes, it was like a free real estate with those 500 players spread all around him. Soon, a golden mic was shoved in the face of a beautiful lady with a small rainbow-colored peacock tail. "What about you, gorgeous? What do you desire after you win?" "I want to rejoin the Rainbow Peacock clan, and to do so, I need to win this and ask my wish to be fulfilled as a winning a prize." "Your wish shall be granted if you win. This is an undeniable truth in the SGA, and the clan won't dare refuse and go against the rules of the Alliance. So concentrate only on emerging as the last surviving player in the game." The MC spoke with unadulterated certainty. He was not afraid that his words would bite him in the ass later. Nervous yet excited, the players around them couldn't help but clench their fists tightly, remembering the reason and the wish they seek after emerging as a champion. It might sound nice and dandy, but those wishes were limited to the bloodliner stage. The SGA wouldn't leave such a loophole in the open, where players asking for Tier 5 bloodline or some expensive resources, which they couldn't even use with their current strength. A player could only ask what he truly really needs, just like the eerie 4-fanged players. He was a peak stage 1 bloodliner, but he wished for legendary Tier 3 beast. The Alliance would fulfill his wish even though the prize outranked him, since he truly was planning to use it to break through the next stage. But the main reason the Alliance would fulfill his wish in the first place was because this game prize pool had it. As each game type had a set of prizes pool that no one could go above. Such as, this game mode was 500-player Battle Royal. A game where only death or emerging as the last survivor was allowed. Nothing more, nothing less. This meant the danger and risk level were vastly different than other game modes where a player could just simply lose and try again in a different game. Thus the prize pool had even legendary rank bloodline, something that could only be bought in auctions with outrageous prices. This way, a rewarding system was created that hoped to fulfill everyone's desires and requests, as long as they were within the reach of the player and the limits of the prize pool. Otherwise, the Alliance had the right to refuse it and ask for another one. If a player didn't understand his place and kept asking for things he couldn't use, the Alliance wouldn't hesitate to blacklist him for eternity. This was why no one dared to ask for outrageous things anymore, as being blacklisted from the games where you could fulfill your wishes was a fate worse than death. Especially for the commoners' bloodliners. Soon, the half-hour designed for interviews had passed swiftly, as the MC interviewed as many players as the duration allowed him to. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, only 30 seconds is left before the game officially begins. I ask all of you to count down with me after we reach 10 seconds. Passionate, the MC bent backward with the microphone held close to his lips. Saliva and spit stained the golden mic. Yet, he didn't care about his image, neither did the audience. They simply lifted their heads and paid attention to the countdown on the large screen. This countdown process was one of their favorite segments in the games, as it made them feel like they were part of the game. It wasn't long before the countdown hit 10 seconds. Immediately after, the quiet arena roared, resembling a beast waking up from its slumber. The crowd counted backward, creating an unswerving harmony. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Start. The MC spread his arms wide as he floated rapidly towards his platform. Meanwhile, the players were teleported randomly in a massive battleground that had the same size as Earthling's Hawaii Island. The map was extremely diverse when it came to the environment, as there were deserts, jungles, lakes, rivers, mountains, volcanoes, and even nighttime. It was created as such to support each player element, since if the entire map was based on a jungle, all plant, earth, wood, and nature elementalists were going to have a blast in comparison to the rest. The MC Titus rested a hand on his chin, as he watched in concentration more than 500 small, invisible holograms, showcasing each player. His eyes drifted rapidly from one screen to another without a single blink in between. Such a difficult task was being handled easily by him. For one to apply to an MC job in the SG, he had to have at minimum this unique multitask talent. Otherwise, the application wouldn't even be received properly. Delighted, his eyes brightened up, as he noticed a battle was about to begin. We got our first battle, my dear audience. Let us watch it together. He slid the small screen to the left using his index finger. Simultaneously, the large screen displayed the battle he just mentioned. Felix didn't bother to lift his head and glance at the heated, ongoing battle between three players. He simply kept his eyes fixed on Solid Wall, who was currently running towards the very edge of the map. Something only idiots would do, since this game mode was using a firestorm to push the players near the middle of the map. Regardless, Solid Wall didn't show a hint of insanity as he kept running towards his doom. His face was rough like a rock with dead ash-gray eyes, which seemed lifeless. Yet, nothing could hide that glint of light within, flicking like a candle that was about to extinguish. Elated, Felix grinned and clapped his hands at this sight. He knew that his bet was secured. He couldn't help but grin foolishly at the incoming 80 million SC. GOO. Wally, this is yours to win. The spectators around him merely gave him a side glance and ignored him. They had their own players to cheer. 20 minutes passed by, as the players kept dying like flies. Every battle ended up with only two results. A player either survives the battle or everyone dies. There was absolutely no mercy, as players couldn't afford to have it in this game mode. So far, more than 90 players were turned into corpses, here and in real life as well. Yet, this staggering amount was before the map even forced them to gather in the middle. However, that didn't last for long, as a noisy sound went off abruptly on the battleground. It resembled an air raid alarm. Tiring. The MC and the audience knew exactly what that sound meant, as they were staring live at the giant firestorm, shrinking in a wide circle around the edges of the island. Its speed was quite slow though, as even a commoner could outrun it. But that was understandable, since the entire reason for its existence was to pressure the players to fight, not to flat out kill them. If it wasn't for this, Solid Wall wouldn't even have the thought of implementing his plan. The MC jerked his head in direction of the players near the edges, who were running for their lives away from the storm. He clicked his tongue at their plan of avoiding fights as much as possible by hiding near the edges, only moving when the storm forced them to. Fucking donkeys. His scornful eyes soon were replaced with joy after seeing an ongoing battle in the middle of an escapade. He focused the camera on it and ignored the edges, which were getting empty each second. Am I really going to do this, and even if I succeed by some miracle, would the SGA allow such a win? Wally wasn't able to sustain his expressionless face for long, as now, he was biting his nails with nervousness and a hint of dread written all over his face. Who could blame him, though? He was planning to stay within the firestorm until he gets declared as the last survivor. If he told anyone of his plan, they would piss their pants from laughter. Survive until declared as champion? What kind of sick joke was this? Don't even mention surviving for hours within the storm. Just 10 seconds and everyone would kneel in worship. But Solid Wall wasn't trying to do this by relying only on bravery and courage. He didn't lack common sense. He understood thoroughly that only his epic Tier 2 Galapagos tortoise bloodline was able to provide him a chance to implement his plan. However, that was the only thing it would provide him, a chance. As for the hellish agony of his body getting burned to crisp, and then recovered to peak using the passive ability Fast Rejuvenation, would be felt continuously until he either dies or the game ends. The only one who understood Wally's upcoming agony was Felix himself, as his ass was blasted to flames by Asna's shameless technique before. The only difference was that Felix felt burnt in one place, while Wally was going to feel it through his entire body. Not a single part would survive the firestorm attacks. From his brain to his balls, everything was on the path of getting frayed, then recovered to get frayed yet again. I think it is better to just fight like everyone else. At least if I won, no one will say anything. Wally's breaths quickened as he stood up, planning to step away from the storm. He couldn't help but have second thoughts on his plan. No one would blame him. Neither would hate him for it, except for one, of course. Scared shitless at this horrifying sight, Felix spewed the beer that he was drinking in celebration, all over the faces of those in front of him. Yet he didn't care, neither bothered to explain himself. He simply pointed at the storm behind Wally with bloodshot eyes. "What the fuck are you doing, Wally? Get back and finish your plan. You will screw me over, I tell you." The spectators didn't even complain about their faces getting dirted by the beer. They simply distanced themselves from this madman, not wanting anything to do with him. While Felix was having suicidal thoughts after realizing that he was on the verge of losing 8 million SC, Solid Wall walked forward step by step with thoughts messing up his mind. He wanted to speed up and run away from the storm that was merely tens of meters behind him, but his legs weren't responding. Soon he gave up, accepting his destiny, and sat back with a determined expression and eyes gleaming with lounging. "For myself, for my family. I have to win this game no matter what. Pain is only momentary, but my mother's smile is everlasting." That was the last thought he had before he got engulfed by the storm. No one saw what happened or bothered looking at his direction. The tens of battles happening around the map captured their attention. No one was bored enough to waste his expensive ticket and search for someone who was within the storm. The only person who was watching the birth of a legend was Felix, who was clapping his hands with a genuine smile and clear admiration on his eyes. Shivers always accompanied him, no matter how many times he watched the replay of Wally getting embraced by the storm in his previous life. Now, those shivers of admiration and fascination hit on another level after seeing it live. The firestorm kept shrinking the circle every 20 minutes, forcing the players to create alliances and partnerships to protect themselves within a group. It was always better to move in a herd. Yet, those alliances didn't even last for long before they got broken by a member's sudden betrayal. The spectators, whether watching live or on stream, cheered at those dramatic betrayals. There was nothing more enjoyable than seeing two partners going through life and death situations, but in the end, betray each other for the championship. Regardless of what was happening in the middle of the map, no one gave a crap about a small corner within the storm, where a man sat on the ground, clenching his jaw in anguish. Only Felix kept his eyes on him. 2 hours later, the game reached its climax, as only 2 players were left in a small-sized ring, with nowhere to retreat or elemental energy to go all out. "Levi, just give up. You can't win against me no matter what you do." A man with one arm and bloodied face gave a smug smile towards another man with an even worse injury than him. In his eyes, he already won the battle. Cough. "If there was a way to give up, there won't be 40 bodies laid around us right now, Joshua." With a hand clutched on his chest, Levi tried his best to put pressure on the glaring hole near his heart. However, the blood kept streaming down his chest unhindered. He took a deep breath and lifted a rock in his hand. Yet, even the act itself caused him to wince in pain. But he could only suck it up and grip the rock even tighter. This was it. There was only one path forward, and that was to smash that smug smile off Joshua. This is for Mississippi mercy. He dashed forward, uncaring about the scornful look he was receiving. Look at you, can't even use one ability and still want to fight. What a joke. Just die already. Joshua snickered and pointed his finger that was half broken at Levi and said softly, wind string. A small tornado appeared on his finger and swiftly started to revolve and condense until it turned into string that was long and sharp, vibrating each time the broken finger trembled. Goodbye, Levi. It was a good partnership between us. Levi dropped the rock on the ground and stood with a horrified expression. Impossible. Your left arm was cleaved because you did not have any energy left to defend. His brain was pierced from the wind string, leaving a small bullet hole in his forehead. The poor lad didn't even manage to finish saying his final words. Exhilarated, Joshua clutched his hand into a fist and raised it above his head in celebration. Finally, my wish can come true and have my revenge. How long have I waited for this day? Tears mixed with blood streaked on his cheeks and down his chin. I feel sorry for ruining your bright future, Joshua, but it is time to send you off. A chilling whisper penetrated Joshua's soul. Yet, before he could even comprehend what happened, he saw his vision rolling in the sky. Thud! The sound of his cleaved head landing on the ground resounded in the area. Joshua's eyes landed on the previous penetrated body of Levi that was drifting in the air, as it broke off into tiny sand particles. Sand element active ability sand mimicry. You were a dual elementalist all along with Levi. Well played. Well play. That was that last thought that coursed through his brain. Exhausted, Levi collapsed into the ground. Thank God I listened to my master advice and refrained from using sand mimicry until the last moment. If not, I would have been dead by now. He sighed in relief and suddenly gave a warm smile as he glimpsed at the blue ring on his hand. Master, I can finally get you a life extension substance that can add at least 2,000 years. It should be enough time until you find a healing fairy to treat you fully from your hidden injuries. Unfortunately, his daydream was shattered, as an alarm resonated through the whole battleground faithfully. Tiring. Tiring. The firestorm was moving again. Dumbfounded and confused, the MC and the spectators stared wide-eyed at the shrinking storm. They were just celebrating and chanting Levi's name over securing the championship with a marvelous play. Yet, that alarm tied their tongues, leaving them stunned, not knowing what to do anymore. Their confusion was understandable, as battle royals were supposed to end immediately after one player emerges as the last survivor. Yet, this was exactly the case, but the storm didn't stop its activities. Why the hell is it still active? Our champion is about to get killed. Muddled and mortified about the entire situation, the MC Titus felt his heart sink at the thought of having a battle royal without a winner. If it happened, the game would turn into the greatest joke in the SG, and as its MC and judge, this humiliation would accompany him through his entire life and afterlife. He understood clearly that his career was currently hanging on a thin line. He must find the anomaly which was causing this fucked up situation to save it. Without delaying any further, he put his entire focus on the 500 small screens. His eyes darted from one to another, examining the corpses of the players thoroughly before moving to the next. He already had some theories on his mind. He believed that a player was using fake death passive in those bodies around Levi. This must be it. Otherwise, the only two options left were either someone was still alive within the storm, or the game was bugged somehow. If the second option defied common sense, then the SG having a bug was beyond absurdity. The SG never had a bug or an issue happening in a game throughout the million years of its existence. The Queen made sure everything was running smoothly both in the UVR and the SG. Her processing power was no joke, as it was only below the Empress of the Metal Race herself. The only things which bypassed the Queen's supervision were the loopholes within the rules. but even those get patched instantly by her. Titus soon finished searching every corpse that was still inside the circle. His eyes, which were focused, suddenly dimmed a bit, as he found that all of those players were truly dead. He lay on the chair with an unfocused gaze, aiming at the sky. He didn't plan to continue his search, as by the time he finishes Levi would be dead. I can't believe I would actually use it. Titus's shoulders slumped as he eyed his bracelet with a humiliated and desperate expression. Queen, please show me the players with signs of life. He gritted his teeth and requested the help of the Queen. If other MCs saw him do so, they would make sure to shame him in public. For a judge and MC to actually request the help of a third party in a game under his rule was the greatest humiliation in their career. But Titus understood that circumstances and time were stacked against him. So he chose the lesser evil. At least he would keep his job. The Queen faithfully marked 2 small screens with a red X in the middle. Titus ignored Levi's screen and laid his eyes on the other. Impossible. No one can stay alive inside the firestorm for that long. So what the hell am I watching now? Stupefied and shocked, he abruptly stood up from his chair. This action caused his knee to collide with the desk. Yet he didn't wince or flinch from the pain, as he was too engrossed, watching a player lying within the storm at the very edge of the map, twitching from time to time. If it wasn't for those twitches, he honestly would have thought that the Queen was pulling his leg. Suddenly, he broke off from his daze and swiftly pinched the screen to enlarge it. He then dragged his finger to the left. Simultaneously, the screen displayed past events rapidly. This is it. He lifted his finger and clicked pause on the screen that was displaying the very beginning of the game when everyone had just got randomly teleported. Titus decided to showcase the events that transpired on the large screen to calm the audience who were booing and cursing with middle fingers and thumbs down at his inactivity. Who would blame them? Levi, their champion, was constantly screaming and begging with a frightened expression for the MC to get him out of the battleground. He was truly on the verge of insanity as he kept eyeing the storm approaching him from all corners unhurried. From heaven to hell in a blink of an eye, this was Levi's current situation. Too bad. No one could rescue him, as the game was not over yet. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the inconvenience, but if you want to understand why the game is still not over yet, you should watch this replay with me. The moment the large screen displayed Solid Wall in all of his glory running like a madman towards the storm, the audience quietened down and paid close attention to him. Titus skipped the first 20 minutes of the game, as nothing much happened to Wally by then. He continued the replay only after the first alarm. That's when the fun truly began. Shocked and honestly creeped out, the MC and the audience watched with unblinking, bulging eyes, the entire process of Wally getting burned to crisp, then recovering until he was solid again. This process kept repeating again and again and again. They neither got tired nor bored. They simply watched his never-ending cycle of torture. At this point, no one cared about Levi, who was burning within the storm with indignation and howling with a hoarse voice from agony. The poor lad didn't survive even 5 seconds before his body turned into ash, drifting in the air like his sand mimicry ability. This silence appreciation continued for over 2 hours until the game automatic declaration resounded in the battleground. Congratulations to player number 345 for being the last survivor. By the laws given to me from SGA, I hereby declare you as the champion in this game. After hearing the monotonous voice of the Queen, the MC and the crowd woke up from their engrossment and traded glances between each other in silence and amazement. The only one who was still cheering was Felix, who didn't stop making his voice heard for the entire duration. After all, he just won 80 million SC thanks to Wally. The least thing he could do was cheer him on. Before long, the spectators began to clap their hands, one by one, creating a gradual wave of applause that shook the entire arena to its core. Yet, that was not all. They stood in ovation and respect for Wally, who was lying on the ground unmoving, probably passed out. Wally, you machinist, only you can survive such an experience. Wally, please wake up. Fuck me sideways. I never thought I would cry during a game. Wally, Wally, Wally. Excited and filled with fervor, The spectators used their loudest voices to chant Wally's name, hoping that he might wake up and share this glorious moment with them. Alas, Wally was lying like a log, unresponsive to anything. If it wasn't for his chest moving up and down in a shallow manner, they would have assumed that he died as well. This is one of the greatest moments of my life. I never knew that an already heated 500-player battle royal could get any more thrilling. Titus held his mic an inch away from his mouth and said with spit flying everywhere, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are all in luck of being part of this historical moment that showcases the fortitude and determination that we human race take pride in." With eyes shining with devotion and ardent, he thrust his fist in the air and said, "We strive with the best of our abilities toward our goals and dreams. This is how we reached here, and this how it is always going to be for the human race." Suddenly, he jumped from the commentary platform and nosedived downwards, planning to land near Wally. Smash! His landing sent a shock wave, followed by a cloud of dust. A moment after, he walked out of it and approached Wally step by step, while pointing his finger at him with passionate expression. "I hereby declare Solid Wall as the MVP of this year SG Gold-ranked games. This is my once-in-a-lifetime nomination, and I hope the title can help him etch his name in the Great Hall of Fame with other MVPs of the Supremacy games." Just like it was planned as so, the moment he finished his declaration, he reached the side of Wally. Titus crouched next to him and proclaimed as loud as possible, "Give your loudest cheers for your champion." Felix didn't stick around to cheer with the rest. His voice already went hoarse. Plus, the main protagonist of the game was in a deep coma, unresponsive to their cheers. So there was no reason for him to remain. Now that's what a true MVP title-worthy player looks like. He smiled as he left the teleportation circle swiftly. This was the reason why this game became a viral sensation throughout the entire UVR, even to the point where news of it was still being shown for more than 10 years. Felix watched the replay of this game in a compilation video online, showcasing the top 10 most unorthodox wins in a decade. From first glance, his eyes were moved by Wally's determination for his cause. He couldn't help but link his struggle in his life with Wally's. 20 whole years of constant bullying from everyone in the clan he was in, before he successfully broke through stage 3 of replacement. Only then did he earn a solid footing in the clan. Enough! Let's not visit those ruthless days. This is a new life and a new me. I won't chase for revenge on those who harmed me. His eyes suddenly turned frigid, scaring the shit out of the cab driver who was peeking at him from the mirror. However, if I saw their faces in front of me, don't blame me for making you eat shit as well. 10 minutes later, he entered the gambling den, which was currently filled with people curses after losing their fortunes in the 500-player BR. No one expected such a twist to happen. While Solid Wall had 1 in 10 ratings, he was still not favored as Levi, Joshua, and more famous players who had 1 in 3 or 1 in 1.5 ratings. Felix ignored those gamblers and went straight to the counter. He placed his bracelet in the scanning device. Whoosh! 80, 400, 500 SC has been successfully transferred to your bank account. Felix read the notification on his bracelet screen and left the den. His face didn't show a single hint of excitement. He was not a retard to do so near those angry mobs, which were merely looking for someone to vent their anger on. Now I have the capital. It is time for some shopping spree. Immediately after he stepped outside the den, a wide grin replaced his indifferent expression. It's time to buy a bloodline. Inside the cab that was heading towards the bloodline market, Felix rested his hand under his chin as he stared at the view outside absent-mindedly. He was thinking of the best way possible to spend his newly obtained capital. He first decided that 10 million SC would be used as capital for future bets. Meanwhile, the remaining 70 million would be spent on the Tier 4 bloodline, hopefully an epic ranked one. As for the leftover coins, he planned to use them as payment for the resources he pre-purchased yesterday. 7 minutes later, he entered the public bloodline market that was packed with rowdy people just like ever. Felix kept walking step by step while browsing the stalls and shops. But he never bought a thing, he just marked the items which pleased him and left them be. He couldn't afford to waste even a single coin from his bloodline capital. 70 million might sound a lot, but Felix knew that it wasn't enough to even buy him a rare Tier 5 bloodline. Don't even mention Tier 6 and 7. However, he was satisfied with Tier 4 for now. At least, his abilities would be much stronger than his peers in the same realm. After half an hour of constant browsing, Felix reached a tight, well-lighted alley. He had been walking before towards this specific alley. His browsing and marking were merely a side activity he did on the way. Hopefully, that greedy bastard is still open at this time. Irked, Felix spat on the floor and entered the alley. The image of the shop owner he was on his way to visit ruined his day instantly. Alas, he could only suck it up and tread through the maze-like alleys. After a while, he stopped in front of a clean-looking brick wall with frowned eyebrows. Seconds passed by and Felix just stood frozen in front of it. Fuck me. Just do it and get it over with. His frowned eyebrows eased up a bit. He let out a long despairing sigh and without warning, he head-butted the brick wall 3 times and called out loud while gritting his teeth. Luby, the most handsome male in the universe, is not a greedy person. I came to buy and not to insult. Felix backed away from the wall and massaged his red forehead that had throbbing veins. Well, anyone would be angered if had to say such embarrassing hidden code to access the shop. A few moments later, the brick wall vibrated, like it was being assaulted by an earthquake. This caused fissures to course through it, drawing an image of a goblin head. Suddenly, the eyes of the goblin materialized and gazed at Felix with a dreadful look. Felix rolled his eyes at this sight and ignored that garbage attempt of scaring him. Kid, who sent you here? I only deal with regulars, and for you to know the secret method to enter my shop, you either must have received a referral or a spy sent by one of my rivals, so out with it. Why you are here? A frightful husky voice echoed 3 times in the tight alley. Felix, unbothered by it, extended his middle finger towards the image, and said, Greedy dog, are you still not opening up after I said that embarrassing passcode? He threatened, If you don't let me enter in 3 seconds, I will make sure to tell all your rivals the passcode. He smirked. Good luck calling your regulars to tell them that you upgraded your shameful code to a better version of it. I bet they would love it. Cough, handsome mister. No need to be so mean. Come, I was just playing with you. Threats are unnecessary. The horrifying husky voice immediately changed into a pleasing fawning one. Felix sneered and dashed straight into the brick wall, unworried about getting harmed. The instant he did so, the promised sound of the collision did not occur, but only water ripples were left on the surface of the wall. Seconds later, it got hardened back to its original state. The fissures withdrew like snakes entering their holes, leaving the brick wall with a brand new outlook. Nostalgic, Felix nodded his head in appreciation at the massive interior of the shop that was packed with rows upon rows of shelves, each with plenty of unique items. Yet, the majority of them were bottles filled with different liquids. Some of those bottles were small, while some were as big as a 5-liter water bottle. Felix couldn't help but chuckle after seeing small horned elves not reaching even his knees, running back and forth in the empty shop like they were extremely busy. What are you laughing at, kid? You never saw a successful business before. A short blue-skinned goblin with long dropped ears, big wide nose, and toothless narrow mouth stood in front of Felix and inspected him with interest using his left eye, as his right one was hollow inside. Felix crouched down until he was face to face with the blue-skinned goblin and scoffed in his face. Greedy Luby, how dare you have the face to call this desolate shop successful? It seems like your brazen prices were about to force you to shut down. Unbothered by his mocking tone, Luby shrugged his shoulders with his hands spread wide and smiled politely. Dear unknown guest, I did not invite you here to buy from me. It was you who knocked on my doorstep without even a referral letter. He extended his thin blue finger and added, Plus, you came to purchase my items knowingly they are overpriced. Mind telling me why is that? Or should I tell you myself? Felix's eyelids couldn't help but twitch at this bastard counterattack. But he was not planning to brood over this matter forever. The only reason he mocked Luby was to vent some of his anger at being required to use that humiliating passcode. All right, Luby, enough humble bragging, and remove that fake polite smile. Felix went straight to business. I came here to buy an epic tier 4 poison bloodline. Go bring me all the stock you have, and also bring rare ranks as well. Luby's gentleman manners immediately were thrown in the sewers as he licked his lips like a vampire ready to devour all of Felix's hard-earned coins. He didn't have Greedy Luby as a nickname for no reason. Felix's shoulders couldn't help but tense at this sight. He knew that he needs to bring his A game during the negotiation. Otherwise, he would leave the shop but naked, without a single dim in his account. Give me 5 minutes and all my stock will be in front of you. Luby rubbed his hands together and added while eyeing the shelves. Meanwhile, you can browse my bloodline item collection. You might find something that pleases you. Without waiting for Felix's response, he swiftly bolted towards the back of the shop, while calling for the little cute deer elves to follow him. Felix didn't need Luby's reminder, as he was planning to examine those items in the first place. He walked near the shelves while examining the items one by one. He kept commentating on the ones he found interesting. Oh-ho! A Greykeeper bear claw that can be merged with an arm and used to increase the power of claw abilities? Not bad. He nodded as he held a sharp-looking gray claw. Works best if the bloodline integrated with was the keeper bear itself. Whoa! That greedy dog actually got hold of this. What a lucky bastard. If he sold it to a desperate person, he might rip him off with double to triple the price. Felix exclaimed as he appraised with wide eyes a unique-looking penis that was constantly changing its size and shape based on the thoughts of the holder. One can easily infer how well received this item would be for men. 3 minutes later, Luby came back holding 4 bloodline bottles, 2 in each hand, while his minions each held 1 bottle. Dear customer, my entire poison stock is here. Luby put the bottles on a desk and said with a solemn tone, please take your time in your choice. I don't mind waiting. Just make sure that the bloodline you choose is perfect for your future path. Luby's warning was genuine, as every time a young lad paid a visit to his shop, he only leaves after buying the most expensive bloodline there was in the shop, not caring if the beast he picked had a good rapport with him. Their ignorance resulted in them having at least their strength lowered by 30%. The synergy between the bloodline and the host must never be disparaged, as each beast had abilities specifically made for a unique fighting style. Some beasts preferred using their body parts as their main source of power, while their element provided assistance. While some were the total opposite, as they relied heavily on their elemental abilities to fight their battles. Those beasts preferred keeping distance. Those young kids only realized this fact after the deed was already done. This led to only one result, and that was forcing them to hasten their integration to replace the bloodline, totally ignoring building a solid foundation. Felix knew all of this as well, thus Luby's advice meant nothing to him. But he still appreciated his warning. Thanks for the advice. But don't worry. I already know what I am doing. He smiled and requested, now can you clear the room for me, so I can focus on my choice, please? Got it. Luby clapped his hands twice and went upstairs, followed by his minions. Slam! Felix's focus was brought to the 10 bottles before him after hearing the sound of the door gets closed. He held the first one and scanned it with his bracelet. Soon, all the details of it were shown as a hologram. Bloodline name, 100-legged poisonous tarantula. Tier 4. Rank, rare. Passive abilities pool. Paralyzed poison immunity, skin hardening, night vision, wall crawling, finger flexibility, etc. Active abilities pool. Organic webbing shot, penetrative fingers, sleep inducement bite, web cocoon seal, etc. History. The tarantula is a spider-type beast that uses poison element and silk element. Its current habitat is rainforests in rainy Kindrian planet that is near the edges of the Andromeda galaxy. Felix shook his head and closed the hologram. He was never a spider-type lover. He preferred snakes and serpents beasts, just like in his previous life. He had a good rapport with them and he wouldn't change the species just because he had a fresh start. It was always better to learn from experience than to try new things all over again, wasting a ton of time just to be edgy. So, he excluded every bottle that had a bloodline of a different species, leaving only bottles that had snakes and serpents' bloodline on the table. As he read the details of each of those bloodlines, he kept shaking his head in disappointment over the current stock. Am I just unlucky to end up with this trashy stock, or Luby lied and did not bring his best? Confused and disappointed, Felix tapped his finger on the table as he eyed the last bottle. He truly began to believe that Luby brought him a shitty stock because he was not a regular customer. Sigh, I hope the last bottle is at least somewhat good. Felix already stopped thinking about buying the best. At this point, he just wanted something that fits him. He was not one of those bloodliners who chase after the perfect bloodline. Unlike them, Felix understood clearly that chasing after the perfect bloodline was the same as chasing after the perfect girl to marry, something that was clearly an illusion. Oh ho ho! However, the moment he saw the details of the last bottle, his crooked vision about the perfect bloodline couldn't help but adjust a little. Just like love at first sight, he knew this was the bloodline he would awake with. Bloodline name: Heavy Giant Anomamba. Tier 4. Rank: Epic. Passive abilities pool: Superhuman strength, mild poison resistance, infrared vision, skin shed, infection immunity, etc. Active abilities pool: Venom spit, strangle, instant devour, tail lash, toxic miasma, dizziness swamp, absolute defense, etc. History: The Anomamba is a serpent-type beast that uses poison element. Its current habitat is the Death Valleys on the planet Venusus. No more information has been obtained. This was the best current bloodline to awaken with, since every better option was either too expensive for Felix or not his type. As for the passive and active abilities pools, there were few low-tier abilities, such as Skin Shed and Venom Spit, but the majority was Tier 4, so it just depends on his luck to unlock them. Wholly satisfied, Felix put the bottle within the stock and picked a random epic rank bottle. Then, with an elated voice, he called out loud, "Luby comes here, I have made my choice." Slam! Luby smashed the door with his leg and bolted down the stairs with his little legs, not afraid of tripping. Meanwhile, the cute deer elves hugged the staircase metal bar and slid down rapidly. Thump, thump. Their plump bodies were hurled into a cushion right before the stairs. They truly prepared everything to rush downstairs. I am glad you fancied one of my bloodlines. Tell me which one is it so I can deliver it to you. Luby rubbed his hands with a wide grin, exposing his toothless mouth. This one, the red mother centipede. An epic rank beast. Tell me its price first. I know that you add at least 30% extra on the market price of the bloodline. Felix's hand tightened on the bottle, with of desperation on his eyes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those low-key hints were gone just like magic. Out with it, how much? He coughed. Luby, with his experience, did not miss such hints. But he said nothing about them. He just blinked at Felix with honest expression. Well, even though I add 30% extra, you do know that it is fully justifiable, since my bottles always contain 75% or more bloodline essence of the beast. He gave a half shrug. But if you bought from other shops with the market price, don't blame me when you find the bottle you bought only had 10% essence. At that moment you won't have tears to cry over. His eyes turned stern real quick, as he advised him. Trust me on this one, it is never a good option to gamble with your bloodline path. Just pay extra and secure a safe path. Felix couldn't help but nod in affirmation. He knew that everything Luby just said was completely true, as not everyone was able to extract 75% plus bloodline essence from a beast. The only ones who were able to handle such a remarkable feat were top-notch professional extractors. An occupation worthy of respect and admiration, as only the brightest and most intelligent humans could have a chance to work in that field. After all, the job relies on having a vast amount of knowledge about beasts' genes, habitat, family tree, and more of such deep, detailed information. Because to extract bloodline essence that had the beast inherited power and abilities from its parents, one must first be able to locate and study them. Then seize those genes and put them in a bottle. The more experience and talent an extractor had, the more percentage he would be able to extract. If it wasn't for those talented people, the beast blood would simply appear as liquid-like in every species. It was only due to them that the term bloodline emerged in the first place. However, just like in every career, job, and occupation, there were always amateurs and stupid sheep who had absolutely zero clues on what the fuck they were doing. Those amateurs were dominating this occupation with their massive numbers. They read a couple of studies here and there, do a little research and experiments for a couple of years, and then graduated with a degree in bloodline extraction. It would be all fine and dandy if it was just so. The real issue was their trash extraction percentage, not reaching even 20%. This meant that the bloodline would end up having 80% of its essence all wasted. The sad thing was that most hunters still hired them to do the deed on the beast they killed since they couldn't afford to hire a professional extractor. What's even more fucked up was that even if they hired them and managed to obtain 80% essence of the beast, who would trust their words and buy it from them when it was easy to fool the AP bracelet scanning feature? One just had to mix multiple essences in one bottle and voila, a fresh 80% plus essence was ready to be served. As a scam. Those bottles were as useless as a fart in a wind tunnel. No one could integrate with a mixed bloodline. That was just impossible. It was debated and tested before. After quite a lot of scams using this strategy, no one bothered to buy bottles, which claimed to have 75% plus essence without validating the seller's reputation first. That was the reason why Luby added 30% on the price. Because he guaranteed the bloodline that the shopper received was the real deal. He built this reputation over 50 years of hard work, and in this kind of business, reputation was everything. Alright, stop beating around the bush. Just state your price. Hopefully, it is within my budget. Felix gripped his fist tightly and put it in his pocket. Innocent and sincere, Luby enlarged pupils stared at Felix right in the eyes, and just like a puppy said, 100 million ASEAN. Without even waiting for Luby to finish his sentence, Felix clutched his heart in anguish as he stumbled a step back. His glass heart was shattered at the exorbitant price. Luby, unbothered by Felix's act, scratched his cheek and added, "This is even with a 5% discount since you are shopping here for the first time. I'm really doing you a favor here, kid. I should have expected this, but still your prices are really heart-wrenching." Felix inhaled a deep breath and put the bottle back on the table, and said with a reluctant expression, "I apologize, but it seems that I am leaving empty-handed from your shop today." He shook his head. "My budget is really not enough to close the gap. I guess I am not fated for Mother Centipede." Helpless and dejected, he sighed and turned around, walking towards the brick wall. However, before he took 2 steps, Luby lunged at his knee and clung on it with a forced smile. Now, we can always figure something out that benefits both of us. You just have to tell me your budget and I will see what I can do about it. I slaved myself for a couple of years to collect 60 million SC to buy a bloodline worthy enough to integrate with. Now that I found it, my budget failed me." Felix lowered his head with slumped shoulders and said, "So tell me, what can you do to fix this? And just know 60 million is everything I have. I can't add a single coin." Luby's heart instantly sank, as he knew that this deal was a lost cause no matter what he said or did. It was impossible for him to reduce 40 million in one go. Even if he removed the extra 20 million that was meant to rip Felix off and leave only the original 80 million, it wouldn't be much to buy his bloodline. "Well, you are right. The gap is too large to close down. I can't do much about it." He pointed his finger at the bloodlines on the table and said with temptation, "But there are still other bloodlines you can buy with 60 million. Just pick another one, and I will give you a great deal." "But I don't want another one." I felt a connection to only Mother Centipede and nothing else moved me. Felix mercilessly hurled Luby towards the desk, like he was getting rid of his slipper, and continued walking forward. "Just forget it, it's better if I went to Silalin's shop. I might find my fateful bloodline there." Crash! Luby's head collided with the corner of the desk harshly. Yet, he felt nothing but rage and humiliation after hearing Felix mention that Silalin had better stock than him. "Close the store. This little bastard is not leaving until he buys a bloodline." He roared with blue blood running down his temple. Befuddled and amused, Felix watched 3 little deer elves blocking his way with 2 hooves extended forward, while the rest were closing down the gate. What's the meaning of this, Luby? Are you trying to force me to buy from your stock, or what? He crossed his arms with displeased expression and added, if streets got word of this, your reputation will be tarnished, and we all know business is doomed without it. He turned around and smiled warmly towards the little elves. So let me leave in peace and I will act as nothing happened. I don't care. I won't let you leave until you see the prices of those bloodlines. Stubborn, Luby stood up and dusted himself, unbothered about his bloody face. He merely gave Felix a defiant look. Trust me, you will definitely be pleased by how cheap they are. Felix eyed the bloodlines on the table, then Luby's stubborn expression. He sighed and approached him again. All right, if your prices are cheap enough not to put a dent on my budget, I will consider getting a bloodline here. He tapped his finger on the table and rushed him. Hurry up and show me. Without delaying for even a second, Luby brought a rare rank bottle to his face and said, this one cost merely 35 million SC. Quite cheap considering that I usually sell it for 40 million. Pass. This is for 50 million. Pass. This one is 59 million. Pass. After getting 8 bottles disregarded by Felix, Luby started to lose hope of catching his attention. This one is 57 million epic rank bloodline. Its original price is actually 65 million. This is as cheap as it can get. He rubbed his eyebrows and presented the Anomamba bloodline that Felix desired. Curious, Felix raised an eyebrow and took the bottle from Luby's hands. Give me a moment. I want to see its details. He coughed and explained, previously, I ignored the rest of the bloodlines after I found the mother centipede. Believe me, this is one of the good bloodlines within the epic ranks. It was extremely hard to catch due to its defense and overwhelming strength. He sighed. A lot of my hunters have been devoured by it. Yeah, whatever. Felix waved his hand and shooed him away. Go to the corner and let me read in peace. Your overselling won't move me. Luby immediately shut his mouth and gazed at Felix's expression turn from intrigue to boredom as he read the details of the bloodline. Just as his mind was started to get filled with despairing thoughts, he heard Felix's disinterested voice. Whatever. I might take this if you lower the price to 55 million. He shook his head. I will not waste my entire budget on a bloodline that doesn't fit my fighting style that much. So sell it with 55 million, or I am heading to Sililan shop. This time you can't stop me. He laid his last offer with a firm expression. Luby, unbothered by his tone, nodded his head like a chicken and extended his hand for a handshake. It's a deal. We can sign a contract right now. Just never buy from Sililan shop, and I will give you a lifetime 5% discount in my shop. All right, I see no issue in that. Prepare the contract, please. I have other places to be. Felix shook his hand and waited patiently for Luby to prepare the contract. He didn't break out of his indifferent character for not even a moment. A few minutes later, Luby displayed a 1-page holographic contract before Felix. There were not too many conditions on it. I see no issues with the terms and conditions, but change one little thing. Felix pointed his finger at the 3rd clause and said, I will take care of delivery to my planet. Just give me the serial code of the bottle. I will decide when to receive it. No problem. Luby lightly touched Felix's bracelet and informed, I have sent it to you. You just need to call delivery company, and it will reach your doorstep undamaged. After seeing that everything was perfect, Felix signed the contract with a pleasing smile. He then stood up and bid farewell to Luby as he left through the brick wall. There was no reason to remain anymore. 55 million SC was deducted from his bank account the moment he signed the contract. As for the bottle, he left it inside. What's important was the unique serial code of the product. Immediately after Felix left the shop, Luby did a little dance with excitement written all over his face. Go prepare a small party. Today we celebrate this victory over that cheating bitch. He ordered while biting his lips. If he had teeth, he would have gritted them. You stole my heart, and then stomped on it mercilessly. You stole my job network, and then ruined my reputation, making me hide here like a rat. Now you want to steal my clients as well." He opened a bottle of wine that was handed to him by the elves and chugged it down fully within few seconds. He wiped his mouth clean with his sleeves and sneered, "In your fucking dream, Silolin. As long as I live, I will climb back to where I was, and I will destroy you. I swear on it. Just wait, you bitch." To actually give me a 5% permanent discount on my first purchase. He truly hates his ex-wife. Amused and somewhat curious, Felix walked through the alleys with his hand rested on his chin. He had no idea what she did to make him turn into that state each time he heard her name. To the best of his knowledge, they had a massive enmity between them. Massive to the point a customer in his previous life had used the same strategy and worked just like a charm. Yet, the retard didn't keep it to himself but spread it to others, making it public knowledge. After that, everyone tried to take advantage of Luby's hatred by taunting him that his ex-wife had better products and prices than his, to get the same results as Felix's. Unfortunately for them, Luby easily figured out that his secret was in the open after tens of customers mentioned his wife over and over again. Thus he blacklisted all of them and anyone who said the name of that bitch in his shop. "Now that I have the bloodline as well as the potions, I can without a doubt awaken smoothly." He folded his hands and prayed for his bloodline to have 80% or 90% essence, so after he integrates all of it, only a few percentages would be left to cover. At that point, he could go buy the bloodline again, but this time cheaper from the public market to finish the 99%. After a while, he exited from the same alley he came from before and submerged himself within the crowd with hands in his oversized dark hoodie. His direction was clear. The resources market. Ring ring. The doorbell echoed in a small shop 2 times. As Felix pushed the door wide open, the shop owner, who was snoring thunderously in his slumber, woke up disoriented by the doorbell ringing. Felix trod forth and stood before the owner. He clapped his hand twice and said, "Mr. Piggy, I am here to pay for the items I pre-purchased yesterday, and also to buy other things." Still muddled, Mr. Piggy rubbed his small eyes and snorted with his pig-like nose out of habit at Felix. "Oh, it's you again." He scratched his messy bearded chin and read from a hologram. "The full amount that we agreed upon was 1.1 million for 7 products. Here is your shopping cart." He enlarged the hologram and made it visible for Felix. 1 minor longevity potion. Allows a commoner user to obtain 300 extra years to live. Also, remarkable at cleaning his body from all diseases and injuries. The price, 850,000 SC. Quantity, 1. 2. Rejuvenation potion. It can heal a commoner/bloodliner back into a healthy state, without any hidden injuries. Works only for bloodliners under stage 2 of replacement. The price, 10,000 SC. Quantity, 3. 3. Double percentage potion. Allows the user to double the number of bloodlines percentages to integrate with. Pain waves remain the same as before the use of this potion. The price, 200,000 SC. Quantity, 1. 4. Fuchsia's Eagle Wings substance. Provides the user with the beast's wings for a limited duration of 15 minutes. The price, 20,000 SC. Quantity, 1. 6. Double-headed viper poison gland. Can be used to upgrade the user poison resistance. Works only if the user has the passive. The price, 20.000 SC. Quantity, 1. Those are all items that you pre-purchased yesterday. I hope we can finalize the deal now. Mr. Piggy brought all of Felix's products and spread them apart on the table. Satisfied, Felix nodded his head and extended his wrist forward. Mr. Piggy did the same and touched Felix's bracelet to complete the payment transfer and also send all the serial numbers of the products. The contract was already signed yesterday. All right, Mr. Felix, it was a great pleasure dealing business with you. Now you can roam freely within my shop and wake me up if you liked anything. Exhausted from speaking this much, Mr. Piggy returned to his seat and laid on it in a relaxed manner with his eyes dead closed. A few seconds later, his snores were resounding in the shop again. No wonder it was empty. Such a lazy pig would rather kick customers out than to waste time answering their questions. Unbothered by the snores, Felix browsed the items on the shelves with a finger pressed on his lips. His eyes drifted from a potion to a substance. Yet nothing grabbed his interest. Mr. Piggy informed him yesterday that new stock was going to be displayed today. That's why he even bothered to browse again. Oh, everlasting youth substance. This is the perfect gift for Auntie and Layla. Delighted, he smiled pleasantly as he held a small bottle filled with pink dust. He knew that nothing would bring more joy to a woman than to keep her youthful looks until death. His aunt and Layla deserved more than just this, based on their unconditional assistance during the island remodel. This was the least Felix could do to repay them. He then took 2 bottles with him and searched the shelves for more useful products. After reading the details of over 30 products, he only picked 4 of them and decided to call it a quit. Oh, Mr. Piggy, please wake up. I want to add those items to my cart. Felix kept poking Mr. Piggy cheeks as he called near his ears. With half-closed eyes, drool dripping down his chin, Mr. Piggy pointed his bracelet at the items and scanned them. 2 youth substance, 1 skin hardening potion, 1 invisibility potion. The total is 60,000 SC. Felix paid him the amount and obtained their serial codes. He then bade farewell and left the shop satisfied by his shopping spree. All right, there is still one more shop I need to visit. Then I can call it a day for now, he thought while heading towards the Lady Boss shop. 1 hour later, Felix sat on the park bench while holding vanilla ice cream in one hand, while the other displayed a holographic list of his items' serial numbers. Should I use a human delivery company, or go for the Wormhole Company Express? Although this question was repeating in Felix's mind constantly, he already knew his choice. The only reason he was brooding over this matter was due to his reluctance to pay the maddening shipment price of the Wormhole Express. But honestly, they justify it by their solid reputation of 100% delivery successful rate. Meanwhile, humans' delivery ships could get robbed by pirates. Felix wasn't worried about losing his items, as he had an insurance policy installed on them that guaranteed that his products would be given back free of charge. However, just like Earthling's insurance companies, the procedures and paperwork would take an extremely long period before they get it done. A typical action by those companies to delay paying their bill as much as possible. Felix wasn't planning to entertain their bullshit at this critical period. He understood that his awakening must be done before the end of the first stage of the training camp. Otherwise, the elders would force him to use their trashy bloodline. Helpless and vexed, he took a large bite from the ice cream cone and closed the hologram. His decision was made. Even though he must pay at least 500,000 SC for the shipment, his items would reach his doorstep in 7 days tops, undamaged. This gave him some peace of mind. After getting that over with, he lifted his head and observed the beautiful scene of multiple subhumans' families playing with their children in the park. A gentle smile couldn't help but sneak upon his mouth. I should probably buy a house and VR pod after I leave the training camp. He knew that for one to be able to stay permanently within the UVR, a VR pod and a house was a necessity. Felix didn't want to stay inside forever like some weirdos, but staying for a couple of weeks to months was no issue to him, especially when he joins the Supremacy games. After all, some games might reach tens of hours in duration. Felix definitely didn't want his fate to be the same as the peeing guy. Amused, he guffawed out loud, unbothered by the strange looks he was receiving. How could he not after the memory of a viral game resurfaced in his mind, showcasing a player begging for the MC to pause the game for 2 minutes to take a piss in real life? Sadly, the SG was not a video game where one could click pause. So the poor player had to piss himself in bed and in-game under the humiliating jeers of the audience. However, this was not the reason it went viral, but due to the player managing to clutch the championship at the end. One could only imagine how his face was like during the process of receiving his trophy. From that moment on, not a single player decided to enter a game without a VR pod, and Felix had no thoughts of doing the opposite. Next morning, 10 a.m. Felix was eating his breakfast together with Olivia in the cafeteria. He held a cup of orange juice with its straw on close to his mouth. Yet, he didn't take a sip as Olivia's way of eating cookies was distracting him. Who could blame him, though? Olivia kept munching on them with her eyes closed, just like a squirrel. Little Ollie, can you not munch on cookies like that? You are ruining the adult image that we worked hard to build. But I can't help it. They are too delicious. She sulked with some crumbles on her lips and cheeks, as she gazed at the last cookie on her. Also, I will not change my personality. I love sweet food and I will keep eating them like this. If anyone dares to treat me like a child or bully me, I will bite him. She bared her fangs at him. Helpless yet somewhat amused, Felix could only stare at her eat the last cookie with the same expression. Well, you do you, I guess. After Ollie finished her breakfast, she asked Felix, "Today is Sunday, and we don't have any training to finish. Do you have any fun plans for today?" She smiled with anticipation clearly written all over her face. "I want to accompany you." With a finger pressed on his chin, Felix gazed absent-mindedly after hearing her question. He was pondering if he should head to the cinema in the UVR to entice that lazy bum into reopening the connection between them. After all, Felix was only waiting for the pain relief potions to arrive at the Lady Boss shop, so he could deliver everything home at once. Based on what she said, it would take a max 15 days. This meant Felix's awakening would happen before even a month. That's just around the corner. It was better to start preparing for their future plans now than do so at the moment of awakening. "I will probably enter the UVR cinema. Do you want to come as well?" Bewildered and excited, Olivia suddenly stood up with her hands on the table. "Whoa! You can do that?" She tilted her head slightly. "I thought only the owner of the AP bracelet can enter the UVR. How can you take me in as well?" "Indeed, I can use the party feature in the bracelet to take as many as 10, and this number is only limited because my bracelet generation is quite old. But there is 4 hours duration limit, and after exceeding it one must start paying 500 SC each hour." Nonchalant, Felix explained as he took quick sips in between. "So cool." Felix nodded his head casually and continued eating. However, before he chewed, he sensed Olivia's eyes digging through his forehead. He lifted his head and saw her toying with a lock of hair, with flushed cheeks. He chuckled and asked, "Do you want to bring anyone else?" Olivia avoided having eye contact and nodded her head softly. "I want to invite Sarah, as she always annoys me that her dream was to enter the UVR." Although Felix explained that he could take 10 people at once, she had a thin face to ask for another favor. In her mind, he already did more than enough by taking her in and paying for her. She wasn't stupid to not understand that cinema tickets were probably expensive for Felix since he wasn't working in the UVR and the family definitely didn't give him an allowance. If only she knew that Felix's leftover coins probably exceeded the family's entire capital, she wouldn't have those thoughts. "Do as you wish, as long as the number does not exceed 10. I don't care who you invite." Felix cleaned his mouth with a handkerchief and added, "This is a one-time offer and won't repeat again." He then stood up and headed towards his room while saying, "Come to my room 2 hours from now." "Thank you, Felix. You are the best." Exited and eager to deliver the news, Olivia left the table messy and bolted towards Sarah's room. Felix could only sigh and clear after her. "Don't treat me as a child, my ass," he mumbled under his breath as he carried the trays to the cafeteria's counter. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, Felix sat on his bed with black lines on his forehead. "You old hag, open up already, it is time to awaken. I am only waiting for you." Sadly, just like the last few tries, there was no response. Felix used everything from enticing to lying and cursing. Yet, nothing managed to move her and re-establish the connection. Livid, he threw the pillow at his TV screen. He truly couldn't handle her bullshit anymore. He never saw such an unreliable and irresponsible partner before. Why can't she act like an elder or mentor and show me the way as I read online? How can I be this unlucky to end up with this lazy pig who only wants to watch movies and series? He really began to feel that she got too comfortable in his consciousness and lost her motivation to regain her freedom. After a while, he stopped bothering himself with those gentle methods. For someone like Asna, the only thing that worked best was threats and sticks. His expression turned nasty and though, "Let's see if you will continue to ignore me after I drink memory-erasing potion." Felix was ready to pull all stops and drink that potion to erase his memories of movies and series. At that point, Asna wouldn't be able to enjoy her lazy stay in his consciousness and be active in helping him plan ahead. After all, she said it herself that more information was needed for her to see how to improve the cheats she gave him. But how the hell was she supposed to get it when her attention was elsewhere? Suddenly an irritated voice was heard in his mind. "Bastard. Can't you take a hint and leave me alone to watch in peace?" She yawned. "I already reached episode 200 of the Masked Lady drama series. I was about to talk to you after I finished the last 10 episodes. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise at her sudden entrance. He didn't think that his threat was going to show a positive result this fast. "You went offline for over 6 months, and you only watched 200 EP of that amazing series." He smirked. "I finished them in 2 months. You really disappointed me. You dare look down on me while using 2 months to watch that series? You know nothing, little bastard." She puffed her chest out and said, "I used 6 months to watch all the movies and series on your memories. The Masked Lady was the last one," she explained with a hint of dread. "That's why I was planning to head out, since there will be nothing fun to do here anymore after I finish it." Felix didn't notice her voice cracking at her mentioning the last part. His mind short-circuited the moment she mentioned, spending 6 months to finish his colossal liberty of movies and series that took him years upon years of lazing around to gather in his previous life. Yet, such an unfathomable amount was finished in 6 months? What kind of sick joke was this? Horrified, a sudden idea sneaked upon him and took root in his mind. Unless she did not sleep the past 6 months, and only watched continuously movie after movie and episode after episode. How can someone be able to do that? Neets around the world will kowtow in worship if they heard of her achievement. Furious at him calling her NT, Asna tried to throw the remote control at the TV like usual, but her hands refused to obey. Her mental energy was drained to the bottom of the barrel, and her sunken face with dark eyes only made it appear as such. Throwing the controller or not, she still raged at him, unbothered about her new ugly look. "Bastard, are you complimenting me? Or insulting me by calling me a NT?" she explained with a huff. "Never associate me those lazy bastards. I only watched movies and series because I was sealed for 20 million years without any entertainment in my life. So I had to close the gap. Now leave me alone to finish those last remaining episodes in peace. I will call you later." She shooed him away with a hand wave and pressed on the play button. Felix hastily informed her before she cut off the connection. "Tomorrow I need you in your best form and shape. We will try a quick experiment with a poison stone to see if I can absorb the element without a beast's bloodline." He gave a half shrug. "Maybe it will work since you are merged with me." "Whatever, talk later." Asna quickly cut off the connection to focus on the drama. "Well, at least she got my message." He scoffed on her TV addiction and lay on the bed with his arms crossed behind his head. "She dares says she is not a entity." Knock, knock. Before he even found a comfortable position, a sudden door knocks resounded in the room. Felix glanced at his bracelet. They came just in time. Without wanting to keep them waiting, he walked toward the door and opened it slowly with a gentle smile. Yet, his smile stiffened immediately after opening the door wide open. He gawked at 10 of his female cousins, each wearing a different outfit that highlighted her greatest asset. Some wore a short skirt with black stockings on, while some had tight blue jeans on with a t-shirt. The only thing that remained identical was their beauty. Just like Felix, they also inherited good looks from their parents. Exasperated, he closed his eyes and rubbed his eyelids. He just remembered that Sarah had the biggest mouth in the family. Her gossipy personality was truly one of a kind. He knew that he made a big mistake by giving them a whole 2 hours before they enter, as it was enough for Sarah to spread the information and for Olivia's good personality to give in to her cousin's request and bring them to him. He figured as much by looking at Olivia, who was peeking at him with one eye behind Sarah. "First I will place some ground rules, so we won't have issues later. Felix decided to fold before his cousins even said anything. He wasn't a retard to disappoint those ladies' hopeful looks. God knows how would they treat him after. He extended 3 fingers with an indifferent expression. The first rule is, this is a one-time thing. Don't expect that I will keep taking you in the UVR each day. I neither have time nor energy. He warned. Secondly, when we enter, follow me everywhere I go, since you can get kidnapped inside and get abused those 2 hours until you get kicked out. He turned around and walked inside while saying the last rule with a beseeching tone. Last, please don't point and gawk at anything you see. We don't want to be tagged as country bumpkins. Understood. The young ladies just kept nodding their heads like chicken. Heck, even if he asked them to get naked to activate the party feature, they wouldn't hesitate. At this point, the only thing in their eyes was Felix's AP bracelet. Felix cringed at those looks, as he knew that today wasn't going to be a pleasant experience in the UVR with them. Whatever, we will be wearing a disguise. Even if we get embarrassed, no one will know it is us. Please enter and close the door behind you. Elated and eager, his cousins rushed inside with their hands raised above their heads. Their loud cheers didn't alert anyone, as the rooms were soundproof. The last one to enter was Olivia. She sneaked inside and hid behind Sarah like a shadow. She truly wanted to avoid Felix at all costs. After all, she brought a massive headache to his doorstep when he simply tried to bring her out to hang. I hope he doesn't punish me for it. Worried, she peeked at Felix, who was rubbing his temples with closed eyes, as his brain was being assaulted by their never-ending loud chatter. Felix clapped his hands twice to quieten them down, as well as attract their attention to him. I want all of you to find a place and lay down properly, he explained. You are going to spend about 4 hours inside the UVR. So, choose a comfortable position, lest your muscles ache when you return. Obedient, they listened to his advice and lay down either on the ground or the couch. Not one of them chose the bed, as it was only proper to act like a guest and not as a snobbish girl wanting only the best. Shortly after, all the girls were in a good, comfortable position. Those on the ground had pillows and bedsheets underneath them, so it wasn't actually that bad. Satisfied by their behavior, Felix nodded his head, as his eyes were drifting from one cousin to another. Suddenly, his eyes landed on 2 exposed little feet under his bed. If it wasn't for the toes flinching from time to time, anyone would have assumed that a dead body was lying there. Without a second thought, he knew whose feet were those. But he ignored that hamster and began explaining how the bracelet party feature works. I will visit each of you and touch your forehead with my bracelet. He tapped a few times on his bracelet and continued after bringing out a hologram in front of them. You just say this sentence. He pointed at the hologram that displayed a short sentence that said, I willingly chose to enter the UVR, using Felix's AP bracelet, and I accept all the terms and conditions of being a party member. The moment you finish, call in your mind Queen AI, and you will enter my UVR room directly. He smiled. After you enter, don't panic or anything, as I will follow you in soon. Simple, right? Yes, Felix, can we start? I can't wait any longer. Eager and nervous, Sarah breathed ruggedly as she eyed his bracelet. Sarah, can you not say that while breathing in that way? If anyone heard you without knowing what's going on, will definitely misunderstand you. She is right. Get hold of yourself, Sarah. You are shaming us with you in front of Felix. A tall ginger flower poked Sarah's cheeks with a playful smile. Sarah slapped her finger away and kept eyeing Felix's bracelet with the same look, unbothered about their teasing. Brother Felix, don't listen to their rubbish. They are just wasting time. She pointed her finger at her face and asked with a cute smile, Can you start with me? I already memorized what I need to say. Felix nodded his head and approached her. He also wanted to get this over with. After reaching her side, he crouched next to her and touched his bracelet with her forehead. Sarah did exactly as he instructed them before without a single mistake. Immediately after she called Queen AI, her eyes got closed shut as she lost consciousness. Whoa! Surprised by how efficient and quick the process was, the girls exclaimed with hands on their cheeks. Just as Felix wanted to instruct them to lay down, they circled him and kept chirping little birds. Me next. No me. Pick me, Felix. Vexed at their chatter and hands touching him here and there, Felix raised his head and stared at the ceiling deep in thought. What did I get myself into? After waiting a while, a clear order was still not established. Every cousin was more unforgiving than the other. Felix was the one who felt burnt of their terrifying bickering, as he was in the center of it. Enough! He shouted as he rubbed his temples. It was really a stupid mistake letting them handle it without his interference. I will count to 3. If I found any one of you not in her position, don't blame me for leaving you last. He crossed his arms above his chest and began counting. The girls whined at his stern treatment, but they still didn't dare to disobey. Within seconds, all of them were lying on their position with burning anticipation in their torch-like eyes. Satisfied at their obedience, he smiled and touched their foreheads one by one gently. The girls repeated the same sentence and lost consciousness. The entire scene appeared just like a cult ritual. One could only wonder what the parents of those girls would say if they saw their daughters lying defenseless like this, in front of Felix. Before long, Felix sent them all in succession. He dusted his hands with a pleased expression and went to the bed, planning to enter after them. However, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch at the sight of those 2 feet still there unmoving. He totally forgot about that troublemaker. Are you still not coming out, Ollie? He kicked the left side rails of the bed lightly, trying to scare her. Thud. Ouch! The yelp he was expecting was replaced by a groan, as Olivia's head collided with the bottom rail of the bed. Are you all right? Aggrieved, Olivia rubbed her red forehead and replied with watery eyes. I think my forehead cracked in half. I can feel blood gushing outside. Felix chuckled at her attempt to make him feel bad, so he wouldn't yell at her for bringing him trouble. However, the girls were waiting for them and it wasn't time for those word games. Thus, Felix grinned and grabbed her little feet that were outside the bed and dragged her out. Ah! Olivia cried in surprise as she clawed the carpet, trying to clutch into her dear life. Unfortunately, Felix didn't even give her the time to fight it out before he threw her into the bed. Get in position so I can start the process. Your sisters are waiting inside, Felix ordered with unquestionable voice. Olivia immediately hid under the bedsheet and explained what led to this mess. I'm sorry, Sarah told Megan, and Megan told another one. Kept going this way until all of them begged me to enter the UVR as well. I couldn't say no to their request. Sore. Felix cut her mid-sentence, not waiting for her to finish her second apology. No need to feel sorry. I already told you that you are allowed to bring a maximum of 10 people. He sighed. I just didn't expect you to only bring your sisters. Now enough mopping and wasting time. Get into position and follow my instruction, he said while pulling the sheets away, exposing Olivia, who was curled up like a worm, trying to hide her existence. Olivia instantly fixed her position and lay properly on the bed. All right, you can start now. Felix did the same to her as others, and soon after, she passed out as well. Felix pushed her to the side to make some space and lay next to her. Log me in, Queen, please. Inside the white room, 10 young ladies were conversing with suppressed tones as their eyes wandered around. Sarah kept touching every wall with a hint of fanatism in her eyes. It feels so real. She put her face on the cold surface of the floor and let out a comfortable sigh. This is the best day of my life. The rest totally ignored this weirdo and continued their chatter. It had already been 10 minutes since they entered and Sarah never stopped those shameful acts. They only hoped she would get a grip and not do the same when Felix arrived. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Felix's body reassembled from light particles in the center of the room, marking his successful teleportation. The reason he was late was due to him needing to rush into the teleportation company from the park, where he last logged out. The moment he appeared in the middle of the room, all the ladies quietened up and waited for him to speak. I will teleport you all to the capital city Androxa. The first thing you need to do is to immediately leave the teleportation circle after you reach the city. He explained, "Each delayed second will cost me 200 SC. This is important. Don't forget it." Felix didn't want them to get cheated out of his money, since they were in his party. That meant he was responsible for their actions. Although 200 SC was peanut in his eyes, he couldn't show so. Otherwise, the ladies would spread out rumors that he was rich within the UVR. It wouldn't matter if his cousins heard about it. But the elders were a different story. He understood clearly that showing his bank account was unquestionable if the elders asked him to. At that point, he could only create another empty bank account and show it to them. Felix wanted none of this nonsense to happen in the first place, so he was going to act as cheap as possible. The young ladies shared hidden eye contact with a confused expression. They clearly didn't understand a thing of what he said. But they still nodded their heads with knowing smiles. Felix understood their thoughts clearly, but he preferred it this way as it meant less time for explaining. "Queen AI, teleport us, please." "As you wish, Mr. Felix." Felix opened his eyes in the circle and immediately went to pull any cousin he saw outside of the circle. Even though they had random faces, Felix easily recognized them, as they had a green halo on top of their heads, visible to only him. A few moments later, he looked at the troublemaker Olivia and Sarah with his hands behind his back. "What the hell? Why is it always you two, whenever there is an issue?" He scolded them with a fake angry tone. "I clearly stated that you need to bounce out of the circle as fast as possible. So why the fuck were you both in it for an extra 6 seconds? One of you was frozen due to shock, and the other was touching everything in curiosity. Those 6 seconds cost me at least 2,400 CS total." His voice wasn't loud, as he didn't want to attract attention to them this early. He was just acting like this to let them further realize that he was a poor pauper. Ashamed and apologetic, Sarah and Olivia lowered their heads while fiddling their fingers. The other sisters gloated at them getting scolded like little children. After seeing this positive response, Felix decided it was enough and patted their heads to comfort them. "All right, stop mopping. You only have 4 hours inside." He smiled. "We will walk on foot, so you guys can take a closer look at the culture of the UVR." He turned around and walked ahead of them. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me closely and don't point your finger at anyone, since you won't know if he is a normal commoner or a peak stage 6. The ladies formed 2 lines and followed him from behind, like ducklings following their mother hen. This strange scene piqued the interest of every passerby who saw it. Amused and bewildered, they kept pointing their fingers at Felix's group, while whispering with hushed tones. Yet that was as far as they did. No one came to bother or harass them, simply because it wasn't their business. People in the UVR were exactly the same as New Yorkers in this characteristic. They recognized that for them to live longer in this city, minding their own business was a must-craft to master. After 35 minutes of continuous walking and answering all of his cousin's questions and inquiries, Felix's dispirited eyes instantly brightened up as he saw the cinema in front of him. Eager to send them inside to get rid of them, he bolted towards it while calling for his ducklings to follow him. However, the long queue before the entrance shattered his uplifted spirit. He knew that paying to skip the line was out of the question. After all, how could he explain himself after paying 500 SC for each cousin to pass the queue with him? Thus Felix could only hang his head low and continue getting tortured by their never-ending questions. "Someone save me out of this hell." 45 minutes later, Felix entered the cinema that was designed just like a large tuna fish made of see-through glass. The entrance was actually its mouth. It just wasn't that clear before, due to the building's massive size. "Let's go see the movie list for now. Hopefully, something might be worth our tickets." Felix gave each of them a hologram to read. He then sat on the lounge couch and read the list with a bored expression. It turned out he already saw most of the movies released during this month. As he was scrolling down the list, he felt someone tugging his shirt. Confused, he turned his head and saw Olivia, and the rest were either looking at him with abashed expressions or avoiding having eye contact at all. The moment he saw their behavior, he knew something was not right. "What's wrong with you? Did you not like those movies?" However, the response he received managed to ruin his already fucked up mood even further. as he realized that he wasted his coins on bringing retards with him. We can't read the common universal language yet. So you are telling me you can't read the common language, even though you were exposed to it for over 6 months? Felix rubbed his eyelids at this sick joke he was hearing. After all, if they couldn't even read the language, how were they supposed to watch the movie? Embarrassed, Olivia scratched her cheek with a finger while looking at her toes. We were busy with the family tradition revival projects and all the fun things that were happening in the UVR. She coughed as she looked at her sisters. So we really did not put too much focus on learning the language, because all the TV streams were subtitled or dubbed. Sarah extended her finger and added to support Ollie. Also, we did not think we would be able to enter the UVR this early. We believe there is still at least 2 years before we get our hands on an AP bracelet. The other cousins just kept nodding their heads to whatever they said. Felix gave them a bitter smile and explained why he was upset. How are you supposed to watch the movie if you can't even understand what they are saying? He sighed. I can add dubbing, but that will reduce the immersion inside the movie. You may not understand now, but the moment you enter, you will realize the huge difference between listening to the actors' real voices and hearing AI toneless voice. UVR cinema is in a different league than our cinema. He spread his hands. There is just no way to compare them. The girls weren't even a bit sad from what he just said. They honestly didn't care if the immersion was lowered or even removed, since this was their only opportunity to enter the UVR and have fun in it before they get theirs in the far future. Don't worry. I promise you that I won't complain about movie quality. I am content with just the dubbed version. Me as well. I never expected to enter the UVR today. Let's just pick a random romance movie. I want to see how other humans' romantic culture is. What are you talking about? We did not get this chance to waste it on a lackluster romance movie. The tall ginger girl highlighted 2 movies on the list and said, it is much better if it was an action or fantasy movie, like those. So when we enter the movie, we will feel like we are inside a magical world. Yes, she is right. I want to watch a fantasy movie. I am sick of romance and drama. I believe sci-fi is going to be amazing here. Why don't we watch that? No fan. You always pie. Felix just watched them argue about the genre of the movie for over 5 minutes to no positive outcome. Each two wanted to watch a genre and neither one of them budged from her choice. Felix sighed and sat back on the couch, planning to continue reading the list. He didn't interject or gave them advice on which movie to watch, since if it was up to him, he would definitely recommend a historical movie about the human race. Ask anyone in the cinema about the best genre, and their first choice would be history. Their choice was quite understandable, as there were tons of good movies and series that were based on real-life events. The majority of those movies either earned trophies and awards or were nominated for them. The history of the human race was a mine full of gems to be dug by the producers. How good would it be if Human Uprising was already made? He sighed. I would have dragged those girls by their hairs to watch it. Sadly, it will be released 1 year from now. Suddenly an idea inserted itself in his mind, turning it into mush. What if I invest in those upcoming blockbuster movies that earned billions of SC? He then started to ponder on it deeply with a hint of elation in his eyes. He already had the information and details. The only thing he lacked was the capital to invest. But that wouldn't be too hard to get if he made his second bet. This was even better for Felix, as the viral games he remembered that happened in this year was only Wally's and the next one. But for others, he had absolutely no clue. Felix didn't have that much free time to spectate the games in his previous life, due to his early trashy bloodlines, which forced him to focus only on integration to not get left behind. He only remembered Wally's game, and this one was due to their unique characteristics. This meant Felix had no choice but to find another method to earn coins, and investing in successful movies and series was actually the smartest move to make in his condition. It had only positive results. Besides earning a massive amount of coins, the process itself was clean and had a known origin. Felix knew that someday, his grandfather and the elders would find out that he was a multimillionaire in the UVR. At that point, his excuse for betting couldn't be used against those shrewd fogies. However, if he had an investment company, responsible for investing in his cheating knowledge, they would have nothing to say but beg for him to share a piece of the pie. Just as he was trying to recall the movies and series which were about to release soon, he felt someone waving his hand near his face. "What's up, Ollie?" he asked. "Felix, we came to a decision." She smiled and handed him the list that had a movie marked with a green light. "We picked the sci-fi movie Moving Stardust. It has romance, drama, action, and comedy, everything that we wanted." Felix cringed the moment he heard the movie name. He removed that disgusting list from his face and asked them with a serious expression, "Are you sure about your choice? You can pick another, I don't mind waiting." All the ladies shook their heads in disagreement. "This is what we want. All other movies either lack something or has too much of it." "Are you 100% positive? I really advise you to reconsider." Felix decided to push one more time if they still declined his goodwill. Then he wouldn't bother himself anymore. After all, it was their funeral, not his. The ladies shared eye contact with doubt clearly on their faces. Nonetheless, they still stood their grounds and decided to go for it. In their minds, they simply wanted to begin ASAP, since there was a time limit to their stay in the UVR. It wouldn't feel good to get dragged in the middle of the movie, due to wasting time on picking the perfect one. "All right, as you wish." Felix gave a half shrug and said, "Wait for me here, I am going to buy us the tickets." He stood up and went to one of the tickets booths that had the least number of people queuing up. Before long his turn arrived and immediately requested, 11 tickets for Moving Stardust, please." The counter employee's polite smile stiffened at that name getting mentioned in his presence. He moved closer to Felix and advised sincerely, "Brother, I think it is better to pick another one, so you won't pollute yourself and those flowers with you." Frustrated, Felix shook his head and replied, "It is not my choice, it's theirs." He semi-spread his arms. "I advised them not to pick it, but they were really stubborn about it, so I can only play along." The employee said nothing more and just handed him the tickets. He sighed in pity as he looked at those girls chatting about the content of the movie with expectation. "You should have at least watched the trailer. Rest in peace." His attention was brought back to Felix, as he heard him say, "Please add 1 blocking glasses and ear-closing buds." He gave him the protection gear and wished him good luck on his battle. Felix returned to his cousins and gave them each a ticket, then informed them, "The movie won't start until 15 minutes. You are free to do as you please." He wore those buds on his ears and activated them. He then lay on the couch and closed his eyes, planning to take a quick nap over the duration. In his mind, the silence was 100 times better than their nonsense chatter. 15 minutes. Felix and the ladies stood all by themselves in front of a desolate-looking gate written above it, "Moving Stardust Entrance." When compared to other gates that had hundreds to thousands of people lining up to enter, theirs was truly a bit sad to look at. "The moment we open this door, we will enter the movie world." He faced them with black glasses on and clarified, "At that point, you can interact with everything you see. Heck, you can even kiss the female lead or the male lead. But I advise you to not pull that bullshit in any cinema you visit if you don't want to get beat up." He pulled a small remote control from his pocket and put it in their line of sight. This is a control device that you can use to either zoom in, create a seat, fly, and all the other things you wish to do inside. He put it back in his pocket and explained that to get this device, they just had to call in their minds remote control, and it shall materialize. The ladies did as he said, and suddenly each of them had a remote control in their hands. Felix retreated from the gate and extended his hand in a welcoming manner. "Who wants to do the honor and push the door?" His polite action got him labeled as a gentleman by his cousins. But honestly, he just didn't want anything to do with this movie, as he felt that even stepping into its world was a great sacrifice. Sarah pushed it open without waiting for her sisters to make a decision. She had no patience for another round of bickering. The moment the gate was wide open, they all got sucked in without leaving a single yelp behind. Immediately after their feet touched the ground of the movie world, a sudden beam of light projected on them, scaring those beauties out of their wits. Felix hushed them down and clarified that it was just trying to scan their tickets. After seeing that his cousins were not paying attention to him anymore, Felix sneaked behind their backs and ordered the AI of the remote control. Create a seat at the corner of the world and activate the glasses and earbuds canceling feature. Finally, make an alarm when the movie ends. Felix instantly teleported away from his cousins, who were staring and touching everything in awe and fascination, especially Sarah, who was playing on the grass like she never saw it before in her life. Her love for the UVR might even turn shit into gold in her eyes. Unfortunately for them, this world was their worst nightmare. They only realized so after the plot of the movie began. 30 minutes later, at the extreme left corner of the movie world, Felix sat on a comfy chair with a cup of his favorite orange juice. He forgot about his cousins, as his mind was currently busy contemplating his investment plan. He recognized that his massive library of movies and series was game-changing in the film industry. He knew which movies would make a splash in the UVR and which movies would turn to be a flop. However, the majority of those successful movies already had a giant production company behind their backs. This meant they would not let any foreign investor get a piece of their pie, especially Felix, who had absolutely no reputation within the industry. This left him with only a few movies that were not being favored at the start but turned into instant success later. In other words, hidden gems. He could totally shower them with his coins and expect massive returns later on. This method would bring him coins, networks, and some reputation as an investor, without the stress of wondering if the movie would turn into a hit or a flop. After creating an outline for his plan, he decided to check on his cousin's mental health. Teleport me to my companions and remove the canceling feature. Few moments later, he arrived next to his cousins, who were curled up like balls with tight shut eyes and hands covering their ears. They kept crying out loud to make it stop. Yet no savior had arrived at their rescue, until now at least. I can't take this anymore. It's one thing to watch a cringy movie and another thing to live it. Please someone turn off the dubbing. I don't want to understand anymore. Felix expected as much. However, as soon as his eyes landed on Sarah, who was cheering with her fists in the air, he didn't know how to react anymore. His vision kept switching between her and the main character, who was a princess carrying 2 girls with one arm while fighting 10 bandits with another. Yet, Felix wasn't even bothered by this fucked up scenario, as he saw as much before. What annoyed him to death was the constant love dialogue between the three. Like the MC wasn't in a death or life situation. If just a scene of the movie was like this, God knows how the rest was like. He kept going back and forth between them with a perplexed expression. He truly couldn't believe that Sarah was actually capable of watching this unique masterpiece with enjoyment. Heck, even the makers couldn't handle their creation and tried to burn its existence for their viewers' mental health. But somehow it got leaked out right before so, leaving this deadly predator roaming free in the UVR cinemas. Now you are telling me that my own cousin is loving this? I don't know if she just doesn't have a taste in movies, or her overwhelming curiosity towards the UVR is blocking all the negative stuff from her vision. Whatever it is, I will never hang out with her anymore. He covered his eyes, not wanting to see any more of this absurdity, and ordered the AI to kick everyone out except for Sarah. He hoped that the ending would wake her up. A few seconds later, Felix and his cousins were thrown outside of the gate. Irritated and somewhat amused, Felix chuckled at the sight of his cousins lying on the floor with a deadpan expression. He clapped his hands twice to bring their attention to him. Yet, the only thing that moved was their gray dead eyes, as they stared at him with a hint of blame and despise. Felix didn't take their looks seriously and just dragged them by their legs or hands in the direction of the lounge, since they were lying on the pathway, blocking others from accessing the gates. He kept going back and forth, and each time he dragged 2 with him. The spectators neither laughed nor mocked them, as they understood that the girls' reaction was thoroughly justifiable after knowing the name of the movie they came out from. They only nodded their head to pay respect for Felix's willing sacrifice and gave a look of condolence towards the fallen ladies. In the resting lounge, Felix was talking to Olivia, who recovered the quickest from the mental blow. "How did you find the worst movie in the history of mankind?" he asked with a chuckle. "You know I don't like saying bad stuff on other people's works." She frowned her eyebrows and said sternly, "No matter how horrible their creation is, in my eyes, they still put a lot of effort into making it. So don't expect me to answer you, since my only response will always be, not bad. As expected from your bubbly personality. He smiled gently and patted her head. No wonder you were born with a plant element, one of the kindest and supportive elements in the universe. Olivia pouted and slapped his hand away from her head, since he started to treat her like a child again. Stop complimenting me. I won't take your side no matter what. She crossed her arms and humphed. After all, you knowingly sent them off to get brain damaged, when you could have informed them about the movie details. How is this my fault? I clearly told them to pick another one, but they refused. He added out loud so the girls would hear him as well. Moreover, Sarah said she didn't care about the quality of the movie, and all of you agreed with her before. He smiled innocently. So I simply respected your choice. Olivia, who was never good at arguing, could only accept his excuse with a nod, while cursing him in her mind. Shameless Felix, you can just say you wanted to prank us like always. After seeing that she gave up on bickering, he changed the subject by informing his cousins to recover their mentality for the next hour until Sarah exit the movie. Absent-minded, they gave an inaudible tone as a response, while focusing on deleting any memory of that filth from their minds. 1 hour later, Sarah got kicked out of the movie as well, but, compared to others who felt their soul got devoured inside, she just skipped towards them with a happy expression. That movie was too good. How I wish I had Prince Charming saving me like that in real life. Her eyes sparkled with worship, as she folded her hands like a fangirl. The people around her who had an auto-translation program activated in their bracelet understood her, but couldn't process what she just said properly. Their bodies froze, as they kept checking the gate she came out off, trying their best to believe that it was just a fantasy. However, Sarah's scolding voice made them realize that she was not joking at all. Why did you guys leave the movie? Felix paid for the tickets, and it is really not polite to waste his money like this. The moment she finished speaking, the entire area descended into a deafening silence. Felix did not wait for others to break out of their daze, as he sneaked away from the area, to not associate himself with Sarah. He wanted nothing to do with the upcoming public humiliation. Miss, I believe the one who paid won't mind trading those few coins over the safety of your friend's mental health. Indeed, no one is abnormal as you miss, to like that abomination. Stop trying to harm your friends. It is not cool. Leave. We don't want your kind near our children. The entire crowd instantly turned against her after knowing that she was part of that creepy fandom who loved to recommend those types of movies to naive people. Yet, Sarah just looked at them with a finger pressed on her lips and titled head. Her confused expression clearly showcased that she had zero clue what the hell they were saying. A bonus of not learning the common language. Felix did not wait for things to get ugly and ordered in his mind for the queen to log them out. Felix was the first to wake up. Meanwhile, the ladies still had their eyes closed shut. Without delaying for even a second, he bolted outside of the room, barefoot and still in his pajamas. He knew that escape was a must if he wanted to avoid the upcoming headache of dealing with his cousins after this failed outing. Inside the cafeteria, Felix was eating his lunch while thinking of the movies he was planning to invest in. One of them was the upcoming Human Melodies movie, which probably was already in production for over 2 months now, and would be officially released 3 months after. A quite long period considering that making movies in the UVR was as easy as making YouTube clips, since creating the environment and filming to finally editing could easily be handled by the AIs. This left humans with only acting and directing. The average duration of making films was 1 month to a maximum of 2 months. So, this long period reflected just how serious the Oblivion Film Studio took this project. Felix currently owned 24 million SC. 10 million planned for betting and 14 million was the leftover of his shopping spree. So what he planned to do now was to actually bet everything on the upcoming game, leaving only a couple of $100,000 as an emergency. Then use the coins that he earned from the gamble to invest in this movie. The only issue that was bothering him was the small period window that he had to invest in. He recalled that the game date was set on 2 months from now, meanwhile the movie release was 3 months. This meant he only had the last month before the movie release to invest in. At that point, the production would have already wrapped up or was about to. In other words, his investment opportunities were lowered to the bare minimum. But he still had a way to wiggle himself in. He remembered that the movie had struggled to raise funds from investors, as its filming concept was labeled as unprofitable and niche for the market. He cursed them while chewing. "Fucking morons. You just wasted at least 1 billion free coins." He smirked. "But don't mind me. I will just slip in and take it gladly. I will then use." He suddenly got interrupted by a familiar sweet voice in his mind. "Felix, I finished everything in your memories." Asna stretched, like a lazy cat, and requested with a beautiful smile, "Can you refill them with some new additions? Please focus on drama." "Thank you, sweetie. In your fucking dreams. I would rather die than watch another movie or series for you." Furious, veins throbbed on Felix's neck at her casual way of asking him. Like his reminder earlier of experimenting on the stones. Meant jack shit to her. "Come on, little Felix. Just one please and I will stop. I promise. I just need one more for the road." She begged wretchedly with her hands clawed on the bedsheets. If anyone saw her do so with that sunken face and dark bags under her eyes, they would definitely assume that she was in withdrawal. "Stop fucking talking like a drug addict. You are not getting anything else. It's time for you to work that lazy bum of yours." He suddenly stood up, not even finishing half of his lunch, and said, "I am going to buy the poison stone now and start the experiment to give you something to do." Asna began to flay her arms and legs wildly in a tantrum while crying sorrowfully. "I don't want to work. Can't I just watch movies for those 2 months before you awaken?" She sulked with puppy eyes and said, "I promise you then, I won't mention them anymore." "Too bad." Felix couldn't see her cute expression. He simply kept walking towards his room with a hardened face. This time he was not going to budge on his decision. After all, he gave her plenty of time to have fun and play around, while he planned everything for their future. But now it was time for her to assist him without complaining. This was their deal in the first place, for her to assist him wholeheartedly. But so far, she did nothing but laze around. He couldn't tolerate this anymore. "Today you will help me experiment, and it's a final decision." Depressed at the idea of work, Asna buried her head in the pillow and screamed out loud, while kicking legs on the bedsheet. "Stingy little bastard. I curse you to die a virgin." She threw the most menacing curse she could think off at him after realizing that there was no way out. Yeah, whatever. Keep swearing, nothing will change." Unbothered, Felix peeked inside his room, worried that his cousins were still inside. However, after a few glances, he saw that the coast was clear. He sighed in relief and closed the door behind him. A few minutes later, he turned on his laptop and went straight for the merit shop to buy a poison stone. Shortly after clicking on purchase, a notification popped out in the corner of his laptop screen. "Your purchase has been successful. In 5 minutes, a servant shall deliver the item to your room." After reading it, he turned off his laptop and put it to the side. He stood up and went to the toilet to take care of his bowls. 5 minutes later, a light knock resounded in the room. Felix bolted towards the door, opened it, took the box from the servant who was about to say something, and closed the door on his face while yelling his thanks. The servant could only scratch his cheek at this sight and leave. More deliveries were waiting for him anyway. Meanwhile, Felix sat on his bed while holding a small black box. He crossed his fingers and opened it up gently. A grin crept on his lips as took a small green pebble that had the size of a peanut outside of the box. Without further ado, he requested Asna to try and absorb the poisonous energy of the stone. Asna replied with a gloomy humph but still did as he asked and started absorbing the energy while yawning with a hand covering her mouth. The process didn't even take a part of a second before the stone shattered into small pieces. Delighted and elated, Felix's eyes couldn't help but brighten up at this sight. "How is it, did you succeed? And if you did, why don't I feel anything different? Did you absorb all the energy leaving nothing to me, or what?" Asna got annoyed by his barrage of inquiries and replied with a disdainful sneer. "Stop asking stupid questions, you moron. Do you honestly think that Asna origin of laws can't even absorb this trashy energy? She raised her voice. And how dare you insult me by providing me with this pathetic amount and saying that I took it all? It was not enough to even fill a single body pore. Felix laughed sheepishly as he realized that he acted a little bit too excited, since he also knew that the energy content of a low-grade stone was quite a trash to even humans. Don't even mention Asna. All right, this was merely to test if we could absorb energy without a beast bloodline, and not enhance my poison affinity. He smiled and dusted his hands from the small pieces of the stone. Oh, now that you mentioned poison affinity, I have some bad news to deliver. She covered her mouth to hide that wicked smile behind and explained. My previous estimate on the period needed for enhancement to reach a 100% affinity rating was quite off by a mile, since I used my own race elemental trashy resources to calculate, not your human race elemental stones. Felix's heart sank to the depth of the abyss, as he knew that whatever was about to come was not going to please him at all. Now that I absorbed this shitty stone, I can claim with certainty that to reach 100% rating from 59%, it will take 10 years of absorbing this low-grade energy. Congratulations, sweetie, over this great news. Asna never knew that revenge could be served so fast. Felix's eyes almost rolled back in his head as he leaned on the wall for support. This can't be happening. 10 years to just finish 41%? Then how long it will take to finish other promised elements that I don't even possess? Asna rubbed more salt on his wounds mercilessly. 30 years or more. Felix clutched his heart in pain as he realized he would need to only use high-quality elemental stones and treasures. Things that were either too expensive or simply couldn't be bought by his trashy reputation. My beautiful future has just got bleaker. He cried out in despair with his knees on the ground while staring at the ceiling of his room. He truly began to regret even doing this experiment. They were not lying when they said that ignorance was a bliss. The bottomless pit of his bloodline path was getting deeper and deeper, and if he didn't keep up with it, he would be buried sooner or later. Frustrated, Felix massaged his temples over this sudden headache that threw all his plans down the drain. He assumed before that if bought those low-grade stones with merit points, he could save up his coins as well as enhance his rating until it reached the peak in about 6 months or so. But now everything went to smoke, as he needed a large number of coins if he wanted to obtain higher-grade stones. Although he had solid channels to buy at least medium and high-grade stones, they would still cost him a leg to obtain them in large numbers, since there was always a high demand for them, especially uncommon elements such as poison. Now that he prepared a bloodline for his awakening, he shouldn't be bothered about it for a while. But elemental stones were a must-have resource for everyone due to its versatile effects and benefits it provided, such as recovering lost energy after releasing abilities. Not to mention its uses as a basic material for creating most substances and potions. Of course, those potions and substances only utilized high-grade stones or above. As for mid and below, those were used only by low-leveled bloodliners. This meant that the demand for those stones could never outweigh the supply, and for Felix to secure a stable channel of getting them at first hand, he needed authority and massive capital to support it. The only way to obtain at least one of those was for the investment plan to be carried out no matter what, and also put substantial emphasis on it. Otherwise, he would always keep slaving himself to secure coins for stones, and this was going to definitely delay his bloodline path immensely. A few minutes later, Felix stopped moping over the matter and went to pour himself a glass of water from the kitchen. After drinking the glass of water, he sprinkled some drops on his face and slapped his cheeks lightly. Come on, Felix, this is but a minor setback. Don't let it and that which affect your mentality. Refreshed, he wiped his face and asked Asna, if I brought you middle and high-grade stones, will you be able to calculate the duration needed to reach 100% rating? No matter what stone or treasure you bring, as long as they have elements, I can calculate everything about them, whether the duration or the amount needed. She smiled smugly. All right, let's get it over with now. I don't want any more surprises emerging. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Queen, log me in, please. 16 minutes later, inside a small-sized shop called Fuzziest Stones. Felix sat on a chair, holding a mug of coffee with one hand while talking to a handsome man with a pupilless whitish third eye in the middle of his forehead. Sir Felix, it's not that I don't want to sell you. It's just that the amount you are asking for is way too low. The young man shook his head and explained, our shop does not make those kinds of deals. We only sell 100 medium stones or above, nothing less. Come on, I just want to take 1 medium and high stones home to sample them. If I liked your products, you can expect me to be a loyal customer. With a straight face, Felix asked shamelessly for 2 stones like a beggar. Speechless at Felix's repeated request, the young man face-bombed. Sir, we are not selling wedding cakes here for you to sample. We sell stones that are made naturally under extreme conditions. He joked. So how the hell are you going to sample them when everyone is selling the same type of stones? Undiscouraged by his third refusal, Felix got up from his seat and put his arm around the young man's shoulder. He leaned closer and whispered in his ears, Come on, brother JD. If you did me this favor, I will tell you where to find the shapeshifter penis. He smiled. I know someone who is selling it currently, but I don't guarantee it will remain there forever, so you need to rush. Too bad. His attempt to entice JD backfired, as his hand that was on JD's shoulder was twisted in a different direction. Crack! The sound of bones snapping resonated in the small shop. Before Felix could even yelp at the sudden agony, he got lifted by his collar like a sandbag. How the hell do you know that I have problems down there? JD tightened his grip on Felix's collar and threatened. No one knows this information, so you better speak, little bastard, before I torture you in my basement. Although Felix's legs and broken arm dangled in the air, his expression, on the other hand, was indifferent as ever. He simply eyed the livid JD and bullshitted his way through like always. I didn't know that you had problems down there. I only told you this piece of information, since you are a man, and I know that no matter if a man is healthy or sick, they will desire the shapeshifter penis. A bit embarrassed, JD changed back to his polite businessman's expression, as he put Felix down and fixed his wrinkled collar for him. After he returned Felix to his original state, he rubbed his hands together and coughed. Brother Felix, don't mind me just now, as I always get affected emotionally whenever something related to my manhood is mentioned. No need to say more, brother JD. The less I know about your personal life, the better our business relationship will be. Felix returned to his seat and asked the Queen to heal his arm. It might cost him a quite some, but it was worth it in his eyes. After all, the information he relied on to entice JD was going to get him not just his request but an extra worthwhile trade. That was his real target. He understood clearly that JD was desperate to treat his erectile dysfunction by any means possible, and the shapeshifter penis Felix saw before in Luby's shop was one of the best-known ways to bypass the condition entirely. He would be a fool to not take advantage of JD's scandal in his previous life to his advantage. Now what I want to know is, he took a sip from his coffee mug and smiled. What are you willing to trade for this piece of information? I can accept your request while also adding a 10% discount to 1,000 medium and high stones you buy from my shop. JD didn't waste even a second before giving him the best offer possible to Felix. He could have negotiated for better, but he was in a rush to get the information from Felix, simply because he spent decades trying to locate a potion, substance, medicine, or anything to treat his condition, but to no avail. He was left with only making a plea for the shops to contact him the moment one of those items appeared in their stock. I hope you are satisfied with my price. Satisfied and content, Felix nodded with a smile. It is enough, brother JD, and no need for a contract between this friendship deal. I will gladly make the first move and tell you that what you seek is at Luby Bloodline Shop. He gave a half shrug and added, I have no idea how that bastard obtained it, but I saw it there the last time I went to buy something. Joyful, JD laughed and extended his hand for a handshake. You truly deserve my friendship with your quick thinking. Since we are not doing contract, let's shake hands on it like gentlemen. Just what I prefer, brother JD. Felix shook his hand with a chuckle as well. JD transferred the serial number of the stones to Felix without hesitation and offered, I can take care of the shipping as well if you want. No need, I want to use the wormhole express, he explained, but before doing so I want to add as many items as possible, so I can deliver them all at the same time to lower the costs. Good thinking, brother Felix. He curled his lips in disgust and said, it is always better to ship as much as possible using those blood-sucking worms express. Indeed. Felix put the mug on the table and stood up, planning to leave. He had no reason to remain anymore and delay JD from running his errand. He clearly saw a hint of rush in JD's eyes, but he didn't say anything to not appear disrespectful. So Felix decided not to extend his welcome and bounce. Every favorable action could earn him extra brownies with JD. He knew that this man was one of the few individuals he had to hug their thighs if he wanted a stable platform to get his stones from. All right, I will see myself out. He bowed his head slightly and said, goodbye, brother JD, until we meet again. Goodbye, and my shop will always be open to you. JD said out loud while waving his hand towards Felix's retreating back. The moment Felix closed the door, JD's eyebrows instantly frowned as he tapped on his bracelet, trying to call on Luby. A few seconds later, Luby's voice resounded in the shop. To what do I owe the pleasure? Livid at hearing his nonchalant tone, JD smashed the table into two, like it was made out of moldy wood. Didn't I tell you to inform me the moment you obtain the shapeshifter penis? He roared out loud, almost causing internal bleeding in Luby's ears. So why the hell am I hearing about it from a stranger? He lowered his volume and threatened, explain yourself or you can forget about me recommending your shop to my VIP clients anymore. Sir, JD, it's not that I forgot to tell you, but that another VIP told me to reserve it for him. His voice cracked from fear of losing his VIP clients. He offered triple its price, so I can only sell it to him to not offend him. I don't give a shit if he paid triple, I can pay quadruple, and if you are still indecisive, you can create a small auction between us to bid for it fair and square. He comforted. I doubt that VIP will take it on you for it. All right, that works for me just fine. Luby replied eagerly over the large pie that just fell in his lap. He knew that by informing JD himself, he could have got the same result. However, he still didn't, as he had signed a contract with that VIP forbidding him from mentioning any details about the shapeshifter penis to anyone. But now that JD found out about it from another source unrelated to him, he was more than glad. Heck, he wished he knew the name of that stranger to give him a good kiss on the cheek. Good. Now make it happen ASAP, and call me when you are done. He threatened him openly. I tolerate no games or tricks, so you better not bullshit me with that VIP. Otherwise, you would not like the outcome. Luby did not dare to make a fart after hearing his threat, since he understood that JD had ways to find his real address. You got it, sir. 3 days from now you will hear from me about the date of the auction. JD immediately hanged up after getting the confirmation he wanted. Afterward, he stared at the shop entranced in deep thought. Did he really not know about my secret? Or he found out about it somehow and lied? Whatever it is, this problem of mine will be fixed once and for all. At that point, it won't matter if he lied or not since there will be no issue in the first place. He glanced at his crotch that was lying dormant and unexpectedly put his hands inside his pants. Soon the dragon shall awaken with multiple shapes and forms. He grinned. Beware, ladies, for I am about to come. JD already began counting his eggs before the chicken even laid them. Hopefully, his dream wouldn't get shattered by the other VIP. After all, he might be just as desperate as him. In the family headquarters at the gym, Felix was currently running on the treadmill, wearing tight sportswear and AirPods on his ears. His breath was steady and had only a few sweat drops on his forehead. Running next to him was Olivia, who had the same outfit on. The only difference was that her struggle to finish the run was clearly shown through her heavy breaths. Although a month already passed by, she still wasn't used to running 5 kilometers each day, plus doing other exercises at once. A few minutes later, Felix got off the treadmill and started to stretch on the ground, preparing to do 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups. He felt that 50 for each exercise was just a waste of time for him, as it was not actually helping his body fitness improve at all. So, he doubled the amount on day 3 since the camp started to this point in time. Felix, how do you feel about the pain tolerance that's going to start tomorrow? Olivia stopped the treadmill and sat down next to Felix. Confused, Felix removed the AirPods and asked, "Did you say something, Ollie?" Olivia repeated what she said and added with a hint of fear in her eyes. "Also, do you think they will shock us with electricity to build our tolerance? Or just beat us with sticks as I saw in videos? What's going on that mind of yours to think like that?" He face-bombed and explained, "Did you forget about the UVR? They can simply use the party feature and take all of us inside. Then buy the awakening package from the Queen AI. What does it do? Are we going to practice awakening? Exactly like you said, but with more depth." He pointed at his back and Olivia understood what he meant. She laid her hands on it and began to push him down the floor, helping him stretch. After a couple of pushes, he thanked her and continued his explanation. To awaken in real life, there are only 2 paths. 1. Succeed and emerge as an awakened, or die in your own agony while slowly watching your flesh dissolve. However, in the case of awakening in the UVR, the pain degree can be controlled, and the process can be cancelled whenever things start to get ugly. So this is how it is going to be. Just like a mock exam. She crinkled her eyes and nose and said, "Now my cousins who can't even handle the pain from the practice won't dare to awaken for real. Right, Felix?" Her happiness was understandable, as before 70% of her cousins were destined to die based on what Felix said. But now with this mock practice, she believed that no one would continue on treading this path, knowingly that awakening was impossible. After all, it was only common sense to not risk awakening for real when the mock practice wasn't passed successfully. However, Felix sneered at her naive thoughts. "Stop fooling yourself, Ollie. At this point, no one is going to back out no matter what happened. They will always think that they are the chosen ones destined to awaken. So they will go for it either officially or hidden, even if they couldn't handle 1% pain from the practice. Can't I just inform them that to have better chances, they will need more pain relief bottles?" She murmured with her shoulders sloshed. Felix replied calmly while doing his push-ups. "Be my guest, just don't get your hopes up, since whether you informed them or not, the maximum bottles they can have is still 2. That's only if they were lucky and bought them at the start. So nothing can be done then? I really don't want to see my sisters die." She chewed on her lips and stared at him with watery eyes. Annoyed by her whining, he stopped doing his push-ups and pointed a finger at her head. "Focus on yourself first. I doubt you will be able to awaken with even 20% duration." He scolded her. "So before putting death flags on others, remove the one on your head first." Olivia immediately held her tongue after realizing that Felix was right. Just because she only had a 20% duration, it didn't mean that the pain degree would be lowered. This meant that she was still standing on a thin line, as her pain tolerance was absolutely horrible. So, she stopped worrying about her sisters and focused on finishing the rest of the exercises. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., juniors and the upper echelon of the family all gathered on the 35th floor. "Children, you did well the past month. Some excelled at the training while some performed subpar. But what's important is that all of you took the training seriously and worked hard. So you deserve a round of applause from us elders and your parents." Clap, clap. Applause rained down on the embarrassed juniors immediately after Robert finished saying his piece. The juniors could only scratch their cheeks or avoid looking at their parents' proud expression. They honestly felt like the applause was a tad over the top, as the majority of them actually straight up didn't finish 50% of the exercises each day. In their eyes, the applause was exactly like being cheered on for obtaining a participation reward. Regardless, most of them still had a hint of pleasure at this shower of approval, as the moment Felix went to that island and revived his project, they were getting nothing but punishments and disappointed looks. So, participation reward or not, they would gladly take it with open arms. They were that desperate for a win. "Abraham, why don't you take it from here?" After the applause died down, Robert passed the hot potato of informing them of the next hellish training to Abraham, while sneaking behind the elders with a tired expression. Abraham, who was minding his own business, peacefully turned speechless after seeing Robert's shameless action. "Fucking hell, We should have realized that drawing straws to be the informer was a bad decision when this old fart was playing with us. Irked, Abraham stood up with black lines on his forehead and trod towards the podium to cover for Robert. Reining the drawing straw agreement is really a classic move from Brother Robert. I expected nothing less from such a business genius. Albert mused at Robert, who was being served coffee, with a polite smile. You have successfully passed the first fitness training task. But this was just the easiest one of all the upcoming tasks. So don't get too full of yourself, and keep working diligently. He coughed and said at a faster pace. Now that's out of the way, it's time to start the next task, which is the awakening mock practice, or in other words, the pain tolerance training. To not waste time, we will start right away. He nodded his head at the elders to make a move first. The elders tapped on their bracelet, showing that sentence Felix showed to his cousins before, and stood in front of the 4 lines that were made by the juniors. This task will be carried out inside the UVR, and before you get excited, you should know that you are merely entering the white personal room of the user, not the UVR world itself. So don't get your hopes up. The light that shone in the eyes of the juniors was extinguished as fast as it appeared. Uncaring about their disappointment, Abraham began explaining how the party feature of the AP bracelet worked. His explanation was almost exactly as Felix's, quick and straight to the point. The juniors began doing exactly as he said, by memorizing the sentence and lying on the ground after. Begin the process. As soon as they heard Abraham's thunderous declaration, the elders started touching the juniors' foreheads. A couple of minutes later, the last junior closed his eyes and stopped moving just like the rest. Inside the white room of Elder Charlotte, Felix leaned on the wall and yawned in utter boredom at Charlotte's detailed illustration of how the awakening mock practice was going to be. It turned out that Abraham didn't explain the process, as he planned for the elders to do so inside their rooms. All right, I think everyone has some idea of how the integration process is going to be now. She clapped her hands to wake up Felix, who was dozing off, and asked, "Who wants to go first for a quick demonstration?" However, the juniors acted deaf at her question, as each of them avoided eye contact with her. Felix chuckled softly at this sight, as it reminded him of the time he was acting in the classroom after the teacher asked a question. Meanwhile, Charlotte didn't find this sight funny at all. Since the last thing she wanted was cowards on the group she was responsible over for the next month. Kids, the pain is going to be set at 5% of the real thing. So if you don't have the guts to practice the awakening, do us all a favor and just back off from now to save us resources and time. Okay? Her taunt bore fruits, as the juniors, who were all hesitant to be the first to go, all started raising their hands and voices to be picked after being looked down upon like this. Pleased, Charlotte pointed at one randomly and informed him, "Prepare your mentality and relax your body. The moment I push the injection needle that is filled with 1% beast's bloodline in your heart, the process will begin." The junior couldn't help but sweat buckets from his body pores, as his eyes landed on that long needle that was about to penetrate his heart. He wiped his sweaty palms with his sleeves and calmed his heartbeats a bit. Regardless of his fear, he understood clearly that he couldn't back down from this demonstration. After all, if he was terrified of even a needle, there was no need to bother continuing treading on this path, since those needles were going to be needed in each integration. So, he could only gulp a mouthful and nod at Charlotte to begin the process. Without further ado, Charlotte pushed the long needle deep in his heart and injected all of its content directly inside. The junior felt a momentary pain from the penetration, almost causing him to yelp out loud. But that was it. The bloodline that was injected in his heart did nothing but spread apart and travel through his bloodstream, reaching every nook and cranny of the body without harming him at all. Just like a peaceful guest coming to visit. Minutes slowly passed, and still nothing happened. The juniors watched in bewilderment at their cousin, who had his eyebrows frowned in worry and confusion, just as he wanted to open his mouth to ask the elder what was going on. Wah! An ear-piercing shriek escaped from his mouth, scaring the shit out of everyone near him. No one expected such a high-pitched scream to come out of a rough-looking young man like him. Speechless, Felix glanced at his cousin, who was wailing with tears and snort in his face, while flaying his limbs around, like a fish captured in a net. If this is how you act when dealing with only 5%, are you going to levitate in the air when you take 100%? He covered his eyes at this embarrassing sight, not wanting to see anymore. If everyone is like him, then we will lose at least 80% of our juniors in the process. Meanwhile, Charlotte's eyes were emitting waves of despair at this sight. She was truly about to lose faith in those juniors if everyone's pain tolerance was the same as him. I hope others perform better. Otherwise, by the time they try to awaken for real, only dead bodies will welcome us. Hopeful, she switched her sight from the junior who passed out due to pain, marking the failure of the process, to the rest, who had horror clouding their faces. They knew that fainting meant instant death, so for their cousin to actually fail awakening from just 5% of the pain, they couldn't help but feel a sudden chill at the thought of awakening for real with 100%. It was only now that the true face of awakening was shown to them in all of its glory and obscurity that the World Council was hiding from them. Drag him to the side and sit down. Charlotte didn't wait for them to break into chatter after that sight. She had no plans to alleviate their worry and fear, as their stay inside her room was limited to 4 hours. Thus she had to make the best of it. We have no time to waste by going one by one, so you will all start at the same time. She saw that her order wasn't taken into consideration, as each junior had their eyes either fixed on their cousin who was twitching from time to time, or at their toes counting how many they have. Irritated, she frowned her eyebrows and decided to at least motivate them. Otherwise, their anxiety would affect their awakening process. We will start with 5% and 10 minutes, and if you fainted during it, it means you are out. She extended her hand widespread, showing 5 fingers and added, but if you manage to stay awake until the duration passed, you will be rewarded with 500 merits. Understood. Understood, they replied with a little bit of vigor, but their nervous expression did not change much. After all, no amount of merit could encourage them to look lightly at the integration process, following the horrifying scene they just regarded. Felix sat down first in a meditation position and waited for Charlotte to make a move. His cousins soon did the same, while looking at the long needles, hovering near their hearts. Gulping noises resounded in the room. Each time the piercing tips of those needles gleamed under the light. Suddenly, one of the females couldn't handle the view anymore and fainted with eyes rolled at the back of her head. Thud! The moment the body hit the ground, everyone stared at her speechlessly, not knowing why the hell was she here when she had trypanophobia. Helpless, Charlotte rubbed her eyelids and kicked her outside of the UVR. After all, she was not qualified to awaken if she couldn't even handle the image of a needle, nonetheless penetrating her heart with it. She would probably get a heart attack immediately if that happened. Trypanophobia was not a condition to be taken lightly. Queen AI, carry on please. Charlotte requested politely for the Queen to handle the process. As expected from the Queen, her ways were always efficient and quick, as she didn't give anyone a chance to overthink before she penetrated their hearts. A few minutes later, a symphony of high-pitched shrieks marked the beginning of the awakening process. Meanwhile, Felix sat composedly with his eyes closed, without moving an inch or letting a single fart. In his eyes, this pain compared to the experiences and hardships he went through in his previous life was merely a joke. No one could understand the tortures he had to face in his path before becoming a third-stage bloodliner. So he took it like a champ, a clear contrast to the rest who were threshing and twitching around, like fish on land. As always, the only reliable junior in the family is Felix. Charlotte smiled pleasantly at the sight of Felix sitting like a stone statue. She then glanced at the others who either fainted on the floor with foam on their mouths or still wailing like pigs getting slaughtered. This is going to be a long month, she sighed. 10 minutes quickly passed by. But, for those who still did not faint, it felt like 10 years. The moment the last second ticked by, the pain instantly vanished, leaving them feeling empty inside, like everything was merely a dream. All right, from the 9 of you, 3 has passed successfully, while the others failed miserably. Composed, Charlotte informed them of their results. However, only Felix was actually listening to her fully, as the others just kept staring at the ceiling absent-mindedly. Charlotte, unbothered by their lackluster response, kept on going. For those who passed, they can either choose to repeat the same practice with others who failed, or upgrade the pain percentage and duration. Can I upgrade my practice to reach half the power of the real awakening? Suddenly the cousins who were playing dead were shaken out of their daze forcefully by Felix's bold and insane request. They didn't dare to believe that he had actually asked to upgrade from 5% and 10 minutes to 50% and 15 minutes. Such a large upgrade was simply what a masochist would ask for. On the other hand, Charlotte's eyes gleamed with delight at his request. Her cold, unmoving lips couldn't help but widen a bit. Yet, what came out of her mouth was the total opposite of her creepy expression. "Are you sure, Felix? You should know that there is no need for a rush, since you guys still have a whole month to get used to the process," she asked with good intentions. "Yes, Elder, I am positive." He suddenly paused and added with a long exhale, "I believe that even though the training plan you made for us is good, it will not be enough to handle the awakening 1 month later." He suggested with a polite smile, "In my humble opinion, it is much better if we used half the power to practice each day during those 25 days. And during the remaining 5 days, we try to awaken for real with 100%. This method was quite deadly, as many juniors wouldn't be able to handle the agony and keep constantly fainting until they either give up on awakening once for all or preserve until the real awakening day. At that point, those who stuck with the constant torture would have higher chances of succeeding for real, since the pain duration would actually get reduced by the potions. I hope you take my opinion into consideration, as this babysitting plan of yours is truly not going to achieve much, but provide us with fake hope that we can awaken." He gave a half shrug and added, "But in reality, we will just end up dying in our pool of blood." Felix knew that it was out of his character to go beyond his way and help others. However, Olivia's sorrowful expression on the treadmill popped out in his mind just before he wanted to stop speaking. In the end, he decided to give them that freebie due to her. If the elders considered his advice, they should have at least 40% of juniors succeed. Yet, the best part of his plan wasn't even that, but the fact that the rest who never had chances to awaken in the first place was going to be slapped by the reality that fate had other plans for them than to be part of the awakened race. At that point, giving up was certain, and the moment they do so, the elders were going to retrieve their bloodline's bottles, since they couldn't waste resources on commoners. Well, I have nothing much to lose if I saved the future lives of those morons. They might actually feel like they owe me a favor, Felix mused in his mind after saying his piece. Charlotte's eyes were on the verge of spewing beams of light each time she heard his voice, like angels singing heavenly music in her ears. Felix recoiled a bit at the creepy way she kept looking at him. But soon his tense shoulders eased up as he heard her say, "What you said is exactly what I had on my mind, and I even shared this plan to the elders and parents." She scoffed. But the majority refused, as they believed that it was too much for them to handle at the very beginning. So I could only follow their decision and use this childish plan of upgrading the pain slowly. She sighed in dejection. However, that expression didn't even stick for 1 second before it got replaced by a devilish glint that sent cold shivers on everyone's back. "But now that you suggested it, and with me supporting it, they will have no choice but to follow our plan." She chuckled and said, "Otherwise their face will be slapped after they see you practicing with 50% while their children with 5%. Elder Charlotte, we are only thinking about their safety, nothing more. If not, we would have never mentioned it." Felix rubbed his hands and grinned as well. Charlotte laughed sadistically for the first time while staring at the juniors who were shivering on the floor in fear from the voices of this evil do. Dear Felix, the first share the same view as you. This is all for them. Too bad no one appreciates our goodwill." Indeed, both of them shared eye contact and licked their lips as they stared at those juniors, like sheep waiting for slaughter. 3 hours later, back in reality, every junior woke up with a pool of sweat underneath them. They rubbed their bloodshot eyes and sighed in relief after finishing today's practice. It was truly a hell on earth. Meanwhile, in front of Charlotte, 8 juniors opened their gray, dead eyes with numb expressions, like they just got out of a 3 hours torture. Sadly, that was exactly what happened inside Charlotte's room. After Felix gritted his teeth and took half the power of awakening without letting even a squeal, his cousins underestimated the pain greatly. After all, if Felix didn't even scream, the pain mustn't be that bad, right? Wrong. Their naive thoughts caused them to faint instantly the moment the process began. They didn't even last for 3 seconds before foam came out of their mouths like they were shocked by electricity. What's even worse was the fact that they had to wake up and start all over again. This continued for 3 hours straight until they returned from the UVR with this shape. If it wasn't for few breaks here and there inside the room, their brains might have short circuits. The elders and seniors began to notice the weirdness of Charlotte's group, since the other groups were either sweating or in worse cases trembling. Meanwhile, Charlotte group appeared like a pack of zombies not responding to anything. Only Felix had a normal expression on his face as he conversed softly with Charlotte and laughing from time to time. What's happened inside? Is the batch you took that bad to not even handle 5% pain for 10 minutes or what? Abraham approached them with a confused expression. Oh, not that. Charlotte shook her head and answered casually. I just used the plan I proposed the last time, but got turned down by you softies, that's all. Abraham and the senior's expression instantly turned dark after hearing her reason. What the hell, Elder Charlotte? You have no right to do that to my child. Even if you are an elder, you should still follow the rules of the family and abide by them. Otherwise, you will be removed from your position. A fuming mother pointed her shaky finger at her. Other parents all started shouting out loud in support of the mother's claim. Their fury was understandable, as every one of those 8 juniors kept looking at the ceiling or the ground absent-mindedly while chuckling like retards from time to time. Charlotte didn't bat an eyelid at their tantrum. She just crossed her arms above her chest and said in utter contempt, "First of all, I only followed my plan after Felix suggested the same thing to me as well." She smiled in his direction. He, like a true man, just gritted his teeth and didn't let a single yelp after taking 50% of awakening pain for over 15 minutes. She refocused on the parents and asked, "So tell me, if he can do that, why can't your wastrels do the same? Is he made of metal or his pain sensors are dead?" "No. It is simply because he can take hardship while they can't." She insulted their children in front of their faces, not caring about holding back. Felix neither blushed nor flushed. He simply kept blinking at Charlotte with expectation for more compliments. Charlotte chuckled at the sight of his shameless begging for flattery, but she had to disappoint him by continuing to address the parents' fury. "I will tell you right now that I will hold no responsibility after your kids die during the awakening, due to your soft approach inside the UVR, where they can't even die." She turned around, planning to return to her room. However, her calm voice kept ringing in the ears of everyone. "You can either break them during the awakening mock practice or give them false hope that awakening was achievable by your mild approach. It's up to you, not me." The parents weren't able to say anything, as she left them stranded in the middle of the argument like this. Actually, even if she stayed, they didn't have any solid counter-argument to add on. Especially when Felix whipped out his phone and started playing in a game like he never entered the UVR with their children. In the end, they didn't want to embarrass themselves any further, so they just let it go and stopped mentioning this issue anymore. After all, it wasn't like their kids were dead or anything. Abraham decided to intervene at this point to change the subject by asking Felix with a hint of disbelief in his tone, "Did she say the truth? You managed to handle 50% without issues." It was nothing much, to be honest. He lifted his head from the phone and smiled. "I believe that my cousins can handle it as well if they got exposed to that pain. Some of them might only need 3 times while some will need more. But in the end, I trust in their tolerance to help them pass through it successfully. You just need to give them a chance. Am I right, guys?" He spread his hands with a sincere smile as he looked at his cousins. In the eyes of the elders and seniors, he really resembled an Angle who had his cousin's well-being set as a priority. However, the juniors only saw the devil in that form, trying to drag them to hell with him. But they could do nothing about it and just get dragged with a smile on their faces. "He is right. We want to change the plan as well and start training the same way as he does. He is no better than us. If he could do it, we can achieve it as well. We just need a little bit more time than him, that's all. A short red-haired cousin trembled. Each time a boastful sentence came out of his stiff lips. In the end, he couldn't handle saying more and passed the ball to his cousins. Right, guys? The rest had no one to save them from this shit hole that Felix threw them in. They understood that only by accepting his flattery would they save face for their parents. Thus, the poor lads could only support their cousin with fake bravado. Indeed, 5% was nothing. I didn't even faint. Even though I passed out, I firmly believe that I will not faint next time during 50%. Honestly, I was planning to ask for a 50% upgrade as well, but I thought it was too high profile. Nonchalant, a young man said with his head lowered, too engrossed in cleaning his glasses with his t-shirt. Fuck. Why don't you say that while lifting your head, James? I dare you. Imagine fainting at 5%, yet daring to say such bullshit. You really love slapping your parents' faces, don't you, James? Enough insulting him, guys. He passed out over 30 times during the past 4 hours in my group. Sarah whirled her finger at her temple and said, so I believe that really messed up his head. Damn, 30 times in 4 hours? He must have broken some world record with that. Meanwhile, I only fainted 15 times. At least you passed out 15 times. A cousin sighed in dejection. I only fainted 4 times before managing to handle the pain. Me only 3 times. I believe if I had time, I could have reached 9. Noah. The elders and the parents all turned speechless after hearing them humble brag about the number of times they fainted. They expected them to live up to Felix's challenge and accept the same method he used. But why the hell did it turn into a competition between them over the amount of fainting? Have they finally realized that competing with Felix is meaningless and it's better to just contend with each other? I think they need another confidence boost. Worried about this messed up sight, Abraham pondered with narrowed eyes at the family's future leaders, laughing and flattering each other's fainting number like morons. Suddenly he saw them lifting the arrogant James and throwing him in the air while chanting his name out loud. What the fuck, rascals? He slapped the podium with his palm and scolded. You still dare to celebrate after your trashy performance? You really are getting bolder by the day. Elder. Someone made an online search and found out that James truly broke the world record of fainting in a short amount. Kenny, who stood silently throughout the entire farce, made his entrance with a polite smile. So they wanted to celebrate this achievement. Midair, James removed his glasses and lowered his head to clean them. Elder, you told us that we need to find something unique that sets us apart from the rest. He smirked arrogantly. Well, I found my talent in this life, and that is being the best at fainting worldwide. Heh, I can already see myself making tours around the world, showcasing everyone my gift. This is my path in my life, and I am glad I found it this early. The juniors couldn't help but put him on the floor and distance themselves from him after hearing his retarded dream. They truly began to believe that he had a screw loose after fainting that many times continuously. Unbothered by the dumbstruck and worried gazes everyone was giving him, James wore his glasses back on and left the floor with that confident smirk still planted on his face. He was truly not bullshitting them. Meanwhile, Felix had absolutely no idea what was happening around him. Since the moment he answered Abraham, he wore his AirPods and focused on playing his league match under the curses of his teammates for going AFK. Furious elders, embarrassed parents, humble bragging juniors, Felix playing on his phone, and finally James, who walked out of the floor arrogantly to pursue his dream. This gathering could not get any weirder. So the elders just excused everyone and ended the assembly early, on this uncanny note. Indifferent, Felix threw his broken phone in the garbage bin immediately after entering his room. The toxicity of League's community was truly one of the deadliest poisons in the universe. Without further ado, he went to the bathroom first, planning to take a quick shower, so he could make a phone call to the Wormhole Express after. It turned out, the lady boss already contacted him earlier this morning to inform him about the shipment arrival in her shop. That meant he finally could use the serial codes of the pain relief potions without a problem. He was simply waiting for them so he could make one delivery that includes everything he bought in the UVR all at once. 10 minutes later, he sat on the couch wearing only a bathroom robe on. He was obviously impatient to not even dress up first, before making the call. Fuck me. I don't remember their phone number. Annoyed, he asked for the all-knowing queen to give it to him. Suddenly, a long list of phone numbers was displayed before him, each for a different race. His eyebrows twitched, as he forgot to mention that he wanted the human branch one. Sorry, can I have the one for humans? As you wish, Sir Felix. The queen left only one number on the long list and even highlighted it with green light, so he wouldn't miss it. Felix smiled and thanked her. Although Felix could simply just order her around and she would obey since she was merely a basic version of the real queen. He still felt that it was improper, as she was always nice to him, especially in his lowest during his previous life. So, he always treated her like a real person and only made requests, not orders. Ring, ring, ring. Clack. Hello, this is Wormhole Express Human Branch. How can I help you? A warm, enthusiastic female voice resonated in the room. Hello, this is Felix Maxwell, from planet Earth that exists on the borders of the Alexander's Kingdom. I called your company to ask for a few items I purchased in the UVR to be delivered. Felix gave a professional straight-to-point response. We are happy to do business with you, sir. I just need your AP bracelet ID number first to obtain your personal details. She paused and requested, Can I have your permission to do so? Of course, be my guest. A few moments later, she informed him, All right, we have your planet coordinates as well as your home address. Do you want us to deliver your items to your current address? Or you want to change it? Leave it be. I want my stuff to arrive here. He replied. Good. Now that we got that out of the way, I need to ask if you have the serial codes of the purchased products, or they are still in the seller's hands? Without answering, Felix swiped his finger left on the hologram and sent all of his items' serial codes, from potions to stones. Pleased by his cooperation, her voice got a bit warmer. Finally, we need to discuss the delivery method and their prices. If you are not familiar with them, I can explain in detail each one benefits and their required payment. No need. I want to choose the basic 7 days delivery plan. Felix didn't bother hearing her explanation of those VIP methods that he couldn't afford even with his current capital. As you wish, sir. Based on the current number of items you provided us, the delivery price shall be 550.500 SC. Do you give me permission to deduct it from your bank account? She requested with a tone lacking in the previous warmness. It seemed that she wasn't pleased by his commoner choice. Go ahead. Composed, he gave her his permission. Yet, his hand that was clutching his chest in pain said otherwise. Fucking blood-sucking wormpires. Asking for $500,000 to deliver 30 items or less. Peep! His bracelet vibrated slightly, entailing that the payment had been successfully transferred. It was a great pleasure dealing business with you, sir. I hope you have a nice day. Goodbye. She instantly hanged up after getting the money, not waiting a single second to hear his response. Felix wasn't mad even a bit at her disrespectful way of treating him. He understood that every basic customer like him was treated like this by every company. Whether in the UVR or the universe. You only get shown respect when you slap them with your massive Donger bank account. He stood up from the couch and went to order lunch. Yet his thoughts were on a completely different matter. His mind was trying its best to find a way that could help him avoid his family after he awakened 7 days later. He never planned to wait until the end of the month and do it with his cousins, as the faster he awakened the earlier he would reach greater purity in his integration and began his climbing journey on the SG individual ranking ladder. If he went and did so, he must hide thoroughly, since it was quite impolite to awaken without informing the elders and his grandfather after all the care they showed him. The way of hiding himself was what annoyed him the most. He simply couldn't disappear for 23 or 24 days straight. The elders weren't fools to not figure out that he was hiding from them. Fuck it. I will show my best form during those 7 days, and pretend that I was sick after. As long as I don't obtain a high-profile mutations, I should be safe. Felix stopped bothering too much about it and just decided to go with the cheesiest trick in the book. As his thoughts became clear, he remembered his free-loading tenet. Asno, where did you go again? I thought you had nothing to watch. So why didn't I hear anything from you the entire day? A few minutes later, no response came through. He repeatedly called, yet still nothing. This time he wasn't mad at her lackluster response, as he figured out pretty quick that she was probably asleep. His guess was right, as Asna was really sleeping peacefully on a mist-made bed, with dark eyes from mental exhaustion. It was only a natural result after she spent 6 months binge-watching movies and series without a pause. No matter if her body needed sleep or not, the consciousness always needed a break from time to time. Otherwise, she would turn insane. Sleep was truly a gift one should treasure dearly, as some people couldn't even enjoy such a basic human need. Eager and quite impatient, Felix roamed around the living room with his hands folded behind his back. He couldn't sit still for even a second, as his items were about to arrive in a couple of seconds. A week had already passed by in the blink of an eye. Felix already stopped going to the awakening mock practice after successfully enduring 100% for over 20 minutes continuously. His results showcased that he was absolutely ready to awaken for real. Thus, there was no point in torturing himself with the rest. Meanwhile, the same couldn't be said about his cousins, as they weren't able to even endure the basic 50% for 5 minutes before passing out. This constant daily torture forced 10 juniors to quit the training camp and return their bloodlines bottles to the family. The only one who performed only below Felix was Noah, as he managed to endure 50% for 20 minutes. However, the process wasn't smooth or pretty like Felix's. In fact, by the end of the duration, he flat out fainted for 12 hours straight. The sight scared the elders out of their wits, as they believed that his brain must have been damaged in some way or form. Thankfully, his cold personality was still the same after he woke up. However, the situation he caused managed to raise some warning flags on the elders' heads. They realized that it was a bit too much for the juniors to get tortured like that every single day without a break. So, they changed the schedule from 7 days of practice to only 4 days. What's going on? Am I really unlucky to get an amateur wormpire? Or something happened during the delivery? Irritated and somewhat confused, Felix scratched his cheek and glanced again at his bracelet. It turned out, his delivery was delayed by a whopping 2 hours, which was honestly unacceptable behavior. Felix didn't pay $500,000 to be treated like this. It was one thing to get hanged up on his face by their customer service, but another to have his delivery messed up like this. You asked for this. Finally, he wasn't able to handle it anymore and decided to rant on their customer service about this shitty way of treating their customers. However, just as he tried to dial their phone number, his finger froze in its place. Took you long enough. Felix's eyes brightened up at the sight of wind rushing from the windows furiously towards the center of his living room. Yet, the weird part was that not a single object or furniture got displaced. It was like the space in the room froze everything inside, even Felix's body. A few seconds later, a small crack emerged midair in the exact spot where the wind was rushing before. Bewildered and speechless, Felix sized up the small crack that was forcefully getting stretched by a fat blue-scaled worm that kept wriggling its body to enter the room, but to no avail. After a few more attempts, it gave up and just remained stuck in the spatial crack with half of its body dangled, almost touching the ground. Hello, is anyone there? The space receptors of the blue worm kept flickering around, trying to sense any life-form presence. Suddenly, it paused its actions after noticing Felix sitting on the couch. Cough, I could use some help, sir. It lifted one receptor and pointed at Felix. I doubt that you want to sleep while looking at a fat worm stuck in your room. Don't you, kind sir? Although its way of asking was polite, Felix was still as unresponsive as ever. He simply kept staring at this human-sized worm with a deadpan expression. Should I take a video of this humiliating failed delivery and blackmail the company? Felix was beyond livid after seeing the unprofessional farce in front of him. He truly felt like he was cheated out of $500,000. However, his rationality retook control and shook his head to remove that stupid idea from his mind. No, thank you. I still want my life. It was never a good option to offend the delivery companies that had his own private information, as they could easily know his hidden persona in the UVR, based on the items he bought. Even though they were heavily restricted by the SGA laws to not spread his information online, they could always find a way to mistakenly give it to others. Hell, even on Earth, massive companies were selling data of their users to each other on a daily basis. Don't even mention those greedy delivery companies. This was the reason he chose the Wormhole Express company in the first place, as he knew that it was one of the best delivery companies in the universe that took pride in three things: fast delivery, secure information, and professional service. But if he blackmailed them, he would have left them with no choice but to drop all pretense and annihilate him. Hello. I know you can hear me. I am talking straight in your mind. The fatty worm kept yapping constantly in his mind, not letting him a single moment to think. Although I can't blackmail the company, this annoying fatty is another matter. Felix licked his lips and approached the spatial crack, unworried about being affected by it. After all, the space worm race had complete control over the element of space. Thus, as long as the fatty was near him, the crack couldn't devour him and his room. Stop drooling on my carpet, fatty, lest I put a lamp close to your skin. He threatened the blue worm immediately after seeing his acidic drool ruining the carpet. Fatty, who was about to open his mouth to thank Felix, shivered at his threat and closed its tiny mouth shut. Satisfied by his submissiveness, he patted his head like a pet. Before Fatty could sound his displeasure at this downgrading treatment, Felix grabbed his receptors and brought it close to his face. Now, you little shit. I am extremely pissed that the company sent an amateur like you, instead of a professional. He extended 3 fingers near his receptors and admonished him. First, you were late by 2 hours. Second, you got stuck inside your own spatial hole, like a moron. And finally, you begged your customer for assistance. You literally broke 2 of your company's main pillars on one delivery. The fatty couldn't even argue back, as everything Felix said was correct. He knew that he messed up this delivery pretty badly. So, he kept his silence obediently, not daring to anger him any further. In his mind, he just needed to listen to Felix's rant for a while and everything should be back on track. Unfortunately, Felix's rant was merely the beginning of his nightmare. If it was another customer, they won't hesitate to report your performance to your supervisor. But luckily, you met me. Felix let go of his receptors and smiled. An easygoing person who let bygones be bygones. But you are still required to give some compensation over the damages you caused me. The fatty wasn't an idiot to not realize that his fate was in the hands of Felix's. But to get blackmailed like this still left a sour taste in his mouth. What do you mean I caused you damages? He scoffed and said, besides some burnt marks in your carpet, I broke nothing else. So I can gladly pay its damage if you willed me to. How about 600 SC for a new carpet? Quite a generous price, don't you think? He offered with a hint of mockery in his tone. Unbothered by his hidden insults, Felix brought a chair near the crack and sat on it, backward. Who said anything about physical damages? What I meant is the harm you caused to my mental health. His shoulders slumped down as he continued lying through his teeth. You had no idea that I planned to awaken today. I was just waiting for my items to arrive to start the process. But now, after this farce, and especially seeing your ugly face stuck in my room like this, how am I supposed to awaken? You ruined my mental preparation for awakening that took me years of effort to build. But now I don't know when I am going to build it again or how long it will take. And this is all because of you little shit. He pointed his finger at him and asked, so tell me, how are you going to compensate me? The fatty worm realized that he had no way out from this shithole but to pay a heavy bribe to shush Felix. Otherwise, his job as a delivery worm was over. He would rather pay him than lose his job. As in his race culture, being a lazy unemployed worm meant only one thing, that was getting isolated by everyone until he commits a star suicide. So, he could only sigh at his dog shit luck and inform Felix of his bribe. I will give you my spatial holding chip. It's the only valuable thing I have in my possession. Just get me out of here. My skin is getting rough from this long sunlight exposure. He shuddered and said, My wife will beat me up if she saw it. Amused, Felix chuckled slightly at the fatty worm, who was trying desperately to hide from the sunlight. Those space worms weren't being nicknamed as wormpires for no reason. In fact, if it wasn't for the many similarities between them and the vampire race, no one would have mentioned it in the first place. However, Felix still didn't give him a hand. He just grinned wickedly and watched him squirm around in anguish. The bastard truly deserved it, as he tried to fool him by saying that the spatial card was the only valuable thing in his possession. Maybe, if others who lacked knowledge would dance in joy after getting the card. But to Felix it meant nothing since he could simply buy it from the UVR. What he truly wanted from the worm was actually him. I will take the card in compensation for the physical damages you caused to my carpet that was gifted by my late parents. The only gift they left me after passing away. God bless their souls. Felix kissed 2 fingers and pointed them in the air with a mournful expression. He truly had zero shame to use his dead parents as a source of blackmail. But honestly, with his parents' personality, they pretty much would have expected nothing less from him. Stop being so shameless. Who would believe that this trashy carpet is a gift by someone? The fatty finally couldn't handle it and snapped at him. I refuse to accept such blatant blackmail. Take it back and apologize to my parents. Otherwise, forget about reporting you to the company. I will report you to your own worm tribe for humiliating my family like this. Felix crossed his arms over his chest and added with a bone-chilling tone, I have everything recorded. Frightened and quite spooked, the fatty's receptors immediately withdrew inside his scales after realizing that Felix even knew how to report to his tribe. If Felix did as he said, the fatty losing his job would be the least of his concerns, as he would get disowned by his parents and exiled from the tribe, since family was a sacred and glorified based on their tribal worm race culture. It should never be dishonored by anyone, otherwise exile awaits the offender. Who the fuck is he? I thought this planet should be filled with uneducated country bumpkins. So why the hell does he knows my race traditions? His mind was in an utter mess, not able to comprehend who the fuck he was dealing with. So are you going to agree to my physical compensation or not? Felix knocked on his head to force his receptors out. A few moments later, the fatty nodded silently, not wanting to speak anymore. God knows if that prick was going to put him in another trap by twisting his words. Satisfied, Felix patted his head again. Good boy. Now moving on to my mental damages that your reckless actions caused. He smiled warmly and said, I simply demand an easygoing request that you can fulfill without losing anything. The fatty flinched at his warm tone, as he expected from this demon nothing less but to get ripped off heavily. Alas, Felix's request turned even worse than what he expected. I want to obtain your lifelong free delivery contract. Felix's grin widened, as he laid out an ultimatum that shattered Fatty's wishes of Felix going easy on him. Give me a fucking way out, you heartless devil. He broke out of his silence with a deafening roar. How dare you ask for my contract that can be used for my protection? Stop acting as I abused you. My request is quite fair if you think about it. Felix cleared his ear nonchalant and clarified. Since if I reported you to your supervisor, you will definitely lose your job. Hence, the contract that you are protecting now will be taken as well. So in my opinion, you only have one option, and that is to accept my deal and keep your job. At least your wife won't starve. He suggested, smiling. If Fatty had eyes, he would have already started sobbing over being exploited in this inhuman manner. He was just a simple, honest working worm. What did he do to deserve this heartless treatment? Too bad. No one was here to rescue him from Felix's clutches. Thus the only thing he could do was curse to vent some of his aggrievedness. You are the real wormpire. You blood-sucking monster. I curse you to die at your awakening. I will never deal with your race anymore. Felix's thick skin blocked all of his curses easily. You can curse me for eternity. I don't give a crap. He stood up from his chair and extended his palm under the worm mouth. The only thing you need to do now is to stop wasting my time and give me the contract to sign. Fatty mumbled a few extra curses under his breath, then opened his mouth unwillingly, showing a set of razor-sharp teeth and a black hole that kept whirling in his throat continuously. Without warning, he spat an AP bracelet with some drops of acidic saliva on it. Felix swiftly retracted his palm, dodging those drops reflexively. Smack! Livid at this messed up the attempt to harm him, Felix smacked the fatty right in his shiny head. He knew that Fatty did it on purpose, as an act of revenge. After all, the black hole in his throat led to a clean, oversized dimension inside his body, where all of his shipments were being stocked. There was absolutely no way for the items inside to get tainted in any way or form. Otherwise, the worm race wouldn't have become the best in this delivery industry. You little prick. You better ask the Queen to show me the contract SAP. Felix cleaned Fatty's AP bracelet from those drops and put it on the chair. Then, unexpectedly, he went to pull the curtains of every window in his room. Close them off, you demon! My skin is cracking! Fatty wailed in anguish after getting exposed to a heavy dose of sunlight. He wasn't lying, though, as his smooth, moist scales were showing signs of getting dry up. Contract! Felix merely crossed his arms next to the window and observed him getting tortured like this. His personality might appear shameless and playful in front of his close relatives and friends, but deep inside he was as psycho as Asna. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to blow his soul up before. Something only insane individuals would attempt to do. Queen, please present him my lifelong free delivery contract to sign. Unwilling, Fatty cried out loud. Sir Badadai, I can clearly see that you are being blackmailed. Should I activate the protection protocol and inform your emergency contact? Queen AI suggested with good intentions. However, Badadai refused the protocol and rushed her. No, just do as I say fast. If a word gets out of what happened here, my life is going to be over. So just go ahead and give him the damned contract to sign. As you wish, Sir Badadai. Suddenly, an aqua holographic contract hovered above the chair. Felix smiled and closed off the window's curtains. That wasn't so bad, right? He smiled warmly as he approached the sulky worm. Choke on my spit. Unperturbed, Felix ignored him and focused on the conditions and terms of the contract, reading them with his eyes. A few moments later, he grinned gleefully as he spotted the two conditions he heard about in his previous life. Term 4.5. The delivery must reach within a minimum period of 3 days and always takes priority. Term 6.3. All items delivered will be free of charge, no matter the weight or the amount. This condition doesn't include paying for empire-wide/universal-wide customs taxes. No wonder he fought tooth and nail to force the fatty to give him this contract. Just those two terms alone were enough to make his life much easier. Don't even mention the rest of the terms. Delighted, his grin kept getting wider and wider as he continued to scroll down the page. Suddenly, his grin stiffened after he noticed a condition he never heard about before. The signatory must provide absolute safety to the contract provider from hunter's aggression. Failing to abide by this term will result in paying a fine of 20 billion SC. His loud voice kept getting softer and softer each time he read a word. By the time he reached the whopping 20 billion fine, his voice resembled a mosquito buzzing sound. Silence abruptly engulfed the room, as Felix was lost for words at the mere sight of such a dastardly condition. Only now did he realize that his information on the lifelong contract was utter garbage. He couldn't believe that he actually wasted coins to buy false intel like this. In his previous life, he was interested in getting contracted by a delivery worm after becoming a third-stage bloodliner, so he wouldn't bother about paying constantly the heavy shipment prices. However, the intel about the conditions of the contract was heavily protected by the wormhole company. Thus, Felix had to buy it in the UVR from intel gatherers. However, the fucker who sold it to him explicitly said that the only downside about the contract was the need for Party B to help Party A to get more clients for their delivery job. Felix at that point easily believed in him, since he knew that the Wormhole Express company rewarded resources to their junior delivery worms, based on the number of deliveries achieved in a year. It was common knowledge in the UVR But in reality, he actually needed to provide 24/7 security for Badadai, protecting him at all costs. That was clearly an impossible task for him. Hell, Felix wasn't confident that he could protect himself, don't even mention others. What's the meaning of this 20 billion SC? Felix frowned his eyebrows and said, I don't think your life is worth even a couple of millions. This is what you get from asking something you can't afford, you poor pepper. Badadai didn't hold back in his belittling at all as he added, I never seen before a thick-skinned commoner like you who lusts over free delivers from my race. Something we only do to strong and rich individuals who could afford to protect us from hunters. I see. Felix nodded his head a few times in understanding, totally ignoring Badadai's belittling. He quickly figured out the real reason why those contracts even existed in the first place, based on Badadai's words and the public knowledge he had. The worm race was one of the best, if not the best space elemental controllers in the universe. They could create wormholes, free space, create dimensions, and even had a hand on creating the spatial card. However, their strength was abysmal compared to other races. Heck, even humans' bloodliners could flatten them easily if they managed to capture them. That created a race that had amazing utility abilities but trashy combat prowess. This meant they were juicy targets to hunters from all different races. Whether to be enslaved in secret and be used to privately open up wormholes or just harvest their body parts for potions and substance creations. What was messed up about this was the fact that hunters never targeted space worms seniors, as they knew that it was near impossible to capture them or even approach them. Their space element control was no joke. However, the same couldn't be said about the juniors like Fatty Badadai. They were still learning how to harness the space element. If it wasn't for so, Badadai wouldn't have been stuck in his own spatial crack like a retard. The hunters took advantage of their lackluster control and targeted only them, striking exactly during the delivery work hours, as they knew that amateurs like them always left hefty trails behind after opening a wormhole. They took advantage of those trails and laid ambushes on one side of the wormhole bridge, waiting patiently for their prey to arrive at their destination or return from it. Their operation didn't have even a 5% success rate, but it was enough to kidnap or kill an amount that managed to raise warning flags on the space worm seniors' heads, leaving them no choice but to implement this lifelong protection contract that offered free shipments for eternity, as long as the signatory protected the safety of their junior. The moment its implementation was announced, every individual who had absolute confidence in his reputation and strength rushed to sign it as fast as possible. After all, to have a dedicated delivery worm that served no one but them in the universe was truly a birthday wish being fulfilled. Just like that, the hunting was lowered to the bare minimum, which was quite understandable, as the majority of those hunters were simply commoners looking for instant richness. However, if it meant offending an individual that had authority over their life and death, the hunt wasn't worth it anymore. On the other hand, there was Felix, a weakling who had neither strength nor reputation to scare off the hunters. Thus, he knew that unless he found a way to salvage the situation, he could forget about obtaining the benefits of the contract. Can we modify the contract as we please? He lifted Badadai's bracelet in his hand and brought the hologram close to his face, trying to find any loopholes to take advantage of. Fatty sneered at his attempts and answered, Yes, we can, but no matter what you say, I will not lower the price tag. He laughed wickedly, sounding like two sharp razors grinding on each other. Hell, I hope you sign it, so I can commit star suicide on your son, just so you can drown in debt. An unpleasant memory instantly resurfaced in Felix's mind after hearing the star suicide term. He was traveling with his clanmates to an undiscovered galaxy for exploration, based on newly bought news from the UVR. But unbeknownst to them, the wormhole that was supposed to take them to the new galaxy ended up being a star suicide wormhole that was opened by a moron worm who was sick of his life. While humans kicked the buckets by themselves, the space worm race opened up a path directly to a star to burn themselves into crisp. A truly glorifying and dramatic way to die. In a normal situation, there should be no problem with this. But sadly, the wormhole they opened would stay active until it either gets turned off by the owner or the energy that sustains it run off. This reckless, selfish behavior by them caused multiple tragedies of galaxy explorers getting turned into ash after entering one of those wormholes, thinking that it was their path to treasures and new resources. Unfortunately, Felix's crew fell into the same trap. He could never forget the brightness and the hellish heat of the star that welcomed them with open arms at the other side of the wormhole. A surprise that could make the toughest man on the universe piss his pants in fright. If it wasn't for their spaceship's high-grade alloy, and Captain Inhuman reflexes by activating all of the ship's thrusters to travel away at the speed of light, they would have been roasted alive. Furious at this bastard who reminded him of that traumatic experience, Felix started beating him ruthlessly. "Who are you trying to threaten, you retard? You couldn't even open a hole that fits you to do your job properly. Don't even mention opening one that can harm others." Unexpectedly, Badadai took Felix's punches with his hard scales like a champ, not even feeling a slight itch. "Yes, that's it, to the side please. That's the spot. Keep adding more pressure please, and use your legs if you need to." Felix never once felt more urge to rush awakening and gain some strength, just to beat this fatty to plump. "Listen up, you little shit. My patient has run out." Felix tapped on his bracelet and showed Badadai his company's customer service number. "I will modify the contract from lifelong free deliverers to only 20. But in turn, the protection bullshit must be removed. If you don't agree, I will straightway complain to your company. At least they will refund me my coins over your shitty delivery." Badadai knew that Felix was not messing around anymore, so he tried his best to negotiate for a bit of leeway. 20 times is too much. He shook his head and offered, "Make it 10 and you have a deal." Aggressive, Felix pressed dial on the number and said, "I hate wasting time on negotiations, so make it 17 times and that's it. Don't even think of lowering it again." "Fuck. Fine. Hang up already." Felix truly gave him no option to further his negotiation after seeing that bracelet ringing. "Queen, modify the contract please to those terms." He sighed reluctantly. Queen did as requested efficiently. A few seconds later, the contract terms changed and Felix immediately used his UVR ID number to sign after checking that everything was loophole-free. After doing so, his aggressiveness and bully personality withdrew back, allowing his playful personality to grace the stage. "Io, brother fatty, you look uncomfortable in this position. Let me help you out." He smiled warmly and grabbed Badadai from his space receptors, trying to drag him inside. However, just as he pulled, Fatty wailed out loud in pain. "Fuck! Stop it! I don't want to enter your demon lair anymore. Just take your items and push me outside the crack." He swiftly opened his mouth and spew out a small chip that resembled an Earthling's phone memory card. Felix let go of his receptors and picked it up. Without delay, he installed it on a small entrance in his AP bracelet. Then he displayed a hologram before him that showcased the icons of all of his purchased items. Relieved that not a single item was missing, he closed off the hologram and grinned cheerfully. "Glad to do business with you, brother fatty. I will call you the next time I need your talents." He patted Badadai's oversized belly and suggested sincerely, "I advise you to cut some weight, or else you won't remain long in the company." "Fuck you. I am not your brother, you devil. Just push me away. I don't want to see your face ever again." He cursed him while wigging backward, trying to exit himself. Unfortunately, nothing much changed, as his body didn't budge even an inch. Felix stared at this miserable sight and decided to give him a hand, so he pushed him with all of his strength. Yet, his attempts turned out to be futile, as the fatty's weight was at least 8 times Felix's. "Can't you just close the bridge and cut yourself in half?" He tilted his head slightly and said, "I believe you can easily recover your other half without an issue." As a worm-based being, Badadai still enjoyed some basic evolutionary benefits, and one of them was the worm's uncanny rejuvenation speed. Even on Earth, worms could recover their bodies after being split in half. Don't even mention the elite space worm race. "You bastard, if I wanted to do so, I would have done it without needing you to tell me." Badadai snapped, as he waved his receptors around. "But I would rather get blackmailed by you than feel that pain again," he said, shivering. He was clearly remembering an unpleasant memory. As you wish. Let me get some help first. Felix shrugged his shoulders and explained, I don't think I will be able to push you all by myself. Turn off the lights before you go. Too bad. Felix hastily closed the door, leaving him all by himself dangled in the middle of the room like that. Felix headed straight to Noah's door, planning to ask for help since he was the only one who could help him without too many questions asked. He knocked 2 times on his door and waited patiently. A few seconds later Noah opened the door and eyed Felix expressionlessly. Felix took the cue and explained why he came. I need a favor to ask. Can you come to my room? I will give you extra pain relief potion if you agreed. Noah thought about it for a while, then nodded slightly. He had nothing to lose anyway. 5 minutes later, both of them were pushing Badadai's body outside of the crack again. This was already their 6th time, and each time they did so, he budged slightly backward. Their arms were already turning sore. Fortunately, this time their efforts were successfully rewarded by the joyful voice of Badadai's on the other side of the bridge. So long, losers. Felix and Noah did not take it to heart, as one of them was happy that this farce finally ended, and the other didn't care about anything besides his little sister. Thank you, brother Noah. Here is your reward. Felix tapped on the relief potion icon on his hologram, and immediately the bottle materialized in his hand under an aqua blue shimmer. He then handed it to Noah, who watched the process with a hint of surprise in his eyes. But that was it, he neither asked nor stayed. He simply took it, nodded his head in appreciation, and excused himself from the room without asking about the entire weird situation of the fatty worm. Good luck on awakening, and if you needed anything just call me. Felix smiled after seeing him closing the door softly. Noah was indeed the perfect handyman for those issues. No questions or bullshit, just straight out does what he was asked, and leave after being paid. If it was Olivia, she would probably have scolded Felix for blackmailing Badadai. Felix removed all of those useless thoughts from his mind and glanced at the epic Tier for Bloodline icon with a glimmer in his eyes. It is time to awaken. He smirked and walked to his bedroom. Felix stood next to his bed with a hologram in front of him, showcasing the details of the spatial card that he just blackmailed from Fatty. Model name, XL 9th generation. Model number, MG4P2LL/A. Serial code, F17PQQL2G5MD. Device compatibility, AP bracelet 4th generation and above. Doesn't support devices below. Capacity, 30 cubic meters. Satisfied? Felix nodded his head after reading the capacity of the spatial card. 30 cubic meters was the same size as an average motel room. He knew that he earned a bargain since to buy just a few square meters, the price wouldn't shy from a couple of millions. The spatial cards were not sold for the commoners who didn't have even a couple of thousands in their bank account, but for the bloodliners, rich people, celebrities, and authority figures. So, for Fatty to actually possess one of it, it simply meant that it was given to him by his company to hold small items like Felix's, since his dimensional space was used mainly for oversized shipments, such as containers, machines, and even corpses of dead beasts. Hell, some professional delivery worms could actually deliver a whole spaceship inside their bodies. I wish you good luck dealing with the aftermath of losing it, brother Fatty. He chuckled at Fatty's upcoming misfortune and clicked the withdrawal button on all of his items. He pointed his bracelet at his bed and a sudden blue light projected from it, flowing like ripples of water. As the light touched the bed, 20 items or more started to slowly materialize on it. Felix stared at this captivating scene with a hint of praise in his eyes. No matter how many times he saw it, his respect for the metal race never diminished. It wasn't just him who felt that way, but actually every user of this convenient tool that enabled them to hold as many items as their card allowed them to. Felix could only bow his head in respect for the metal race never-ending lust for the truth of the universe that pushed them to continue researching anything that had value. If it wasn't for so, they wouldn't have bothered to combine their technology with the space worm abilities to create such a sophisticated device. Heck, even the AP bracelet was created by them. The entire universe technology was being carried single-handedly on their shoulders. If they advanced forward, the rest advanced with them. If they stopped their groundbreaking inventions, the universe would halt as well. After a few seconds, the process had ended, and all of Felix's items were laid neatly on the bed. Asna, wake up. It is time to awaken. Just 5 more minutes. Asna murmured softly while hugging her pillow. I can't wait a single second more. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Felix started to annoy her to ruin her sleep. He already waited more than enough. It was time to awaken, and he won't tolerate any further delays. Fine, I am up. Just shut up already. Irritated, she threw her pillow away, as couldn't continue sleeping under his annoying voice. So, she woke up with bloodshot eyes. Clearly, the time she slept wasn't enough to cover for her mental exhaustion. Good. You have 5 minutes to prepare yourself. Eager, he removed his t-shirt, exposing his well-built upper body, and picked only the items which were needed for awakening. The 4 pain relief potions, the Tier 4 bloodline rejuvenation potion, and lastly the double percentage potion. He then arranged them on the floor next to where he planned to awaken. After doing so, he went to his closet and took an oversized injection needle that he purchased yesterday from the street pharmacy. Hopefully it's not faulty. He opened its package and tested it by drawing his own blood to check if it was working properly. After all, the last thing he needed was penetrating his heart with it, but failing to inject the bloodline inside. Following the successful test, Felix placed the injection needle inside the bloodline bottle and extracted a whopping 20% of its content all at once. The bottle was marked with accurate measurements. On one side, there was a metric system that displayed measurement down to the milliliter. Meanwhile, the other side showcased the percentage numbers. All of this just to help the bloodliners from not screwing up their awakening or integration after so. This amount should be enough. Although 20% was quite a large amount to awaken with, Felix wasn't worried at all, since he bought the double percentage potion just for this reason. If he drank it after injecting the 20% in his heart, the potion would do its wonders and half the upcoming pain waves from 20 to merely 10. Felix was confident that he could handle 10 waves of pain for merely 6 minutes after drinking the 4 pain relief potions. This strategy of his was used by the majority of bloodliners to secure for themselves the first passive ability, and also bring them closer to the lesser purity stage. After all, the moment they reached 15%, the first passive ability should be unlocked automatically. Calm and peaceful, he sat in a meditation position with the injection needle close to his heart. He took a long inhale and called for Asna. Are you ready? Go ahead. I will keep a lookout. Asna replied in utter boredom. Here we go. He smiled and stabbed his heart with the injection needle, forcing all of its content inside his heart. Without delay, he took advantage of those precious few minutes of calmness and drank all the potions needed to facilitate the awakening process. After drinking them, he relaxed his muscles and closed his eyes. Only a minute left before the first wave strikes. I am thankful to Mom and Dad for having me and thank. Before he finished his awakening ritual or whatever that was, he got interrupted by a noisy exclamation from Asna. What the hell am I seeing? Just as Felix wanted to scold her for ruining his focus, he closed his mouth shut as he listened in disbelief to her random bullshit. Felix, you need to hear this. Her bloodshot eyes had a hint of images that were being displayed at the speed of light. I'm forcefully reading the memories of this bloodline as we speak, and I just found out that there are actually 3 bloodlines mixed in it. She closed her eyes and reopened them again, but this time those images were gone. She massaged her eyelids and clarified what she meant in a faster pace. The first one is from the heavy anaconda and the second one is from the green mamba. Yet, the most terrifying one is the bloodline of an ancestral beast called the Midgard serpent, or in the language of his worshippers, Jormungandr. Felix immediately lost it and scolded her. What the fuck are you talking about? This is not the time to joke around, Asna. I will bombard by waves of pain soon. So leave me alone. Asna didn't have the time to explain everything to him, since the process of awakening would begin soon. So, she just said one thing that tempted Felix to take her words seriously. The Jormungandr is the poison element primogenitor. It was born at the beginning of the universe with full control on the element of poison. Astonished and honestly quite disbelieving in the nonsense he just heard, Felix's calm, focused eyes couldn't help but bulge out. However, Asna quickly changed the subject and asked him urgently, "Tell me quick, do you want me to filter the other two bloodlines, leaving only 1% of the ancestral being that I found, or you want to continue with normal awakening?" She rushed him again. "Decide fast, as the moment integrations start I can't do much." "Do it. I trust in your judgment." Felix agreed without hesitation, or even pausing for a second to check if Asna was just pulling a prank on him. "Good, you won't regret it." Asna smiled happily after not hearing those words for eons. Without wasting any more time, she filtered 19% of the Anomamba bloodline from the pure 1% Jormungandr bloodline and then unexpectedly stored it inside his body. It seemed like it still could be removed from the body without issues, which was honestly quite understandable, as Asna's cosmic social status was so high within the universe, even the Jormungandr bloodline could only obediently be manipulated by her. Don't even mention those low-tiered bloodlines. But this control and oppression were valid only because this was just a bloodline. Otherwise, if the ancestral beast was here in his flesh, Asna's social status wouldn't mean shit to him. He might show respect but not total obedience. Shortly after, she finished manipulating the bloodlines and informed Felix, "I am done. Now you won't deal with 10 waves of pain but just one, since you will awaken with only 1%. Felix sighed in relief after hearing that. At least there was some good news after his whopping 20% got butchered to merely 1%. However, before his relief took root, a sentence from Asna sent him to the depth of the despair. "Even though it's just 1%, you should expect the pain to at least triple, as well as the duration. Good luck. I'm cheering for you." Asna clapped her hands cutely after delivering such heart-wrenching news. "You buy? Arif." His curse was cut in half by a high-pitched shriek that escaped from his mouth, marking the beginning of his awakening. All of Felix's bravado and toughness he showed before in the awakening mock practice was no more, as he kept thrashing on the ground with his hands smashing everything that near him. If the bottles weren't made of tough glass material, they would have been shattered by him already. Fortunately for Felix, his pitiful wails and cries were being confined inside his room, as it was soundproof. The only spectator to this pathetic charade was Asna, who already found a comfortable lying position on the misty couch with her arm hugging a bucket of popcorn. Her wide smile and delightful eyes were clear proof that she was enjoying watching Felix getting tortured like this. Inside Felix's body, immense changes were occurring on his nucleus cell that hosted the human DNA code. Yet, currently, this sacred code was being tempered by foreign genes that invaded the majority of Felix's cells and started to fit themselves somehow, without killing their host. This was the main reason why the integration process was always painful without any way to stop it. The only thing that was possible was reducing its duration, or in other words, hasten the process to end faster. A simple analogy of what was truly happening to Felix's body now was to simply consider the human body as a vase made of clay. The awakening process tries to reshape the already made vase without breaking it into pieces, either by adding an extra handle or making the base wider or thinner. It all depended on the bloodline unique characteristics, thus resulting in mutations that could range from either having a different hair color or growing an extra limb or a tail. Those mutations could get removed only by replacing the bloodline with another. But even this method wasn't successful all the time, as in some cases the mutation might stay permanently after the bloodliner etched an ability in his human 1% bloodline. A plausible reason for why so was that the ability held the same genes of the mutation itself. For example, if a bloodliner had a third eye in the middle of his forehead, and he decided to keep an ability that could be activated only by that third eye, the mutation was going to remain permanently following its ability. It was just common sense. Now Felix's body had already started to display some mutations after a couple of minutes in this process. Firstly, his height increased by 3 centimeters all at once, pushing him to reach 180 centimeters. He could finally call himself tall proudly. Secondly, his hair got longer and glossier. Then its color began to transform from blonde to a spring light green, with a hint of dark purple shade at its tips. A breathtaking combination that could make girls trade everything in their possession to have a single strand. Yet, the biggest mutation only took place after nearing the end of the awakening, and it happened to his eyes. As his pupil turned into dreadful slits with dark violet irises surrounding them, resembling a field of midnight rose, circling around an eerie smooth crack on the ground. Those mutations could be said to be a quite low-key when compared to having bone claws or a bushy-long monkey tail. After his eyes' transformation, nothing else changed from his body, since 1% bloodline wasn't able to change much. To do so, one must use a higher percentage of a bloodline during the awakening or in replacement. In fact, if Felix continued with the original plan and used a 20% bloodline, serpent scales were definitely going to cover his body. That was one of the main reasons he wanted to awaken by that large amount, since he knew that those scales were going to add an extra layer of defense naturally. But now, he could only obtain other mutations in his first replacement. A few minutes later, Felix's body that was twitching like he was having a seizure stopped moving at once. If it wasn't for his chest that was rising and falling slightly, anyone would have assumed that he failed to awaken. After a while, Felix slowly opened his muddled eyes, while lying naked on a pool of sweat mixed with some blood that originated from his eye's mutation. Finally, it ended. I can't believe I almost fainted during the process. Thank God Asna intervened and called for me. He thought with agitation at such a close shave. He truly was blindsided by the pain getting tripled from what he was used to. Yet, that wasn't even the real reason he struggled to survive the awakening, but actually it was the long duration that increased from 6 minutes to a whopping 16 minutes. Felix's best record in the mock practice was pulling through one wave of pain for 20 minutes. However, the awakening that he just went through was the same as dealing with 3 waves in that duration. Something he clearly wasn't ready for. You almost got me killed, Asna. He scolded her while staring at the ceiling with bloodied eyes that allowed him to see everything in red. And what's wrong with my eyes? Did I awaken ability at 1%? This has never happened before to anyone. He grinned, wondering, maybe this is because of the ancestral bloodline? So badass to be able to see everything in red. Your blood is blocking your vision, you retard. She face-bombed and chided him. Get a grip. You are embarrassing the Jormungandr bloodline. She truly began to regret advising this idiot to merge with a primogenitor bloodline, as she felt that he did not deserve even an ounce of blood from a being that was born in the early days of the universe. Though so as well, I just wanted to mess with you. Not embarrassed in the slightest, Felix tried to clean his eyes from the blood, but pain assaulted him immediately as he moved his hand. His body desperately needed a full treatment. Otherwise, he would need months to recover. Good thing he prepared a rejuvenation potion, which accelerates the recovery process vastly. To the point, his body could return to its peak form within a couple of minutes. So he picked the potion from the ground with some difficulty and drank it quickly. After doing so, a pleasant feeling welcomed him, like bathing in a cold spring during the heat of summer. Anyone who felt this pleasure would wish for it to be everlasting. Sadly, it stayed for only 2 minutes before its potency declined, marking the successful ending of the treatment. Felix immediately stood up and started stretching his body fully, creating a symphony of loud cracking noises. It sounded exactly like every bone in his body was displaced. I never felt better in my life, he said with a wide beaming smile. After cracking all of his joints, he suddenly noticed his long glossy green hair that touched the ground with its dark purple tips. Not bad at all. He examined the silky soft strands with eyes full of praise. I wonder what Olivia will say, after seeing that mine is better looking than hers? He wondered in amusement over his next encounter with Ollie, since she had green hair as well. Whatever, I have more pressing things to take care of now than my mutation. Solemn. He let go of his hair and asked, Asna, mind explaining the situation from the top again with more details this time? He crossed his arm and sat back on the floor again. It was clear that understanding his new bloodline was a priority to him than cleaning himself up or his room. Do you want the long version or the short one? She asked, smiling. Of course, the long version. The more details you provide, the more understanding I will have on this bloodline. So try not to miss anything that can be crucial later on. As you wish. She took a deep breath and said, to understand the bloodline you just merged with, you need first to know the history of the primogenitors of elements. You see, in the very early days of the universe, each known element had a primogenitor that has total control and rule over it. What do you mean by total control? His confusion was quite comprehensible, as he never heard of such a concept before. Even the public data in the UVR never mentioned a word about the existence of the primogenitors and their ways of using the elements. The only thing he was positive about was that the beasts in the universe were able to only use the same 6 abilities they awakened during their growing phase. That was it. They could never suppress the number, nor change the abilities. They were stuck from birth to death with one set of abilities they inherited from their parents. The only known way to break those shackles was for them to evolve. But that was a whole other story. I meant exactly what you heard. Total control and manipulation. She changed her tone to contempt. But before she continued on, she remembered the last lesson of looking down on the human bloodline system. So she coughed and returned to her normal tone. You see, both humans and beasts don't really control the elements no matter how high their element affinity is. She fought the urge to sneer and clarified. You were simply using already created abilities without even knowing how they were created, and who created them. In other words, the abilities that you use are registered in your bloodline, and all you have to do is think of them and they will automatically be activated. She paused for a second, then said the crucial information she was building for. But in reality, all of them were but simply creations of the primogenitors, who could manipulate the elements to create what they desire without any limitations on numbers or such. Agitated, Felix's heart began to beat faster and faster, as he listened to the astonishing power of those beings. Yet he did not interrupt her. So in this sense, the abilities that you obtain from beasts are but ones used by the primogenitors before and passed down to their descendants via bloodline. She paused for a second and dropped a bombshell on him. This means beasts were actually but normal creatures without any elemental powers, just like your human race. But after being mated by the primogenitors, their offspring obtained the blessing of their parents, thus getting some of their abilities marked in their bloodline. You can easily infer the rest. Asna ended her explanation with a yawn, too lazy to carry on speaking. She was truly struggling to not fall asleep. Felix easily figured out what happened after. It was as clear as daylight that those descendants must have been able to pass their bloodline further down the tree by mating with different types of beasts, thus creating new species that could use unique abilities, 2 elements, or more of such varieties. The primogenitors provided the foundation, and the descendants enhanced it over the long period of years to reach its current state. And we humans took advantage of this diversity and created a usable path to gain strength just like other races. He couldn't help but sigh dejectedly at the conclusion he arrived at. Correct, this is why I said before that your path was limited and not complete, since you guys are leeching from beasts' powers, who are also leeching from their ancestral powers. PFFFF. So fucking funny. She finally couldn't handle it and broke into jeering laughter with hands holding her sides. Felix wasn't even mad after being shamed like this. The only thing he felt was pure embarrassment at his human race. After all, the bloodline system that humans took pride in was merely a byproduct of leeching from leeches, which made it even worse. No wonder Asna berated his race power system before without mercy. But don't worry, now that you have the Jormungandr bloodline, you will have a quite high chance of unlocking his poison element manipulation. She wiped her tears and comforted him. At that point, you will be able to learn and create an unlimited number of poison abilities. Before Felix could feel happy at this great news, he heard Asna murmur softly. But you will have to provide me with high-tiered beasts that use the element of poison, so I can extract more of his bloodline, she suggested. And it's better if the species were serpents just like their forefather. Felix's eyes almost rolled at the back of his head at such dastardly news. He knew that the bottomless pit of his path just turned into an abyss that was impossible to fill, no matter how many coins he obtained. After all, while the rest of humans only needed to buy 2 bloodline bottles or a maximum of 3 to reach origin purity, Felix, on the other hand, had to buy multiple bloodlines bottles just to finish 99% of the Jormungandr bloodline. He really felt indignant about this. But who could blame him? He was just planning to close the hole that affinity rating would cause to his bank account by investing in movies. But now another bigger hole had appeared that probably was going to drain every coin he had or was about to earn, just to reach the first stage of replacement. Don't even mention other stages. Forget it, I just need to double down on my investment plan. Things might turn better by then, hopefully. Downcast, he massaged his eyelids with heavy shoulders. He could already envision his future of running everywhere to earn coins just to support his bloodline path. You don't have to worry about coins, since I can store the other filtered bloodline to sell later. Asna tried to uplift his spirit a bit by mentioning what she did during the bloodline manipulation. Felix's saddened expression immediately brightened up at her words, although he knew that the price wouldn't be the same when he tries to sell it, due to his unknown reputation. But still, it was better than buying tier 5, 6, or even 7 bloodlines just to extract a little percentage of the Jormungandr bloodline. Then throw them in the garbage. My heart can't handle such a way of wasting resources. He sighed in relief and suddenly asked, "But how are you able to do this? I thought you had no control over my body." "Indeed, I can't do that yet. But the bloodline you forcefully tried to merge with is a foreign object, and by using my social status to oppress it, I can manipulate it however I wish in your body." She answered him while stretching her arms lazily, like a cat. "I see, so where is it currently? And why can't I feel it?" He wondered about the way she managed to store it in his body. "Are you stupid?" She rolled her eyes at his retarded question and explained, "Of course, the bloodline is swimming peacefully in your bloodstream, and with my orders, it can only obediently swim without having thoughts of merging with you." She chuckled and added, "There is no need for me to collect it and store it as a ball or something. You idiot." "Fuck, you don't have to insult me. How would I know about your perverse ways? You share absolutely nothing with me about yourself," he retorted in irritation. "Let's keep it that way." After leaving that sentence, she covered herself with a blanket, preparing to continue her sleep. Unfortunately, Felix still had many questions unanswered. "Well, now you should tell me about this Jormungandr and his story." Eager, he narrowed his eyes in focus, not wanting to miss anything about him. Asna removed her blanket with an annoyed expression. "I don't know much about his story, since I only saw random bits and pieces about his existence from those memories. Just tell me what you know already." He hurried her to cough up everything. Unbothered by his impatience, Asna closed her eyes peacefully and entered her storytelling mode with a soft voice. The Jormungandr primogenitor was born to manage and control the poison element in the universe. Any race that relied on poison could only worship him and bow to his greatness. The majority didn't do so out of respect, but merely to not bring his wrath upon them, since he could easily chain their race from using his element, thus leaving them naked to everyone's aggression. This was during the early days of the universe, way before even the Dark Ages era. That period of time was being referred to as the Primogenitor's era. It was called as such due to their never-ending roaming within the universe and obtaining the worship of every race that uses their element. However, because they entangled themselves with mortal lives, they had to face the consequences of dealing with their affairs. Wars, betrayals, massacres, and sacrilegious actions, like destroying the primogenitor statues, pushed those ancestral beings into having constant friction between them. Some were easily resolved, while some turned into an enmity that could be solved only by death. "They are not immortal?" Felix didn't want to interrupt her, but he couldn't help it after hearing such boggling news. He believed that since they had such a high status in the universe, they should possess immortality like Asna. "Well, they could live for eternity without problems." She gave a half shrug while sleeping. "But they were not unkillable like my race." "I see, no wonder information about them was non-existent in the UVR. They must have died at some point in time. Felix nodded his head in understanding. His conclusion was based only on what she said. After all, she mentioned indirectly that primogenitors were socially active in the universe. So for them to have no presence at all in this era, it meant only that either they died or were asleep somewhere. Heck, they might even be sealed by someone like it happened to Asna. I don't know about others, but the Jormungandr definitely died. Before letting Felix interrupt her again and delay her time of returning to sleep, she explained, I saw his death in those memories. It was during a battle against the Thunder Primogenitor. I didn't see the full battle, but only the last few seconds of it. She yawned and continued softly, forcing Felix to focus on her mosquito-buzzing tone. I saw that the Thunder Primogenitor smashed a colossal hammer on the head of the Midgard serpent. The blow was so powerful, 3 planets nearby were turned to dust by its aftershock. Goosebumps coursed through Felix's naked upper body, making him shiver in coldness and excitement. His heartbeats quicked after imagining such a godly battle. He really wished he was there to spectate it. Just as he opened his mouth, Asna interrupted him. The Thunder Primogenitor died soon after landing his blow. To be exact, he stopped breathing immediately after moving 9 meters forward, probably due to a poison inflicted by Jormungandr. This is all I managed to see. If you want more information, get me as much as possible of his bloodline. Now let me sleep in peace. She shooed him away and cut off the connection, not wanting to hear a single word from him anymore. This time, Felix left her be, as she already shared everything that she knew. Thank you, Asna. He didn't know if she heard him or not, but Felix wasn't an ungrateful prick to not show gratitude when it's due. Asna truly deserved to be thanked after today's effort. She might have been lazy for the past months, but immediately after making her move, she proved that her assistance was by far the greatest cheat he could have ever asked for. Felix stood up, planning to go clean himself up. As for the 19% Anomamba bloodline that was still in his body, he decided to leave it be for now since no harm was done to his body. But most importantly, he didn't want to ruin Asna's sleep again. He walked towards the bathroom naked with his eyebrows frowned. Only now did his nasty smell assaulted his nose. Thus, he ignored everything and jumped straight inside the shower. 15 minutes later, he stepped outside, dragging his long wet hair behind him like he was pulling a truck. I really need a haircut, at least cut it to shoulder length, lest it hinders my training, he thought while dragging his heavy hair next to the mirror of the bathroom. The moment he saw his reflection on it, an out-loud exclamation escaped his mouth. Who the fuck are you? Dumbfounded, Felix gaped at his reflection in the mirror, finding it hard to believe that his appearance changed this much. After all, his entire face went into heavy reform due to awakening. First, his eyes that mutated into a dark violet serpent eyes. Then his facial skin color turned even paler without a single blemish on its pores, making his skin appear cleaner and smoother. This combination plus his unique breathtaking hair could make any passerby turned around at least 3 times, to check how one could be this handsome without any plastic surgery. If the rest of his facial parts didn't remain the same, no one would have been able to recognize him anymore. Not even his grandfather. He truly received an upgrade. Yet, Felix only sighed in helplessness after seeing his face in the reflection. It was bad before that women feel ashamed to approach me due to my handsome looks. But now it is even worse. With my new look, no girl would dare hit on me. Maybe I should disfigure myself to give them a chance? I don't want to stay single for 2 lives. That's too humiliating. He murmured under his breath while touching his smooth cheek. Whatever. I'm used to living a dog life. Disappointed, he shook his head and left the bathroom with lonesome back. Shameless bastard, Asna murmured in her sleep unconsciously. He truly deserved to be cursed, as the fucker already forgot that Layla confessed to him, just to be rejected by him. The girls were daring to enter a relationship with him, but clearly he wasn't and kept using those excuses to offset the blame. 15 minutes later, Felix sat in front of the bathroom's mirror, cutting his long hair to reach shoulder length. After a few moments, he put down the scissor that was in his hand and sized up his new outlook in satisfaction. Now this is much better. Suddenly, the green tips of his hair magically turned dark purple again, just like he had them before. Interesting, I thought I would lose them forever after cutting my hair, but it seems like they will always grow back. His eyelids twitched. Truly a trashy mutation that gives nothing but bonus points in being a good-looking. While others have claws, metal nails, long fangs that could penetrate even steel. On the other hand, he had a regrowing tips mutation. Whatever. Better than nothing, I guess. Indifferent, he stood up and began cleaning the hair strands on the floor. After he was done, he washed his hair with shampoo thoroughly. Tomorrow I should call in sick and hide in my room until the end of the month. So it won't be weird if I told them I awakened a day before using a different Tier 1 bloodline. He suddenly jolted, as he was walking towards his bed after remembering that he was literally using a primogenitor bloodline while trying to lie about using a Tier 1. There was not a single low-tier bloodline that could cover over this massive behemoth. Sigh. The only option is to bullshit my way through. Felix knew that only by doing so could he not get found out, since no matter what he said, they could only believe it for now. Simply because he was still a newly awakened bloodliner without a single ability. After all, it was impossible for them to guess his bloodline without seeing all of his 6 abilities together. Only then could they infer if he lied or told the truth. Abilities were the ones that defined the bloodline, especially the ultimate ability a bloodliner unlocked during 99% of integration. The moment this ability gets used, others could limit their guesses to only a few types of beasts that ability belonged to. For example, the rare Tier 2 poisonous fanged cobra that Felix used during his first stage of replacement in his past life was famously known for having deadly venomous bite as the strongest ability one could unlock during 99% integration. So if one saw him using this ability, he could guess what kind of bloodline he was dealing with and what sort of abilities pool he should expect to face. But before using the ultimate ability, it was extremely difficult to guess. Felix was relying exactly on this to bullshit his way through the family's upcoming investigation. Dejected, Felix held in his hand the Anomamba bloodline bottle that had 20% of it gone. He knew that what remained in the bottle now could at most provide him with 3% or 4% extra Jormungandr bloodline if he was lucky. Whatever, after my cells cool down, I will integrate what remained. Then resell the bottle in the market. Although it would be at least 30% cheaper, he couldn't complain much. At least he was getting 70% of his coins back. He clicked on the retrieval button on the spatial card, and the bottle disintegrated into light particles, returning inside the AP bracelet. Let's deal with the gifts now. He glanced at the potions and substances he bought as gifts and tapped on Layla's phone number. Ring, ring, cluck. Hello, young master, you finally called me. I was worried sick after not hearing from you over the past month. Layla's worried voice resounded in the room. Thank you for your care, Layla. I am doing just fine. He chuckled and said, Anyway, I called to ask for updates about the island construction, as well as to inform you that I am sending some gifts for you and Jack, plus medicine for Cled's recovery. He smiled. I hope you won't refuse my gifts. Young master, you did not need to bother getting us anything. We are happy to serve you without rewards. No need to say more. Just accept them as a thank you for all the effort you put on my island. Before she said anything else, he cut her off using an unquestionable tone. Now don't mention this anymore, and give me an update on the island. A bit flustered, Layla could only accept his gifts without protest. Since you insist, young master, we are honored to accept it. She paused for a second and said, As for the island construction, everything is currently heading in the right direction without hiccups. But we had some problems during your absence. Oh? Since you didn't call to inform me about them, I guess they have been resolved properly. Correct. Yes, young master. She confirmed his guess and clarified the issue. It happened during the 3rd day of your absence. It seemed that Engineer Harold was displeased about your decision of giving 10% of the hotel budget to Eddie the airport engineer. If he was upset, why didn't he let a fart when I mentioned it, but only made a move after I left? Displeased, He frowned his eyebrows at Harold's childish actions. I thought I hired bold engineers who are not afraid to make their voices heard. Not this kind of coward. If Harold complained properly to him, he would have given him either a solution or an explanation without getting pissed. But now only punishment awaits Harold. It just depended on its severity. Tell me, what did he do? When Eddie came to obtain the resources needed to start the airport construction, Harold bribed one of the warehouse managers to give Eddie the worst batch. She sighed and added, but the true mess only appeared after we discovered that the bribed manager was a man of Eddie, and so the worst batch that was supposed to be sent turned into being the best ones that were shipped specifically to be used for the hotel construction. Then what happened? I hope the hotel did not end up with leftovers from precious materials. Black lines were already taking form on his forehead. No, thankfully Abigail intervened and stopped this farce before it could hurt both projects. She then scolded them and took the best resources that Eddie stole and returned it to the hotel. She said with admiration, as expected from Madame Abigail, truly did not disappoint me. Felix's black lines eased up a bit at the thought of having Madame Abigail within his staff. At least one of them turned to be competent. Listen well to what you need to do. First, ask Madame Abigail if she wants to create a new hotel design and take over it. If she said yes, send Harold home. I don't want to work with irresponsible cowards like him. Second, punish Eddie for lusting over resources he shouldn't have touched by deducting 30% of his salary for the next 2 years. His dreadful slits narrowed as he gave his orders with frigid tone. He might tolerate pranks and games, but tricks that could have an everlasting negative effect on his island? He wasn't that forgiving. No one was allowed to damage the island that he planned to turn into his main base of operations on Earth. Anyone who entertained such a thought would be dealt with severely like Harold. But what if she didn't want to take the hotel or Eddie refused to accept the punishment? She asked worriedly since she really didn't want to affect the current stability. Simple. If Abigail doesn't want to redesign the hotel, just reward her with a 50% salary increase for the next 2 years and give the redesigning job to Barry. He probably finished dyeing the seaport. A chuckle couldn't help break his frigid face apart after remembering Barry's design. As for Eddie, if he dares not to accept the punishment, send him home as well and find another. If he made any noise about the illegal use of his design, call the family lawyers to teach him his place. Felix decided the fate of everyone who participated in the matter in a couple of minutes by single phone call. One could only imagine the faces of Harold and Eddie after they hear about this sudden calamity. That's it for now. You can expect the package to reach next week. He instructed. When you get them, just follow the instruction that will be written on each package to use them properly. All right, young master. I will handle everything as you asked. Have a peace of mind. Good, I never doubted you. He smiled. Now go take care of those rascals. I will call you later when I am not busy. Goodbye. Have a nice day, young master. Soon after, Felix hanged up and tapped on his auntie phone number to inform her of the gift he prepared for her. I hope the everlasting youth potion pleases her. Ring. Ring. Clunk. Hi, little Felix. I missed you dearly, son. Aunt Mary laughed softly and asked, how are you doing in the family? Anyone bullying you? Hello, auntie. I missed you as well. He smirked. Hee. Don't worry about me being bullied. You should worry about my cousins. Good. As long as they don't bully you. Never worry about that. He quickly switched the subject. Anyway, auntie, I called to inform you that you should expect an incoming gift I bought. He asked, mind telling me your current address? I don't know which mansion you currently reside in. My dear, you didn't have to bother. But since you already bought the gift, I can only accept it. Pleased by his thoughtfulness, she informed him of the address. I currently reside in California Mansion. You know, the one besides the beach. Oh yes, my mom took me there to visit you once. It was really a pleasant memory, Felix said while reminiscing about the short time he spent there with his mom. That's the one, dear. I will email you the full address later on. Good. Do that please, and when you receive it, just use it based on the instruction on the package. Hearing you say that really piqued my curiosity. Tell me, what did you send? She asked in wonder. Not telling. The only thing you need to know is that you will be surprised. Now I will leave you be, Auntie. Call me when you get it. And greet Uncle for me. Bye. I can't wait to see what you sent. Goodbye, dear, and take care of yourself. Felix immediately hanged up after hearing her reply and isolated the items he planned to gift on the left side of the bed, so he could ask a servant later to handle the delivery process. Now that the gifts were dealt with, the only thing left was to give his grandfather the longevity potion. But Felix decided to hand it over during the awakening of his cousins, so he could bullshit everything at once. After all, the potion was being sold for almost 1 million SC. The difficulty to fool his grandfather and elders about how he managed to obtain that many coins wasn't less than fooling them about his bloodline. After finally taking care of those minor issues, he lay on his bed and requested, "Queen, log me in, please." Felix opened his eyes to the sound of birds' chirps and a bright sunny day within the UVR. The day couldn't get any more beautiful. He stretched his arms behind his back and stood up from the bench. "It's time to buy some general techniques that I desperately need now." He called for a taxi and waited for a couple of seconds before it arrived and picked him up. "To Technique Center, please," he requested, smiling. 10 minutes later, inside a humongous shop that had a large black signboard hanged slightly above the entrance, Felix was sitting in the lounge with a hologram in front of him, displaying the current empire-wide news. As expected, Wally is still trending even after an entire month. That game truly changed his life for the better. Felix smiled while looking at Wally's glorified image that had a bold title above his head. "Rules are unchanged, but can you do the same?" Indeed, as the title of the article said, the rules were still untouched. Anyone who was not afraid of the hellish pain Wally went through could repeat his feat and win as well. The SGA never changed the rules unless there was a loophole. But it had been ages since the last loophole surfaced. Now, the only thing left was to either win properly or find an unorthodox way like he did. "No one would stop you. My time will soon arrive to dominate the entire news platform. Just wait for this handsome daddy to have all his pictures planted everywhere." Confident, he smirked and turned off the hologram, planning to head to the counter in order to check about his current position in the queue. "Sir, there are still 102 customers ahead of you choosing and testing the techniques. If you are in a rush, I suggest that you pay a small fee to be served as a priority customer." A polite, beautiful lady with a ponytail informed him professionally. "No need, I can wait. Just make sure to give me a call when it's my turn, please." Disinterested in her suggestion, Felix waved his hand while walking back to the lounge. He knew that he couldn't act like a rich lord anymore by paying to skip the queues and lines. He had to pinch every coin from now on so he would have more coins to bet during the upcoming game. It was truly a sad fate for Felix to have millions in his bank account, yet still feel broke. But he couldn't do much about it. No one forced him to choose the best of the best. He could have easily avoided those problems if he simply walked the normal path like everyone else. But in his eyes, that would be the greatest injustice to everyone in the universe who wished to have a second chance in life with this many opportunities and cheats. 45 minutes later, Felix received a call from the receptionist, informing him that his turn had arrived. He immediately strode forward to get this done as fast as possible. "Please enter public room number 149 to see the General Techniques catalog." She gave him a key and continued her explanation. "Additionally, you can test them in it for free the first 5 times. But after so, you need to pay 1,000 SC fee for each test." "Understood." "Yes." He took the key and scanned it with his bracelet. Immediately after, it broke into light particles. Felix nodded his head politely and walked towards his room with a hidden smirk. He planned to learn the consciousness access technique first, to pay a surprise visit to Asna while she was still asleep. We still have unfulfilled promise between us." He rubbed his hands together with a lewd expression. No wonder the bastard was in a rush to learn the technique. The promise he made with Asna during the shower was still on his mind to this day. Based on how frequent he took showers and changed his clothes, Asna probably owned a heavy debt of nudity to pay. Shortly after, he stepped out of the elevator and kept walking slowly, bypassing room after room until his eyes landed on the room, numbered 149. He put his bracelet on the door scanner and waited a couple of seconds before the door opened up automatically. Nostalgic, his eyes kept roaming around, observing each corner of the white simple room that had nothing inside but a chair and a large screen, showcasing boldly hundreds of technique names that would make one's head spin from all of their variety and outrageous prices. It's been really long time since I used those kinds of rooms. As his eyes landed on those prices, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Still as expensive as hell. He clicked on the search button and keyed in the name of the technique he wanted to purchase. Soon after, a list of all the techniques that had the same name was listed, from the cheapest to most expensive. Felix didn't bother scrolling down to see those techniques that he couldn't even afford with his petty capital. He clicked the purchase button on the third technique on the list. Sir Felix, I advise you to prepare your mentality, as in 5 seconds the details about the technique shall be sent directly into your mind. Felix thanked the Queen for the early warning and closed his eyes. Abruptly, a massive amount of information detailing everything about the technique flooded his brain for 6 seconds straight. Overwhelmed a bit, Felix sweated heavily from his forehead with his hands on his knees, supporting his weight. It was quite tough to handle such a load of information all at once. At least I didn't faint or get a headache. He sighed in relief. Let's see if I'm able to enter my consciousness even with only 1% bloodline. He wiped his sweaty forehead with his sleeves and sat on the chair. He wasn't 100% certain in it working though, as in his previous life to activate manually a general technique one should at least be at greater purity. So, the consciousness barrier wouldn't break instantly after one failed the attempt. But he had to try as his consciousness barrier wasn't like the rest. He was somewhat confident in it sustaining at least 3 strikes before breaking. Here we go. Out of nowhere, Felix pinched his throat and started speaking in an unknown language that sounded extremely bizarre and quite annoying to the ears of the listeners. It quite resembled different buzzing sounds mashed up together. Shortly after, he stopped speaking and sat straight without a single quiver, just like a corpse. But that changed after a few seconds, as he dropped on his knees and started to cough a large amount of blood. Cough! Fuck! One small mistake and the entire manual activation fell apart and cracked my consciousness wall. Vexed, he wiped the blood from his mouth and sat back on the chair. Now, he only had 2 more tries before the damages caused to his barrier be unrecoverable. He must use them wisely. Composed, his irregular breathing was normalized, as he concentrated on practicing in his mind that weird-sounding activation code. He had to wait anyway for those cracks on his barrier to recover. Thus, it was better to at least rehearse a bit. The language of the hive race wasn't that easily spoken by anyone. The only reason Felix's was able to was because the clan he was in made it mandatory for every junior bloodliner to attend the hive race language class. After all, there were tons of general techniques released each year by the hive race, just like the mental transmission that the Alexander Kingdom used on Earthlings. Thus, it was a must-learn language in the universe for hardworking bloodliners. As for the lazy ones, the hive race didn't forget about them and made the technique activate automatically if a strict condition was met. For example, this technique that Felix was trying to manually activate could automatically take effect after the user reached the origin purity of the purification realm. Although Felix was part of the lazy group after he became a 3rd-stage bloodliner, he still didn't dare to laze in that language class, as the reward of being one of the top 10 in it was to receive a technique of their own choice. He wasn't going to miss that at any cost. Thus, he learned and mastered at least 20% of the language, earning him 3rd place in the class. Who would have known his hard work would have come handy in this situation? Still, Felix was taking quite a big risk even with his good mastery of the language. After all, to manually activate this technique while being a newly awakened was a risk no one would try to do. Hell, they might not do it even when they reached the lesser purity, the recommended power level to manually activate it, since there was no point or clear benefits worthy enough to risk their own consciousness destruction on this endeavor. Simply because their consciousness was empty without a single fart in it. So who would bother taking such a huge risk just to enter and see nothing inside? They could just wait until they reached the origin purity and automatically enter without any issues cropping up. But Felix's case was different. His consciousness was being rented by Asna, and as the landlord, he must check on her as soon as possible. After all, it was extremely weird that someone was living inside his body without even seeing how she looked like. This curiosity was slowly eating him from the inside, and no matter how much he tried to ignore it or avoid it, it would always come back, every time Asna spoke with her mesmerizing voice that could charm even the devil. So he was really determined that now was the time to see her and get rid of that annoying curiosity. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't be able to focus on his bloodline path. 30 minutes later, Felix stood up with a relaxed expression. All right, it's time for round 2. He took a deep breath and pinched his throat again, then spoke with the same bizarre language. But this time he spoke longer and fluently, a vast difference from earlier, as now his voice was far more pleasant to the listeners than before when he sounded like a banshee screech. He soon stopped speaking and just sat silently with closed eyes. On a lake that was filled with see-through water while being closed off by thin, transparent walls, Felix was lying with his eyes closed peacefully. However, that peacefulness broke in an instant after he woke up with hands extended forward, trying to hold into something. Ouf! Ouf! He gasped for breath like he was drowning in an ocean, while his eyes surveyed around him. Fucking hell! I hate that feeling of dropping from the air when I always try to enter this place. Annoyed, he eased his rugged breaths and stood up, planning to visit Asna ASAP. He had no idea when she would wake up. Thus, he had to make haste to prank her successfully. Let's go see that old witch. I bet she is ugly as hell with a wrinkled face from all of those years she lived. He chuckled with a playful look. He was pretty confident in his guess, as he based it on the fact that Asna took the shape of a flame when they saw her in the ruins. He doubted that her energy was low to the point she couldn't take her original shape. Good thing my consciousness is still small, so it is easy to find her. Just like he thought, it was really easy to locate her, since even without the size of the lake, just the large mansion that was made of mist was an easy hint to where she was at. He strode towards the mansion on tiptoes, trying his best to not make too much noise by splashing water everywhere. Otherwise, his shocking surprise that he was building for would be ruined after she wakes up and caught him red-handed. Unfortunately, the only one who was dealt with a heavy shock was him. As the moment he entered the mansion and laid his eyes on Asna's otherworldly beauty that could steal men's heart in a split second, he stood petrified in his place with his eyes fixated on the crimson-haired beauty that was sleeping peacefully. The last thought that coursed through his mind before his brain got short-circuit was, I am done for. After a while, Felix broke out of the enchantment and took a deep breath with his eyes closed shut, not daring to see her bewitching face anymore. He knew that he screwed up big time after seeing her for just a few seconds. As in before, he only heard her voice while imagining her as an old hag. But now that he saw her real form, he would find it extremely difficult to listen to her properly without recalling her angelic beauty. Heck, even if she cursed at him, it would only sound like heavenly bells ringing in his ears. That's why he knew that he was done for. After all, if he couldn't fix this enchantment, the fate of being her simp wasn't too far of a stretch. At that point, he would truly become her slave. A yes-man who would never refuse any of her requests. No wonder she said that he wasn't going to handle seeing her naked before. What a joke. Currently, he couldn't even keep eye contact with her face without breathing like a horny teenager. Don't even mention seeing her nude. No doubt, Felix would straightaway pass out from the arousing sight. As he kept taking deep breaths periodically, his enlarged slits slowly returned to their original size. He placed a hand on his heart that was beating 100 times per minute, trying to calm it a bit. Get a grip. She is as old as the universe. Don't be fooled by her captivating face. In the end, she is still an old lady. He tried to relax his teenage hormones that were causing his body to have such an intense reaction by mentioning the large age gap between them. However, his plan quickly fell apart as he heard her talking in her sleep with a charming voice. Die, you stingy bastard. You dare refuse to bring me movies to watch. Burn in hell. Even though she was cursing him, Felix only had a love-struck expression on his face while hearing her talking about him. Just like a crush finally responding to your message after 6 months of waiting. What he feared would happen ended up happening eventually. So, without further delay, he quickly escaped from his consciousness without fulfilling his plan of scaring Asna. In the White Room, Felix woke up with black lines on his forehead. Fuck. She was probably planning to take advantage of my age by harassing and teasing me when I visit her for the first time. Good thing he saw her while sleeping without her knowledge. So now, the situation could still be salvaged if he slowly managed to numb her beauty from his memory by seeing her constantly, or imagining her all the time. This way, when he finally sees her for real, the only response he would give was, "Meh, not bad." But that wasn't going to be a walk in the park since she could read his mind and easily figure out his plan. So he had only a limited duration to take advantage of, and that was during her sleep. I will never give her the satisfaction of seeing my stunned expression when I meet her next time. He stood up with his fist clutched tight and said, "I swear on it." He then dropped the matter for now, as his time inside the room was tight. So he began scrolling for other necessary techniques to buy, such as the UVR consciousness connection, that would allow him to connect to the UVR wherever he was in the universe without relying on signal towers like commoners. The consciousness access technique he was using now only allowed him to enter his consciousness, nothing more, nothing less. After buying a couple of different techniques, he closed off the screen and left the White Room without testing them. A few hours later, Felix already returned to his room in reality and paid a servant to handle the delivery process of the gifts. It was really a weird moment when Felix welcomed the servant, wearing wide glasses that covered half his face, a cap on his head, and a hoodie on top. His appearance resembled a celebrity trying their best to remain undercover in public. However, Felix wore like that just to cover up for his mutations, so the news wouldn't leak outside this early. The last thing he needed was handling the Elder's investigation right now, as a more pressing issue was chasing after him, which was how to deal with Asna's overpowered charm without alerting her. He spent hours thinking of a solid plan. But, no matter what he came up with, he always returned to his original first plan, that was to numb his emotions by seeing her constantly in her sleep. He knew that a plan like this wasn't reliable much, but when compared to what he came up with, it was the only one that had the highest chance of success. After all, everything in the universe would gradually lose its beauty and luster if one kept staring at it constantly for a long period of time. Or at least, the feeling wasn't going to be the same as seeing it for the very first time. The only fault in this plan was the fact Asna could wake up at any given moment without prior notice. Felix had no plans to meet up with her while awake. Otherwise, the fate of getting harassed and teased to death was inescapable. Hence, the current dilemma whether to go for this plan or not. Fuck it. I will enter as much as possible during this month to build immunity against her. He massaged his temples gently and added, "If she wakes up, so be it. I will take her teasing like a horny teenager. Nothing to be ashamed of since I am excused from anything I do or say during my hormonal upsurge. This is all the fault of my body, not me." He quickly built a solid excuse to use in case the plan failed. After all, his body was still 18 years old. The year where hormones were doing most of the talking and not his rationality. Felix sighed one last time and pinched his throat again, planning to access his unconsciousness to kickstart his plan as fast as possible. There was no time to waste, as every second counted in this race. Either he survives her charm, or she wakes up and finds out about everything. 20 days quickly passed by, as the big day of awakening in the family was happening tomorrow morning. Everyone was on edge, whether parents or the few remaining juniors who were about to awaken. No one was spared from the tense atmosphere. The entire building had descended into a deafening silence, in preparation for tomorrow's big event. Yet suddenly this silence was broken by Felix's loud bragging voice that resonated on every floor. "Party in my room to celebrate this daddy's successful awakening. Only female cousins are invited though. Thank you and good luck tomorrow." After finishing his announcement, Felix paid the monitor room guard 2 cigarettes and bolted in the direction of his room. He knew that the elders were going to rush towards it, to see if he lied or not. Thus, it was better if he was there already than to be cornered by them in the hallway. Just like he guessed, the moment the announcement was made, everyone's peaceful expressions changed to disbelief and shock, especially the juniors who were relaxing their mentality in preparation. As they heard his damned voice, loud and clear from the speaker that was installed in their room. Bullshit. How can he awaken when his bloodline is in the hands of the elders? Kenny, that was practicing yoga in his room, sneered after hearing Felix's bold claim. His reaction was exactly the same as the rest of the juniors. They honestly believed that Felix was either lying as a prank or to lighten the mood. Whatever it was, his claim was totally bullshit. After all, the elders were definitely not going to give him the bloodline bottle during this sensitive moment. It wasn't just him, but every junior had their bloodlines taken by the elders 10 days prior after a moronic junior tried to awaken secretly after realizing that he couldn't handle the torture of the mock practice anymore. His thoughts were understandable, as he believed that he would rather go for it and wish for Lady Luck to grace him than to have his bloodline bottle taken away after giving up the practice. Unfortunately, his shriveled body was found the next morning laying on a pool of clotted blood. Thus, the juniors had no plans to head to Felix's room and entertain his crap. They would rather continue their mental preparation, hoping to get a peace of mind for the big day tomorrow. On the other hand, Olivia was the total opposite, as she quickly left her room with a worried expression. I hope this is not one of his stupid pranks, or else he will be heavily punished by the elders. She chewed on her lip inside the elevator and murmured, "Stupid Felix, it is really bad timing for pranks." Noah's ears twitched slightly, then returned normal. That was the only reaction he had about this situation. Meanwhile, on the roof, near the swimming pool and the garden, wide-eyed, Robert spat a mouthful of orange juice at Albert's face. Did that rascal really awaken? He wiped his mouth and said, I know for a fact that he won't lie about those kinds of things, which means he bought another bloodline from the UVR and used it. Dumbfounded, Albert cleaned his face from the juice drops. He did not even lash at Robert after being showered like that. He simply responded with a questing tone. But why didn't he wait until tomorrow? Isn't much better to awaken under our supervision? What's more pressing is to find out which bloodline he integrated with and why did he do so without informing us. Abraham slammed his palm on the table and shouted, This is intolerable action that must be punished. Otherwise, everyone would start copying him and doing what the hell they want without our approval. He huffed. We can't be having any more dead bodies on the building. Enough wasting time asking us. Charlotte pushed glasses upward her nose bridge and said, Let's go find out in person. I trust Felix will have a plausible explanation. After Felix reached his room, he kept the door wide open and sat on a chair in front of it with a relaxed smile. He felt quite relaxed about the entire situation, as he spent the past half-month preparing enough material to counterattack every question they throw at him. A few moments later, the first to arrive was unsurprisingly Olivia, who peeked inside the room with one eye while leaning against the wall. Immediately after spotting Felix, who was sitting in the middle of the room in a carefree manner, she yelled out loud while baring her small fangs at him. Who are you? And what did you do to Felix? Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her reaction, but he could not blame her. After all, his entire demeanor had transformed after his stylish mutations occurred. If before he appeared harmless and playful to everyone else, now with his current appearance, his bearing completely changed to being cold and dangerous with those gleaming deadly slits. But that's only if he kept his mouth shut. Too bad. Felix was not known for being as such, and he wouldn't change his personality just to fit his current style more. So, he welcomed the fuming Olivia with his typical charming, easygoing smile. Come inside, little Ollie. Don't worry, it's just me, Felix. Olivia stuttered while pointing her shaky finger in his direction. What happens to your hair and eyes? Before Felix could even answer back, she fired another question with a hint of excitement in her voice. Did you really awaken, and those are the famous mutations that I read about online? Indeed, those are the byproducts after awakening, he answered, smiling. She quickly rushed to his side and asked with stars in her eyes, "Can I touch your hair, please? It looks so soft and smooth." Felix rubbed his nose and allowed her to do as she pleased. Yet, he instantly regretted his decision after she planted her face on his hair and started rubbing it with her eyes closed shut in content. So soft and silky. This is the dream hair of every girl. Enough, Ali. Get your face away. He pushed her clingy head away and scolded. You are dirtying it with your dripping saliva. Fuck, my purple tips are all stained. Stop being stingy. Just let me smell it one more time. Olivia just kept evading his hands while sniffing his hair with a happy expression like a puppy. Who could blame her, though? Felix's hair had a unique natural fragrance that could be sold as perfume worldwide and reach instant success. The mutation might be useless in fights, but it made sure he wouldn't lose out in terms of looks and attractiveness to anyone. God damn it, Olivia. Don't force me to cut eye. Suddenly both of them froze, playing around as their eyes made contact with 5 elders who were watching them with a wide grin. Olivia, who are you flirting with? Charlotte asked. Sigh, our little flower is even flirting with men now. Time truly flies. Carter's shoulders slumped a bit. For my grandson to have his girlfriend flirting with another man even in his room. Robert sighed. I truly raised disappointment. If he saw her now, his hair will probably turn green, don't you think? Albert threw a jab at Felix without mercy. True. I know for a fact mine would. Abraham nodded his head while touching his long white hair. Irritated, Felix stared at those old fogies tease him with a dark expression. He knew that the elders were taking advantage of this situation to vent some of their anger at him, after not being informed that he was awakening. If before, they were a bit skeptical at his announcement, now, after seeing his hair and eyes, it became pretty clear that he was telling the truth, which made it pretty hard for them to stomach. After all, too many things could go wrong during the process of awakening, and only by having someone at Felix's side, backing him up whenever an issue popped up, could he awaken safely. Just like when Asna intervened when he was about to pass out. But the elders had no idea that he had her at his side. They thought that he went full commando like an idiot and risked his life for no apparent reason. Elders, it's not what it looks like. This is Felix after he awakened. Olivia jumped away from Felix like someone stepped on her tail. She tucked her hair behind her ears with a slight blush on her cheeks and murmured, "And he is not my boyfriend." Felix immediately supported her claim with a nod and changed the subject to not embarrass her any further. "What brought you here, Grandpa? Are you here for the party?" he asked. "Rascal, stop playing dumb. Hurry up and explain yourself. I can only hold those fogies from beating you up this far." Robert held his hand behind his back and ordered him to cough up his excuse. "You better provide a good reason. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you from the punishment." "He is right. Don't try to bullshit your way out of this." Abraham approached him and said, "Just tell the truth. At least your punishment will be light." "Queen AI, please show them my betting log." Felix kickstarted his plan immediately without using words, but actually showing them hard evidence first, to facilitate the following lies. "As you wish, Sir Felix." Right away, Queen presented for each elder a holographic log that showcased Felix's latest bet. The elders were not expecting this at all, as they assumed that Felix would either lie through his teeth or acknowledge his wrongdoing. But they still read the log with narrowed eyes, trying to see what he was on about. Yet, the moment they spotted the huge amount that he won after betting on Wally, their eyes couldn't help but widen in disbelief. You actually managed to win 1 million from betting?" Abraham shouted out loud, almost deafening the elders near him. However, they didn't seem to mind as their eyes were too engrossed in reading that amount over and over again. Their expression was slowly changing from disbelief to envy and finally greed. The only one who didn't show those desires was Robert, who kept chuckling foolishly like he lucked out on a lottery. Felix merely sighed after noticing their human-like behavior, as he understood that the entire family budget did not surpass 5 million SC even after having the AP bracelet, and being in contact with UVR for over 8 months. That 5 million was the fruit of their investments in the UVR in the past 8 months. When compared to Felix, who earned 80 million in 2 days due to his memories, it truly appeared pitiful. But this was the true reality of earning money in UVR. It was never an easy endeavor to do so, since to sell within the markets, having a good reputation was a must. But to obtain a good reputation, they needed to sell first. Such a vicious circle was the reason why the majority of new businessmen, who were trying to make a living, tuck their tails between their legs and cancel all of their business ventures. As for investments, that rarely worked well in the UVR, where scammers were popping out like mushrooms with new projects to fool the investors every goddamn second. Only veteran investors were able to spot the small pieces of gold in the sea of dung those scammers created. One should never take Felix's ways of earning money as a standard. After all, he was really just cheating his way up by taking advantage of his memories. If he didn't have them, he would have definitely performed even worse than the family. Indeed, it was truly just blind luck due to my curiosity. He scratched his nose and asked, "Do you want to hear the long version of the process or the short one? Please share all the details on how you did so." Abraham sat on the couch near him and said with his arms crossed, "This is extremely important to the family future." "As you wish." With a confident smile on his face, Felix started sharing the bullshit story he worked hard to create. "Well, as I mentioned before, I only gambled because of my curiosity. But before I did so, I needed the capital first, since I was penniless the moment I was dropped in the UVR. Indeed, just like us." The elders nodded their heads. "So I tried to find ways to earn coins as fast as possible. Thus, I did what anyone in my age would do." He shrugged his shoulders. "I searched online for a solution, and just like always, the UVR network did not disappoint, as I have read in a public forum, that there is a law entailing that any newcomer in SGA gets a 100.000 SG loan with low interest and without providing a valid reason. Here I was wondering how you managed to get capital. It turned out you used the free loan rule." Disheartened, Abraham sighed after realizing that Felix did not luck out a job in a well-paying business or a shop like he assumed, but merely used his SGA rights, which they already had knowledge of. His disappointment was understandable, as the family currently wanted nothing more but to expand as far as they could in the UVR. Thus, if Felix had actually found a job, it would further enhance their garbage social network even further by obtaining the friendship of his boss. "I can already see the rest of the events. You bet your entire capital on the currently famous solid wall, thus managing to hit it big. Indeed, my father's senses tingled that there is a profit to make in this gamble. So without hesitation, I threw everything I had on Wally." He looked at Abraham right in his eyes and said, "I wanted to inform you about taking this gamble with me. But I know that it will be really hard for you guys to bet the family future on a single cent that might turn wrong." The elder's silence after hearing his explanation was a clear sign of agreement. In fact, they felt like if he told them, they would do everything in their power to convince him to either not bet or cancel it. Elders' caution attitude towards life was not the same as youngsters, who never gave a crap about future repercussions. It was a correct move not to inform us about this one. Robert scratched his beard and asked, "But why didn't you tell us that you planned to awake yesterday with a different bloodline?" "Indeed, if you told us, we would have done our best to assist you." Charlotte nodded. Felix truly felt like a criminal being surrendered by detectives. Nonetheless, he neither broke off the character nor showed any loophole in his story. "Well, I could not share all of the details, since I am bound by a contract I signed. But I can tell you one thing." He stared at their penetrating eyes that were scanning every twitch in his face, just like a lie detector, and said, "The bloodline I awakened with was a legendary rank." The instant he said the rank of the bloodline, everyone's brain short-circuited. The bombshell he dropped was too much for their mind to handle. They simply couldn't process how could someone in their family obtain a legendary bloodline, while they weren't able to even buy an epic rank one. This unbelievable fact truly blew their minds away, and their deluded stiff eyes were the best proof of so. "Elders, are you all right?" With a hidden glint in his eyes, Felix asked worriedly. Thud. However, the only response he received was Robert's body dropping on the ground with a hand clutching his chest in anguish. Speechless, Felix stared at his grandfather having a heart attack at this untimely moment. The shock was truly too big for Robert's fragile heart to handle. Good thing he didn't expose that he actually earned a whopping 80 million from the bet. Otherwise, his grandfather would straightway drop dead. Everyone in the room broke out of their daze after hearing Robert's forehead smack into the floor carpet. Thud. Fuck. Robert, don't you dare die on me now. Albert quickly rushed to Robert's side and knelt next to him, preparing to provide chest compression or CPR if his heart stopped beating. As for now, Robert appeared to be only having symptoms of a heart attack since he kept clutching his chest with a twisted expression. It seemed like the squeezing pain in the center of his chest made it difficult for him to breathe. If this carried on, his death wouldn't be a far-fetched ending. Abraham quickly took his phone out and called for the medical team in the building, who was responsible for the medical health of the juniors, to rush here ASAP. Meanwhile, Olivia kept running all over the room like a headless chicken, having no clue what she was supposed to do. Helpless, Felix sighed and took the longevity potion from his spatial card, planning to feed it to his grandfather. He never wanted things to go this way, as he preferred to hand it when he was alone with his grandfather, to avoid more unnecessary questions. If he explained to his grandfather how he bought it, he could leave taking care of the elders to him. But now, he could only use it in front of the elders, who would definitely skin him alive after hearing its price tag. Well, change of plans, I guess. Unlike the rest, who were losing their shit, Felix approached his grandfather and sat near his head. He then forcefully opened Robert's mouth and emptied all the white content of the potion inside, not giving the elders a chance to stop him. "What the hell are you doing, Felix? Have you lost your mind?" Livid, Carter jumped on Felix and dragged him away from Robert, who lay on the floor unmoving like a corpse after drinking that potion. No one could blame him, though, as it was a too foolish move to feed a person who has a heart attack with an unknown substance. It could only make his condition worse and even straightaway kill him. Just like the current case, Robert's heart completely stopped beating, scaring the shit out of everyone. Immediately, Albert started doing CPR and chest compression in between each pause. No one bothered with Felix anymore or scolded him. They watched Albert trying his best to revive Robert while holding their breath nervously. Nonchalant at being seized underneath Carter like a criminal, Felix coughed to get their attention and said, "Elder, you can stop. You won't be able to revive him." He quickly explained after seeing their murderous gazes. "I fed him a longevity potion. It will remove all of his diseases at once and also provide him with immunity to them for the next 300 years that he will live. He will wake up automatically after the reconstruction process is over. Don't waste your breath," he said, chuckling. Albert's folded hands instantly froze mid-air after hearing the name of the dream potion he always wanted but never had the capital to get it. It wasn't just him who acted like this, but every elder in the room froze as well. Even the youngest of them all, Charlotte. After all, the entire reason they were using coins they earned not on themselves but their juniors was but an investment for the future. A future where one of their children made it big and gifted them a longevity potion that cost almost 1 million SC. However, not in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Robert would drink one in front of them this early without even being aware of it. Albert stared at Robert's peaceful face and wanted nothing more than to slap him hard in the face for having such a grandson that spent his entire fortune on him. Meanwhile, his granddaughter didn't even give him a call once a month. Such filial pity was almost extinct in the current age. The silence did not last long, as it was quickly broken by Felix's whining. "Elder Carter, can you get up already? My hair is being dirted from lying on the floor. It takes a lot of effort each day to wash it." "Who gives a shit about your hair?" Abraham roared with a booming voice. "You better confess how much SC you own." "Felix, it is clearly impossible to obtain both the legendary bloodline and also the longevity potion with only 1 million SC, no matter how much you think about it," Charlotte said, composed as always. I was planning to explain everything at once in detail, but Grandpa just had to steal the spotlight and act dead. It's not my fault, he said. All right, let's wait for Robert to wake up. Then you can share everything. She returned to her seat and put one leg above the other, waiting for Robert to wake up from the reconstruction process. The rest followed after her and receded as well. Only Carter stayed in his position, uncaring about Felix's cries. Elder, I think it's better to cancel the medical call, Olivia suggested softly. Oh, thank you for reminding me, little Ollie. Abraham patted Olivia, who was sitting next to him, and quickly canceled the medical call. It was much better to have as few outsiders as possible when dealing with such sensitive matters. Fortunately, Robert did not keep them waiting for long, as he woke up a bit muddled a couple of minutes later. Why do I feel like I am back to my 20s? He murmured while touching his heart with a frown. He then applied force on his neck but felt nothing, followed by his lower back, but still felt nothing. He kept applying pressure on all of the body parts used to torture him due to his old age. Yet, he only felt comfort each time, making his face light up brighter and brighter after each attempt. Relieved and quite happy, Felix stared at his grandfather, who was touching himself up like a kid. Worth it, he murmured. That's the only thing he could say to express his joy after seeing one of his previous regrets get finally resolved. However, his joy was quickly replaced by shame after seeing his grandfather putting his hand in his nether region with clear expectations written on his face. Shortly after, Robert stood up with his hands in the air, shouting out loud like a deranged madman. My dragon has revived after 30 years of dormant. Felix just buried his head in the ground, trying his best not to associate himself with his grandfather after seeing such shameful behavior. Meanwhile, the elderly men all gave Robert a dirty look with a hint of envy. As for Charlotte and Olivia, one just stared calmly, unbothered about the farce, and the other covered her eyes with her fingers while peeking from the gaps with a flushed face. Enough embarrassing your grandson, old geezer. Albert smacked Robert's bald head to vent some of his envy and said, You are making him regret gifting you the longevity potion. Robert did not even lash out at Albert. He stared at Felix in bewilderment after realizing that his body rebirth was due to the longevity potion and not some miracle he assumed in his mind. Yet, the first thing that came out of his mouth was not gratitude but scolding. You little bastard. Why did you waste $1 million on these old bones? He added in anguish. You could have bought resources to help you reach a higher level than your peers, or at least invest that capital in business within the UVR. So many things could have been done with it. If he weren't bald, he would have pulled his hair out in frustration. I can always earn those later some way or another. Felix shook his head and smiled. But you only have one life, and I would be a fool if I didn't use what I earned to cure your disease and add some extra years. He chided. With your drinking habit, you might flat out die tomorrow. I can't risk it. Everyone had their tongue tied after hearing his claim. After all, to be selfless to your own kin was a virtue worthy of respect by anyone. Robert could only grin foolishly while poking Albert in his temples. How do you find my grandson? HM? Not bad, right? He placed his arm around Albert's shoulder and continued bragging with a smirk. You always mock me, saying that I wasted too many assets on a good-for-nothing kid. He, who's laughing now? Irritated, Albert could only lower his head and accept his taunting in silence. He knew that nothing he said would be good enough as a retort since Robert was completely right. He indeed mocked and threw some insults at Robert each time he saw him trading his assets to negate young Felix's punishments. For a cheapskate person like him to see that happening in front of him, he honestly could not resist mocking Robert for it. But now the tables had turned. The wastrel he was mocking helped his grandfather add 300 years to his longevity, while his granddaughter wasn't even interested in this awakening crap after he taught her laboriously in her young age to only live for money and money. All right, enough bragging, Robert. We still have unfinished business with Felix. Abraham quickly saved Albert by mentioning the ongoing questioning. All right, I will visit this old coot later in his room to continue our delightful conversation. Robert smiled in Felix's direction and said, "Felix, get it over with, and tell them what they want to hear." Carter understood the cue and helped the irritated Felix to stand up. "Elder, you really need to lose some weight." Pained, Felix massaged his back and returned to his seat, planning to continue his bullshit from where he left. "As I said before, I am bound by a contract I made when I obtained the legendary bloodline. Hence, I can't explain the details of the bloodline." He dusted his hair gently while uttering, "But I can tell you how I obtained it." "Good. That's what we want to hear in the first place," Abraham said. "Well, after winning the million SC, I thought it was my lucky day, so I decided to participate in some market lotteries." He smiled. "I joined each one I could find until the number of tickets I purchased raised to 150, with a total of 150.000 SC. So you were telling us you wasted 150.000 SC in lotteries?" Abraham mumbled under his breath in disbelief, not daring to entertain the thought that Felix just wasted that much in a fucking lottery. Who could blame him, though? 150,000 SC was 30% of the entire training camp budget. "I am gonna kill you, little bastard." He immediately dashed towards Felix with bloodshot eyes trying to rip him apart. Fortunately, everyone held him back before he committed a crime. Felix stopped trying to build suspense and instantly said everything at once after seeing the enraged elder. He honestly could not afford to play with their emotions anymore. "I lost every lottery ticket except the bloodline one, which I managed to win the big prize of the month. And it was a legendary tier 1 beast." He added swiftly to ease Abraham's fury. "In other words, I spent 150.000 SC to obtain a legendary bloodline that could only be bought in auctions with outrageous prices." "He is right. He truly obtained it as a bargain." Charlotte nodded her head and asked, "I guess you used the remaining coins to buy the longevity potion, right?" Felix only nodded in agreement, as this was much better than he planned to bullshit with. Abraham relaxed a bit after understanding the full picture. But still, he didn't let go of Felix yet. "But why did you awaken without informing us?" He questioned him while being shoulder-locked by Albert and Robert. "I doubt the contract will enforce you with such a stupid condition. Do you think I am retarded enough to inform you guys that I planned to awake with a legendary bloodline?" He sneered, uncaring about saving them face. "I know for a fact that you will pressure me to hand it over, so you can resell it and obtain enough coins to invest in business opportunities within the UVR. So, to avoid the entire situation, I would rather just risk awakening solo than informing you." He shrugged his shoulders with hands spread apart. "Don't take it personally. I am simply protecting my own benefits." Tongue-tied at his reason, the elders were left without any way to retort his negative assumption of them, as everything he mentioned was 100% correct. They knew that when it came to the family's future, personal feelings could be overlooked. Thus, they were going to force Felix to hand the bloodline one way or another. Such a treasure that could be sold for hundreds of millions must not be used on one person. Too many things could have been solved by having that amount in their bank account. First, it was enough to stomp all the families and authority figures on Earth, leaving them to bite their dust. Second, it could be used to buy better bloodline and resources for their juniors. Most importantly, they could buy longevity potion for each of them without feeling a dent in their capital. This was what their thoughts were, and they were not ashamed of them. Because everything they do was for the family except the potion one, that was simply a universal wish for everyone. But Felix was right. There was nothing personal here. He had no reason to hand over his own benefits for the family. A place where he had only but bad memories. So, they didn't blame him, either hate him. They just sighed in helplessness over missing such a large opportunity to make a difference. "All right, there is no need to say more, lad. You did what you thought was right, and no one will scold you for it." Albert walked towards the door and warned sternly, "But you better work your ass off to bring its potential to the limit. Suppose you can't even secure a representation spot with this bloodline. I will beat you to death." The rest gave Felix a warning look and hastily chased after Albert, planning to see how they could take advantage of Felix's awakening to help the other juniors. They obtained the answers they came for. So, there was no point remaining in the room anymore. Although those answers did not please them much. They still felt a little better after knowing that a Felix had awakened and also with a legendary bloodline. At least, they must be the first family on Earth to have a legendary bloodliner. Robert hugged Felix with a warm smile. I am proud of you, kid. Your decision was the best one to be made, since only by securing your future can you start thinking of others. Thanks, Grandpa. I will keep your words at bay. Felix returned his hug while making an inviting motion to Olivia with a hidden glint. She shyly approached them and entered the hug as well with a cute smile. Sadly, that smile was replaced with disgust after hearing two loud farts coming out of Felix and his grandfather. She quickly tried to remove herself from the hug. But, would the shameless duo be that generous and let her leave without taking a whiff? Sadly, it was a hard no. So, poor Olivia could only remain within their clutches with watery eyes and constipated expression from the deadly smell. Say avi me, elders. Too bad. Their devilish laugh quickly engulfed her cry of help after using their unique trapping technique to prank her successfully. If Robert wasn't in a good mood, he wouldn't have entertained Felix's hidden wink he gave him during the hug. 3 days quickly passed by, as the big day of awakening ended up on a successful note without any hiccups. 8 juniors managed to awaken successfully after surviving the excruciating agony of the process. Some were known to have higher chances to awaken, like Noah, Kenny, Olivia, and Sarah, while some managed to awaken out of nowhere, surprising the elders and their peers. Jackson Maxwell was of them, a fog element user with the spectral owl bloodline. No one believed that he was going to awaken successfully, as he fainted throughout the entire mock practice. Regardless, he didn't give up on awakening for real, and the elders weren't allowed to take his bloodline unless he explicitly agreed to give up. Thus, they could only watch him risk his life, knowing that his chances were null. After all, he failed the mock practice miserably. It was only natural to assume that he was going to fail the awakening as well. However, he defied everyone's expectations when he managed to remain conscious throughout the entire process. When the elders asked him how he felt, he answered that it wasn't as bad as what he experienced in the mock practice. In fact, he wasn't the only one who said so, as the rest of the juniors who awakened successfully with him mentioned the same. From this, the elders and seniors of those juniors realized that Felix and Charlotte were right in their tough-handed approach. It was much better to make the mock practice have the same difficulty as the real awakening during the last 5 days, as even if the juniors failed the practice, they would still have experienced the real awakening, and wouldn't be blindsided during the real test. Not to mention, the casualties were at the bare minimum, since the majority of the juniors decided to give up after realizing that it was impossible for them to even survive the first 5 minutes of awakening, based on their mock practice results. The only ones who went for awakening were the juniors who either succeeded in the mock practice or at least survived the first 10 minutes before passing out. Due to those significant results, Felix earned some brownies from the parents of those children after saving their lives indirectly by his awakening practice approach. But Felix didn't give a crap about their gratitude, as he saved them in the first place only because he had nothing to lose, and it wasn't much of an effort. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother. Currently, on the 35th floor, Felix stood together with the 8 awakened juniors. Some of them received easily noticeable mutations, such as Olivia, who had a small growing yellow lily flower on the top of her head, making her cuteness reach a new level. However, the elders and Felix merely sighed after seeing this mutation happen to her during the awakening, as they knew that it wasn't possible anymore to pat her head. The gentle-looking flower acted like a protective helmet for Olivia, and she couldn't get any happier about it. Then there was Kenny, who received a somewhat low-key mutation, as dark shades covered both of his eyes, making him even harder to read. Meanwhile, some did not undergo any mutation at all, as they remained exactly the same. Just like Noah, nothing changed about him or added. But it was understandable, since not everyone could receive mutations from an awakening with just 1%. It all depended on luck. The only certain way to get them was by increasing the dose of the injection as much as possible. Nevertheless, Felix's mutation was still the envy of everyone, as the moment the elders left his room after their interrogation, they announced that he truly awakened under the supervision of Robert. They had to add an elder, otherwise the rest would start complaining about favoritism. However, the elders thought too much about it, since the juniors' brains excluded all those petty secondary thoughts, and focused only on one thing, and that was one of them truly awakened. They had seen awakened bloodliners many times on the internet and UVR streams, but still, nothing beat seeing the real deal. Thus, they all rushed towards Felix's room, like a debt collector coming to pay a visit. Felix already anticipated their arrival, since he heard the announcement as well. So, he left the door wide open and sat in the same chair, feeling like some endangered animal on public display. As soon as they arrived and saw his new outlook, they went bonkers in his room, chatting and asking billions of questions about his process of awakening and mutations. The boys envied the purple slits that made him appear dangerous and elegant at the same time, while the girls never stopped harassing him to let them touch his hair or smell its natural spring fragrance. In spite of that, Felix only felt annoyed by the whole farce, as he truly believed that his mutations were quite trash compared to what he saw in his past life. Alas, those teenagers cared only about dashing mutations, and not about their usefulness in battles. Meanwhile, above the stage, the elders kept viewing those juniors with a foolish grin, ruining the serious atmosphere of the gathering. But who could blame them, though? Every time they imagined the jealous looks of other families after seeing their 9 awakened juniors during the upcoming U.S. national team battle, that grin gets fixed on their faces without any way to remove it. Because based on Charlotte intel, the majority of the business families in the U.S. only had 4 awakened, while their true rivals had a maximum total of 7 awakened. So for their Maxwell family to have 2 extra members on their rivals was truly a gratifying thing to see. Charlotte fake coughed to wake up those foolish geezers from their imagination since everyone was looking at them weirdly. Too bad, her attempt didn't change anything. So, she could only walk up the podium and take it from there. It seems Elder Abraham is not on his peak form, so I will be the one who will inform you about what you should expect on the second stage of the training camp. She paused for a bit to see if she had everyone's attention and added, "The second stage of the camp will teach you how to integrate the remaining 98% without issues. In addition, to help you reach at least lesser purity before the third stage of the camp. Keep in mind that not all of you will reach it." The juniors were a bit skeptical at her certain tone, but Felix knew why she was confident in her claim. Since in this stage, the goats would be separated from the sheep. Or in other words, it's finally time to see who was going to have a smooth path ahead of him, and who was going to struggle his entire life just to break through the purification realm. The method the elders were going to use was simple actually, and that was to separate them based on their affinity rating. Those with 40% or below would form the below-average group. Those with 40% to 60% would form the average group. Those with 60% to 80% would form the gifted group. As for 80% to 100%, humans born with that affinity were as rare as a triple elemental user. The reason why the affinity rating was the true decider of whether someone was going to have a smooth path or not was simply because the higher an elemental affinity a bloodliner had, the faster the body was able to adapt to the bloodline it was merged with. After all, in every integration, the human DNA gets broken apart and reconstructed it again, but this time with the beast genes merged with it. Thus, it was natural that an adaptation period, or what the majority called the cooldown period, was a normal outcome. Since the body wouldn't be able to handle having its DNA constantly broken apart and rearranged again, without even taking a breather in the process. However, the elemental affinity was able to hasten this adaptation period, to the point it could even remove it entirely. This was one of the main reasons why humans were only able to awaken with beasts that had the same elemental affinity as them. Otherwise, the body would immediately reject the bestial bloodline, and either explode or enter a state of shock, just like it was rejecting an organ donated by someone. If we reverse this reason, we can easily infer that the body of a bloodliner with a high elemental affinity rating would accept the foreign genes of the beast with open arms, nullifying the adaptation period, or even removing it entirely. In a different sense, the integration process was the same as an organ transplantation operation, and the affinity rating was the decider whether the body would accept the organ or reject it. And if it did accept it, how long it would take before the body could recover its peak form. Felix was desperate to raise his affinity no matter what, just for this reason. As he knew that, with his 59% poison affinity rating, he would need at least 24 days cooldown period between each integration. His cooldown wasn't even that bad when compared to bloodliners with a 1% affinity rating. Such a garbage affinity forces them to wait for at least 2 months before they could integrate again. One should only imagine how long it would take them to reach the peak of the purification realm with such a messed up cooldown. This was how the sheep were split from the goat in the human bloodline system. There was no such thing as born genius or prodigy, due to comprehensive ability or something in that sense. The only thing that mattered was whether one was lucky enough to be born with a high affinity to smoothen his path, or born with trash affinity that would make his life hell. It was all about luck and fortune. Noah, who had a whopping 70% affinity rating, was beyond lucky, as it meant he was able to integrate every 18 days. Plus, with his hardworking, no-bullshit personality, he would never idle around or give up his bloodline path as the majority did after not being able to handle the continuous torture of each integration. This was how humans cultivate, or in this case integrate, to obtain their strengths. Even though their system was painful and long, humans still choose to tread it. Since the moment they stopped, the whole beast invasion situation would resurface again. But with a different race. The universe did not accept weaklings, no matter if it was in the Dark Ages or the current SGA era. After Charlotte explained all the necessary information about the integration process, she separated the 9 juniors into 3 groups. 2 juniors were placed in the C group because of their affinity that was below 40%. 5 juniors were placed in the B group since their affinity did not reach 60%. Kenny and Felix were within it as well. Lastly, the A group had only Olivia and Noah, as they both had 65% and 70% affinity respectively. After separating them properly, she said calmly to the grumbling juniors who did not like those settings, "You don't have to be upset, as you can always climb up if you performed well, and also fall down if you remain idle and waste our resources." Bored, Felix kept yawning with an absent-minded look, not focusing at all on what Charlotte was saying. He just wanted this gathering to end already. But who could blame him? Everything that she said, he already had knowledge of, and everything that she was promising as a reward, he could obtain better by himself. At this point, the entire training camp had no meaning to him but a waste of time. The merit shop turned to be a disappointment. The AP bracelet that he planned to work hard to obtain, he already secured it before the camp even started. So in a sense, it was quite meaningless to remain in the camp anymore. But he couldn't just go ahead and tell the elders that he wanted to quit, as they would skin him alive if he mentioned anything about lazing around while having a legendary rank bloodline within him. Plus, Felix didn't want to ruin his chances of joining the Earthlings representative team by going against the family board. He would rather play house obediently with his cousins than to go on his way and struggle to reach the world representative battle by participating in public qualifications. He wasn't a fool to let go of his family thigh that had an already secured spot within the U.S. national team battle and go struggle within the sea of commoners who were trying to do the same. A couple of hours later, Felix wore his pajamas and lay on the bed comfortably, planning to log inside the UVR and place his bet on the second game that he remembered clearly on his mind. Although there were still 4 days before its official start, Felix couldn't wait to empty his bank account on his bet. He struggled inside the UVR for way too long, just to save each coin, in order to increase his earning after the game. God knows how many lines and queues he had to stay on during the past month. Heck, sometimes he didn't even log in for 3 days to 5 days just to not get lured to watch a movie, play an online video game, or even visit the Red District. Too many distractions were within the UVR, and for a somewhat rich lord like Felix, they were the greatest honey traps. Thus, he entered the UVR only when necessary in the past month. But now, the game he was waiting for desperately was finally here. Felix couldn't but call eagerly in his mind, "Queen, log me in." It was time to earn some free coins. The moment Felix logged in, he directly took a hover cab towards the gambling den. 20 minutes later, he exited the den with a grin after successfully emptying his entire bank account that had 64 million SC. He left only 10,000 as an emergency. Felix obtained 45 million SC from selling the filtered Anomamba bloodline after successfully integrating the last 4% of the Jormungandr bloodline he found inside the bottle. This happened 5 days prior after his cooldown period went off. He wasn't lazing around during the past month, as he went from a store to another seeking to sell his bottle to the shop owners. He had to throw his net a bit wide since each shop owner offered a different price. However, all of their offers were a huge ripoff, as some bastards even asked Felix to sell it at 45% cheaper. For those greedy fuckers, Felix only spat on their faces and escaped. What else could he have done? His reputation wasn't good enough to support his claim that his bottle had 75% plus essence. Heck, he wasn't even able to sell it directly to the buyers due to it. After all, how could they trust in his words? They fell for the same trick so many times, it wasn't even funny anymore. Thus, Felix sadly had to settle with selling his bottle at 30% cheaper after spending days searching around for a shop owner in a good mood to offer him that price. None of this would have happened if he was able to return the bottle to Luby and ask for a refund. Too bad. Doing so in this industry was extremely unprofessional and abhorred upon. Felix didn't want to irk Luby this early. He still needed to take advantage of him. The only good news about all of this was the fact that Brother Fatty agreed to deliver the filtered bottle to the buyer, after he met up with Felix during his potions delivery. After all, Felix had to buy them again for the second integration. Since Felix was making an off-record delivery without contacting proper channels for so, he had to bribe Fatty with 20,000 SC to make it happen. However, Felix wasn't complaining much about the bribe, as it was much better than paying the original basic 150,000 SC just to deliver one bottle. The Wormhole Company's minimum payment was always 150,000 SC. It didn't matter if Felix wanted to deliver a chewing gum or nail. 4 days later, 1900 hours PM. Felix sat with his usual cheering outfit on, within millions of fans in a Coliseum sports stadium that had 10 layers of seating, each contained a couple millions of fans. Weirdly, at least 60% of those fans were females from all shapes and types, wearing a pink t-shirt that had a gorgeous male face, smiling warmly with glittering gray eyes designed on it. One look at that face and any shallow female would fall over heels for him. Shortly after, every one of those females cheered out loud with flushed cheeks until their throats went dry, deafening all the poor males in the audience, who came to spectate the game to cheer for their bets or loved ones. But, after seeing the same gorgeous male that was on their t-shirt teleport on the playing field with a warm smile on, they understood why. Nonetheless, they still grumbled with frowned eyebrows at those superficial females, who were cheering like fangirls. Felix's bet was not on this man-whore, but on a completely random average individual who was only in this game to add numbers. Regardless, Felix still bet on him to win, as he knew that this game would have a twist that was going to teach every player an unforgettable lesson for eternity. Trying his best to hold his laughter, Felix's lips kept quivering at the sight of the gray-eyed idol, getting interviewed by the MC over his goals and wishes. Hee hee. Sadly, your only wish after this game is for it to be completely erased from everyone's memories. Not able to hold it back anymore, he let out a wicked laugh with his chin raised and arms spread apart like a madman. However, not a single female near him paid attention to him or his words. The only thing that was in their eyes was the gorgeous face of their idol. The half hour of the interview quickly passed by, as the MC used the full duration to shower the gray-eyed idol with all kinds of questions. Some were about this game, while the majority were about his private life. Yet, no one complained about this mic hoarding, except for the players who were seething with suppressed rage over being undervalued by the MC and the pretty boy like this. Every player had a hidden evil glint in their eyes, as they kept watching the MC and the idol flatter each other after the interview ended. No matter if they were males or females players, none of them liked what they were seeing. Still, they only stood silently between two white lines that stretched for over 5 kilometers in a wide circle inside the stadium that appeared just like Earthlings running track stadiums, but on a much bigger scale and more advanced technologically. This game was one of the popular sports format based, named Unlawful Marathon. as the current 50 players were required to run 10 laps around the track, which meant a whopping 50 kilometers of distance. However, this was just the condition required to win the game. The real entertainment came from the fact that rules were completely non-existent. The players could do whatever they wanted to win the race without any repercussions. Anything was allowed, from hindering competitors using their own bloodline abilities, to making teams and defend from others' attacks. The only rule that stood in the field was to run properly the 10 laps after hearing the countdown hit 0. One could only imagine the chaos and massacre that was about to happen at the starting line, where everyone was still in one pack. If it wasn't for such a gruesome scene, the audience wouldn't have bothered spending money to come and watch live. Damn. Still as invisible as ever, Felix's eyelids twitched at the sight of a short player, lining up at the leftmost side of the track, unnoticed by anyone. If he wasn't playing with his long green tail by rolling it onward, then stretching it straight again continuously, Felix would have honestly found it quite difficult to spot him. This was the player he bet all of his capital on. Oh, it seems that the main event is about to start. Felix chuckled immediately after switching his vision from his bet to the man-whore who was sandwiched in the middle of the track by a resentful mob. But it seemed like the idol didn't notice any of this, or simply didn't bother to do so. He just kept his warm smile on his face, while stretching his limbs under the screams of females' fans. After all, he was the son of a well-known governor within the Alexander Kingdom. Who would dare to kill him live? Even beating him excessively was an unforgivable crime. Unfortunately, his shenanigans over the last couple of years had started to rub the players off immensely. This wasn't the first time he hogged the mic like this, but just one of the many times. Too bad for him, it seemed like this would be the last one as well. As the moment the reverse countdown reached 0, every player ganged up on him and started beating the shit out of him, without using their bloodline abilities, since they just wanted to teach him a lesson and not kill him. A governor's position was not to be taken lightly. So after a few moments of threshing him up to vent their anger, they left him lying on the track with a disfigured face and ripped-off clothes, showing bruised parts of his body. Yet, the worst part was that his nether region was in full display, showing a minuscule worm between his legs. The moment his messed-up appearance was highlighted on the large screen, females all over the stadium either fainted from shock or cursed out loud at the assailant's vicious beating. But the majority of them broke off their spell and gave a disdainful look at his worm. Meanwhile, the men laughed their asses off after seeing the man-whore lying on the floor, like he just got run over by a herd of buffaloes. Especially Felix, whose tears never stopped gushing out from laughing so hard. Although, he already saw this scene that turned into an iconic meme over 100 times in his past life. He never got bored of it, not even once. There was always a hidden joy when seeing someone fall off or fail a stunt. Don't even mention seeing an arrogant idol get beat up live without mercy. This was the lesson that everyone learned in this game. Never hoard the mic for too long. Otherwise, your fate would be the same as his. Coming here was truly worth it. Felix let a few last chuckles and switched his vision from the idol that was being carried on a stretcher to the player he bet on. But he could not find him anywhere. As expected, he really can camouflage himself perfectly using his chameleon bloodline active ability. After understanding that his bet was already active in the field, he immediately switched his normal vision to heat vision by using the enhancement he bought. Look and behold. His bet took advantage of the player's distraction during their threshing and bolted away first. He was almost close to finishing half a lap while the rest were still struggling to even leave the pack without being bombed by some ability. He kept running on his four limbs while being completely hidden from both the contestants and the audience, who never bothered to pay attention to such an average player. However, he never dared to slow his speed down for even a bit, since he would easily get noticed by those with senses passive abilities such as heat vision or echolocation. As for active abilities, any element that touched him would break off his light-bending invisibility. If it wasn't for such glaring weaknesses, his bloodline wouldn't have been ranked as uncommon. So he ran with a fixed pace, keeping a quite good distance away from them. If he kept going like this, finishing the 10 laps without anyone's knowledge wouldn't be impossible. He didn't need to run a lap or two around them to be dashing for the audience. but merely keep a fixed distance, and no one could ever catch up or harm him. This race was designed as such. Anyone who managed to leave the pack safely would have better chances of emerging victorious. However, the moment someone got stuck inside, he would remain there until he either dropped dead, get heavily injured and sidelined, or simply depend on luck and win after one last sprint. Too bad no matter what those players try to do, it would always remain futile as one was running ahead of them without their knowledge. After 2 hours of constant running and bashing each other, the remaining 16 players or so finally reached the last half lap, and so, using every ounce of their energy, they sprinted without care about those near them. It was like a tactical agreement made in silence to just fight it out in one final sprint without attacking each other. Peep. Unfortunately, before they even passed 100 meters, a familiar loud buzzing noise resounded in the stadium, marking the emergence of the champion. Dumbfounded and quite speechless, everyone had their eyes gaping at the large screen that was showcasing a man standing upright at the end of the track, with a relieved, happy smile on his face, after winning probably his first game ever. After all, his bloodline was uncommon ranked. To actually clutch the championship with such a trash rank that everyone looked down upon was a feat worthy of respect and applause. Too bad. The only one who was cheering and applauding was Felix, who was shouting at the top of his voice in excitement over the massive windfall that was about to fill his bank account. His excitement is quite understandable since the winning chances of this random lad were 1 in 7, which was quite large considering that only 50 participants were in this game. While those with higher chances of winning had only 1 in 1.1 ratings, quite pathetic in comparison. Felix already calculated in his head that if his bet turned successful, he would earn a whopping 480 million SC, $500 million from only one game. Anyone would have their jaws dropped after hearing this amount, which could turn their lives upside down. But Felix's excitement died down gradually, as he remembered that he still needed to obtain more and more, and never stop obtaining coins if he wanted his bottomless bloodline path to keep moving forward. If only he watched clips on other games that went viral in this period, he could bet $500 million all at once on one of them. Sadly, his memory was completely blank. So, for the next upcoming 5 years, he was thoroughly blind to the game's results, which killed his gambling strategy at once. Nevertheless, Felix didn't mope about it for too long, since he still had his investment plan that might turn even better than making money from gambling. After all, every coin he earned from his investment would have an impact on his reputation. If he kept on investing successfully without failing, it wouldn't be long before he begins to receive invitations to closed-off auctions, high-class public gatherings, and events that he desperately needed to be part of, in order to obtain resources that never reached the public markets. Like the elemental potion, or at least its materials needed to create it. Felix left the stadium under the thunderous cheers of the audience over having such a dark horse as their champion. The audience never hated cheering for the underdogs, even if they lost a bet on the process. He immediately took a cab towards the gambling den to transfer the coins to his bank account. 15 minutes later, he exited the den with an even wider grin than he entered with before. Without further ado, he started his investment plan by heading to the teleportation company, planning to pay a visit to the Oblivion Film Studio, the production company responsible for producing the movie Human Melodies. He didn't want to waste any more time since only 1 month was left before the official release of the movie. Therefore, his investment opportunities on the movie had already shrunk to a large degree, leaving him only with marketing and S. But that was enough for him, as he knew that the more spotlights were on the movie, the bigger the reception would be. In turn, the words would spread quicker about this hidden gem, making it a blockbuster movie much faster than in his previous life, when it took at least a month before it truly drew the attention of everyone in the Alexander's kingdom. This way he would return his investment capital plus a windfall of profits after it goes viral everywhere much earlier than expected. After a while, he reached the teleportation company and paid the fees to pass the queue this time. He walked inside the device and clicked on the destination he planned to head to. The studio was in a different city after all. 2 hours later, Felix sat in a coffee shop, wearing a business suit, and drinking bloodish thick coffee that had a soul-capturing aroma. Felix took a small sip with closed eyes in contentment, then said composedly to a bearded man sitting in front of him, "Sir, I know that your movie had some difficulties during the production period." He began mentioning some of them, using a finger for each problem. Investors pulling out, actors losing faith during the filming, cutscenes leaked by your own staff, and much more. Felix closed his spread-out fingers into a tight fist and said passionately, "But you managed to pull through all of them. Sure, it was a difficult process that drained all of your budget, but still, you did it." Felix opened his tight fist and left only one finger extending upward while adding in temptation. "But you only have one more step to take, just one. That is to advertise your work that might turn out to be the masterpiece of the year to everyone to see. I am not talking about the normal of releasing only one trailer online and praying to draw some interest." He shook his finger and continued, "No, sir. I am talking about a kingdom-wide that will feature your movie trailer or poster in every notable website, every screen in the Supremacy games, and every billboard in those neon streets. I am talking about pumping 300 million SC into Pure for over 1 week, continuously, until everyone in the kingdom must watch it to soothe their curiosity." Felix suddenly stood up and put both of his hands on the table and smiled confidently. "That's what I am willing to offer you for only 40% of shares in your movie. You spent 2 hours harassing my staff to get me here. So you can say this preposterous offer?" The man scratched his gray beard in irritation and asked, "Are you out of your damn mind? I honestly do not see any absurdity in my offer. It is as sincere as it can get." Felix took a quick sip to fuel his throat for the upcoming negotiation, then said unhurriedly, "Mr. Cosby, you do realize that I am taking a huge risk by gambling on your movie after only seeing a few scenes that were leaked. I am putting my entire fortune on your movie success. So it is only fair I can expect some good returns. Don't you think?" he asked. Mr. Cosby neither agreed nor disagreed with his claim. He simply said his own piece. "But do you honestly think that 40% of shares on a movie that I spent my blood and sweat producing are only worth 300 million SC? Aren't you looking down on me too much, Mr. Felix?" He questioned Felix calmly, without a hint of anger or humiliation in his expression, as he claimed. Felix chuckled softly while pointing at himself in derision. "Do you honestly believe that I am dumb enough, stupid to such a degree, to invest in a movie without investigating everything about you and your staff?" He laid his question without expecting an answer. He simply continued his mocking while shaking his head. "No, no, no, my dear Mr. Cosby. I already did my due diligence and found everything there is about your movie, from the good to the bad. And believe me, there is more bad than good on my list." His eyes turned rigid instantly and added, "If you think that my price is wrong or low, then you are the one who is looking down at my capabilities, Mr. Cosby, as my offer is perfect for what I have written on my list." Felix, without waiting for Mr. Cosby to ask about it, immediately displayed holographic list midair that only he and the producer could see. The moment Mr. Cosby saw those scandals that he put a large amount of money and manpower to bury, his composed expression couldn't help but break, as his pupils enlarged for a few seconds. But he quickly blinked and his pupils were back to normal like nothing happened. Felix did not miss such a hint. After all, everything that he wrote in the list was merely pieces of what he remembered about the scandals between actors and staff within the movie crew. He was simply fishing for weaknesses that might keep his shares as close as possible to his offer, and the producer just handed him the ammo after his suspicious reaction. Felix immediately went on offense after he got what he wanted. "Now can you tell me whether my offer was plausible or not? I am putting my money, my reputation, my everything in a movie that is filled with problems both ways, outside and inside. If it was not for the beautiful scenes that captured my attention, I would not even dare to put a dime in your irresponsible crew." His aggressive approach was smoothly replaced by a softer one. "But I am still willing to follow my investment instinct and take a gamble on this one. So, Mr. Cosby, one last time, are you willing to cooperate with me and accept my fair offer? Or are you willing to throw the dice all by yourself, without a single coin in your budget, to market your movie?" Felix asked calmly. Meanwhile, his heart was pumping faster and faster from nervousness. A few minutes later of drinking coffee silently, Mr. Cosby stood up from the table while fixing his suit. Felix's heart immediately sank, as he thought that his aggressive approach before might have offended the producer. Fortunately, a sentence from Mr. Cosby managed to calm his heart a bit. "Make it 35% and I will think about it." "I apologize, but that's impossible." He shook his head and clarified. "The best offer I can give you is 39%, and that's only because I loved your other works. Otherwise, you won't even get that 1% removed, since my offers are always fair and within reason to avoid those kinds of long-winded negotiations." "All right, I will think about it with my crew." Mr. Cosby sighed over not being able to successfully cleave more percentages. But 1% was still quite a lot, considering that 40% had 300 million SC worth. "You will hear from me a week before the movie release." Mr. Cosby smiled and offered a handshake. Satisfied about how things turned out, Felix shook the producer's hand after the first part of the deal was done. He then paid for the coffee and left the shop. Now, the only thing left was to wait patiently for them to call him, unless there were variables, such as other investors intervening after seeing that someone heavily pumped funds on a movie they labeled as unprofitable. This was Mr. Cosby's reason for not agreeing at once. He wanted to delay the deal's conclusion as much as possible, since the more variables resurfaced in that period, the lower the shares Felix was going to hold. Felix understood what was on Mr. Cosby's mind, as he didn't even hide it from him. However, Felix had his own plans to reduce those variables to the limit, if not completely uproot them. Anyone who had thoughts of competing against him for the shares would have to think twice about it. After leaving the cafe shop, Felix wandered around the dense neon streets with hands in his pockets for about 10 minutes now. "Handsome, why don't you come and play? Big bother, our establishment has everything that you desire." Felix mused while walking near a bunch of escorts that were calling him flirtatiously to enter their establishment for some taste. Yet, he merely shook his head in rejection with a polite smile. This is already his 5th catcalling since he entered the center of entertainment in Alexander's UVR territory. The Holy Sinful City. A strange name, but an understandable one, as this city was known for being the holy ground of all entertainment platforms. Movies, series, games, animations, shows, streams, and other more interesting platforms. Anyone who desired to be an actor, gamer designer, movie director, streamer, and any other career that included entertainment must come here to seek opportunities. Meanwhile, the sinful part in the name entailed the enjoyment of those entertainment establishments by the customers. From casinos, red districts, game centers, cinemas, conventions, and many more that would make anyone's head spinning just from their bright neon light and never-ending crowd noises. This city was the perfect combination of Hollywood, Akihabara, and Las Vegas all together to form one massive entertainment giant that never sleeps. Thus, the nickname Neon Streets. Felix walked only 100 meters before he got catcalled again to come inside and play. But this time, he pondered seriously whether to enter or not, as he truly did not get laid for over a long time. For a playboy like him who slept with plenty of girls in his previous life, it was truly quite humiliating. But to do it with escorts or go hunt for girls in bars this night. Currently, he had no idea what should he do. Fuck it. I am not that desperate to pay for sex yet. Let's go for some hunting. I hope I did not get rusty. He immediately rejected the offer and entered a bar near him, hoping for a nightstand to celebrate his investment deal. 1 hour later, he was kicked off the bar with bruises and blood all over his face. He threw some insults at the 2 bodyguards who threw him outside and walked away from the entrance, making grumbling noises under his breath. How the fuck would I have known that she is your wife? He spat some blood in irritation. Wear a ring at least, you seductive bitch. Sadly, Felix's hunting mission ended quite early after hitting on the wrong woman at the wrong time. Thus, concluding his night with bruises on his face and unfulfilled desire. The next day, Felix went for the second shopping spree, in order to obtain all the necessary resources needed for the upcoming integrations, using the 180 million SC that wasn't invested. First, he bought the 1,000 discounted medium and high-grade stones from Fuzzia shop. He finally had enough capital to begin his affinity enhancement, and he had no reason to delay anymore, especially after he tested with Asna the required duration and amount needed for both of those stones to help him reach 100% from 59%, which was a staggering 100.000 medium stone for a year of continuous daily absorption. Meanwhile, the high-grade stone would take him merely a 1-month duration of absorption. But he would need 10.000 stones that cost at least 20.000 CS each, and that's only if he managed to find them in such a large amount. Their rarity was no joke after all. So in total, if he planned to only use medium stones, he would need to pay 100 million to reach the peak. But if he wanted to lower the duration of absorption by using high stones, it would cost him 200 million or more, since he wouldn't be able to find them always with that price. Especially since he planned to buy a huge amount of them. That's why the deal with Fuzzia Shop was quite good to him, since it was hard to secure 1,000 high-grade stone all at once, and even with a 10% discount. After Felix bought them, he went to Mr. Piggy's resourceful shop to order 20 bottles each of double percentage potions, rejuvenation potions, and lastly pain relief potions. Felix was probably the only human who needed to use the pain relief potion after awakening, since they were only useful to lower the duration to the minimum during the awakening process. But in the following integrations, it was completely useless for others, because the duration of each following integration was merely 5 minutes. So there was no point in buying them anymore. But in the case of Felix, who had triple the duration even when he used 4 potions during the awakening, it only meant one thing, and that was the integration would always have 15 minutes duration. A massive contrast to 5 minutes. But he couldn't complain much about it. He was the one who chose this difficult path, and he would make sure to walk through it to the end. He only hoped that the returns would justify the hardship. After completing his order, he directly headed to Luby's bloodline shop, planning to buy the cheapest Tier 5 bloodline he could find, hoping to luck out on some Jormungandr bloodline essence within it. Although 30% of the price was always going to be wasted whether he found the Jormungandr essence or not, still, at least when he found some, the pain of reselling the potion cheaper could be somewhat tolerated. On the other hand, if he found none, it would be the same as throwing 30% of the price down the drain after reselling it. Nothing hurt Felix more than that. A pure waste of hard-earned money. But he could only grit his teeth and do it. And so, he left the shop after paying 120 million SC for a rare Tier 5 bloodline, and this was even with a 5% discount. This just showed that no matter how many coins Felix made, it would always be insufficient to support him. After all, the prices of high-tier and high-ranked beasts were beyond imaginary, and Felix had to target only the best if he wanted to have high chances of finding the Jormungandr bloodline. 3 days later, the fatty worm delivered Felix's items to his room and left in a haste. Like being around Felix was an insult to his existence. Felix never bothered or cared about this fatty opinion or behavior. The only thing that mattered to him was to have his stuff delivered safely without delay. Felix quickly put all of the items that were laying on the ground in his spatial card. Afterward, he sat on the carpet while leaving only the high-grade stones. He didn't plan to use the medium-grade stones for his affinity enhancement, but keep them as a tool for recovering his elemental energy in the future. After all, elemental stones were primarily used for recovery. Asna, wake up, please. It's time to start the affinity enhancement. Felix called politely without acting spiteful like he always does, as his immunity training was still not finished. He really didn't want the same to happen, as last time when he woke her up for the second integration. That day, his immunity training shenanigan was almost discovered by Asna after she called him sweetie, with a seductive tone to let her continue sleeping. Felix almost had his heart burst after imagining her calling him like that while sleeping seductively with her breathtaking beauty. Fortunately, Asna was too sleepy to pay attention to his reaction or read his thoughts. That's why Felix decided to keep minimum contact with her and call her only when it was necessary. Just like in this case. Asna? I know that you are hearing me. Wake up already to get this over with. Felix repeatedly called for her, yet still no answer. Finally not able to handle it, he began cursing like usual. You old witch, do you only respond to curses and sticks like a donkey or what? He added in vexation while rubbing his eyebrows. Can't you just listen for once without having me insulting you? Asna murmured softly while covering herself tightly with the blanket. Put your hands on the stones. Let me see if I can absorb them while asleep. Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this new level of laziness. But he still did as he was told and put a stone on his hand. A moment later, he saw a dark green mist of energy enters through the pores of his hands rapidly. After seeing so, he didn't let a single peep about her lazy way of absorbing the stones. Awake or asleep, he didn't give a crap. As long as she gets the job done, he wouldn't mind her sleeping for eternity. Shortly after, the entire stone turned dark and broke into small pieces, marking the successful absorption. However, Felix felt nothing, like there was a black hole inside his body sucking all the energy, leaving him none. Keep them coming, Asna requested softly while drooling with a foolish smile. One can only wonder what she was dreaming about. Felix kept holding one stone after another, and each time he finished absorbing one, only cracked black stone was left behind. This process lasted for over an hour until all high-grade stones he bought were absorbed by Asna. Felix stared at the heap of cracked stones that were laying in front of him in anguish. 18 million SC worth of materials just got devoured within an hour. But his pained expression instantly got replaced with contentment, as pure elemental energy that he never experienced before caressed his body gently, like a mother-warm embrace. Felix asked with his eyes closed in utter euphoria. What's going on, Asna? Why do I feel like my body is being caressed gently by the universe? Asna did not explain fully all the details. She merely gave him the shortest explanation ever with a soft murmur. Absorb, purify, enhance. Felix did not lash out at her, as at this point, the only thing that he was focusing on was enjoying this pleasure that beat anything he felt before. Unfortunately, the intensity of it got weaker and weaker by time, until his body returned to its original state. Felix opened his eyes with a hint of regret after it was over. He knew that there must be a limit to how much he could enhance his affinity on a daily basis. Otherwise, Asna would not have given him duration during the process. He could have simply absorbed everything within an hour and reached a peak. The only thing he could not figure out was why so. He was currently between two reasons. One, it was due to a digestion period, since the body couldn't keep absorbing such a heavenly pure energy continuously without consequences. Two, Asna had a limit to the amount of energy she could purify on a daily basis. Thus, he could only get fed after she reached her full capacity. Fuck! Why does the second theory sounds more like breastfeeding? He exclaimed in exasperation at the close similarity between them. Well, getting breastfed by Asna might not be that bad. The instant that thought appeared in his mind, he automatically began his well-trained defensive protocol. Red sheep, blue sheep, everyone is sheep, me sheep, he sheep, 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 sheep. He kept mentioning sheep over and over again to bury that thought deep within, so Asna wouldn't be able to find it later when she gets bored and start reading his memories. After all, if she wanted to find that thought exactly, she had to listen to him mentioning sheep for over 10 minutes continuously. Felix used this protocol every time his thoughts had a relation to Asna's beauty, and so far he was still not found. After seeing that he said more than enough, Felix stopped and slapped both of his cheeks to regain his focus. He then exiled all of those thoughts that might expose him to Asna. After doing so, his thinking returned optimal again and began to ponder deeply about the unlikeness of the second theory being correct. After all, Asna could literally absorb and purify energy while asleep without a single effort or a problem. So, it was only within reason that she wasn't going to have any difficulties afterward. On the other hand, the first theory sounded more plausible. As humans' bodies couldn't handle the purest elemental energy in the universe just like other races that were born to eat it for lunch. This meant his body was the one limiting him. Regardless, he could only sigh dejectedly over this unsolvable situation and absorb the energy that Asna was going to hand him each day obediently. Shortly after, he retrieved the mountain of broken stones in his spatial card and called for the queen to scan him, hoping to see if there was any improvement in his affinity rating. So, with crossed fingers, he read his results that were being displayed on a hologram. Race human. Gender male. Element affinity. Poison. Illusion. Affinity rating. Poison. 60.5%. Illusion 12%. Immediately after seeing his affinity rating, he could only smile foolishly after finally taking a successful first step towards 100%. 8 days quickly passed by. Felix spent the majority of time in his room either absorbing the daily dose of enhancement from Asna or scouting for auctions in the UVR that he could attend with his pathetic social status in order to buy either high-energy natural treasures or high-grade stones. Luckily, he did find some and bought a large number of high-grade stones that would allow him to carry on his enhancement after the first batch was devoured by Asna and him. Now that his integration cooldown had passed, he was about to start the third integration. Felix already had everything prepared, from potions to bloodline. The only thing he was missing was checking if the rare Tier 5 bloodline he bought had the Jormungandr bloodline within or not. So, without any further delays, he took a deep breath, sitting in his room, and injected a large needle that was filled with half of the bottle content in his heart. Yet, he still didn't stop. He removed the empty needle from his heart and put it on the half-full bottle, planning on injecting the remaining 50% as well. He wanted to split the bloodlines apart first and integrate every percentage of the Jormungandr that Asna found all at once. But that's only if she managed to find any in the first place. This strategy might be on the risky side since Felix would have to deal with quite a hefty sum of pain waves. Nonetheless, it would help him minimize the number of integrations he needed in the future. At least until he lowered the cooldown duration to the minimum by his affinity enhancement. At that point, he wouldn't need to torture himself as he planned on doing now. You can begin. With crossed fingers, he instructed Asna to begin checking on the Jormungandr bloodline. Asna didn't wait for him to order her around, as she was already reading the memories of the bloodline immediately after it entered his bloodstream. A couple of seconds later, she exclaimed in astonishment, "You lucky bastard, this one has 10% of Jormungandr inside, as well as some useful memories of the primogenitor." Excited and thrilled at hearing such God-sent news, Felix tightened his fists while laughing out loud. He truly hit the jackpot on this one. He believed that he would come out empty-handed this time, or at least find measly 2% or 3%. After all, the ancestral bloodline was not within every poisonous beast in the universe but only within a selected few high-tiered beasts. So for Felix to obtain a whopping 10% all at once from merely one Tier 5 bloodline was truly a win he needed desperately. As Noah, Olivia, and some of his cousins had already started their second integration or were about to, it was quite a joke honestly that he had awakened a month or so earlier than them but was still struggling to reach lesser purity. But it's all good now. With this 10% plus the 5% he already had, he would reach 15% and unlock the first passive ability of Jormungandr. This was the moment that would decide whether his choice of choosing this demanding path was a good move or not. Asna interrupted his excitement with a hurried voice. "Stop laughing, you moron, and start drinking the potions." She already finished separating the bloodlines, and the only thing left was for Felix to finish his preparation. Felix instantly drank them, with a hint of terror in his eyes after being reminded that he was literally going to integrate with 10% all at once. Heck, Felix never planned on integrating with such a large amount at once. He wasn't a psycho or masochist. He honestly believed that if he lucked out on the Jormungandr bloodline, it would be 6% or 7% max. Truly, his strategy fucked him over, as now he was going to deal with 5 waves of hellish pain that would last for 15 minutes. No, I take it back. Asna, please split the percentage. Desperate and quite scared, Felix quickly drank potion by potion, while begging in between for Asna to help him out and reduce the percentage to at least 5%. He was confident in handling that amount, but 10%. He honestly wasn't that optimistic. Although the pain degree would be much less than what he experienced during the awakening since it was his body's very first time, still, 5 waves all at once was enough to break him apart. Hihi. Why ask when you know my answer? Asna laughed deviously, uncaring about Felix's pitiful begging. Well, fuck you then. He cursed her hatefully and ignored her all at once. He closed his eyes and began taking deep breaths in and out, while shaking his shoulders, hoping to somewhat remove the stiffness he was feeling. A minute later, he opened them with fierce gaze, then bravely exclaimed out loud within the room, "Bring it on!" Before his voice resounded far in the room, it got quickly replaced by a long wail, resembling a woman cry during giving birth. Arg! His bravery and courage meant jack shit in front of such agony. This was the reason why Asna woke up without any complaints. How could she miss such a hilarious scene of Felix crying like a little bitch with tears flooding his cheeks, and sweat pouring heavily from his pores, like a water fountain? She kept pointing at him with a shaky finger while laughing hysterically in his mind. Ah, such a bliss. How I wish this bastard can reach 100% affinity faster and go through this hell every day without a cooldown. She wished sincerely with folded hands in a praying position. Asna truly loved to relish in his misery, but what else could she do besides that and sleep? After all, she clearly abhorred watching him enjoy living his life through his eyes. It could be easily concluded from the way she spent 6 months watching movies and series, without giving a single glance at Felix's direction. Not to mention the long periods of sleep each day without bothering to wake up. Felix thought it was because she was either lazy or removing her binge-watching fatigue. But honestly, she already recovered from her exhaustion a while ago. The only reason she still kept sleeping was simply because there was nothing to wake up for in Felix's consciousness. Every time she woke up, she only saw gray mist around her. And if she lifted her head, the sight of Felix enjoying his life greeted her, while she was trapped inside indefinitely. So her only enjoyment currently was to watch Felix, who had something she desperately wanted but couldn't have, get tortured like this. Despite her sadistic personality, she still understood that Felix mustn't die no matter what. After all, he was her only ticket to freedom. Thus, each time she saw that he was on the verge of giving up and fainting, she did her job and cheered him on with her angelic, sweet voice, boosting him up to remain conscious for a few minutes. As the process was getting closer and closer to its end, Asna stopped laughing all at once and focused only on cheering him on, worrying slightly that he might not make it. She saw that he completely lay on the floor with hazy, unfocused eyes and shallow breaths like he was on his deathbed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. 15 minutes of one of the deadliest and torturous experiences Felix had gone through was finally over. However, he still had fallen unconscious in the end. Thankfully, it happened 1 second after the process finished. Hello? Felix, can you hear me? If you don't wake up, I will browse through your sex memories. Asna kept calling for him out loud, trying to wake him up, but he truly passed out without any response. I hope this bastard did not fall in a coma, she thought worriedly while examining his heartbeats and brain activity. If he ended up in a coma, he might lay on the floor for a couple of days, before his disappearance raised some warning flags. The elders were used to him not getting out of his room for a couple of days in a row, since they assumed that he spent most of his time in the UVR. Asna knew so as well, thus her worry was understandable. Fortunately, after checking on his vitals, she easily figured out that his condition wasn't serious to put him in a coma. At most, he would sleep for 30 hours before waking up. Let's not do that ever again. She sighed in relief at such a close shave, then returned to her bed, planning to continue her slumber until he wakes her up again. An entire day had passed before Felix's body finally showed some reaction. His eyelids quivered lightly, entailing that his eyes were responding. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes groggily with a feeling that his entire body did not belong to him. He tried to move a finger, but it took him an extremely long time and effort to do so. After seeing this, he knew that he needed to drink the rejuvenation potion ASAP. But it was an impossible endeavor in his condition since his entire body was numb from all the pain he went through. So he requested in his mind, "Queen AI, send a message to Olivia, telling her to hurry to my room for assistance, and add that she brings with her a backup room key. As you wish, Sir Felix." Bang! For minutes later, the door of the room was slammed open barbarically. Olivia, who almost broke the door in half by her leg, rushed inside swiftly, like a little rabbit. "Felix, what's happened to you?" she immediately asked with a panicked voice after seeing his messed-up condition and the puddle of sweat underneath him soaking the carpet. Felix did not respond, as he wasn't even capable of opening his mouth. He just requested the Queen to convey what he wanted to say. So, the Queen repeated everything he told her precisely with her usual monotone voice. "Feed me the potion that's on my right, please. I can't move my body." Although she was puzzled by the whole situation, Olivia still did as she was told, and fed him the potion gently. After drinking it, Felix's numb body began to regain some sensation, making him twitch from time to time, due to the tingling feeling coursing through him. Yet, it was clear that one potion was not enough to fully return his body to peak form after that raging storm left his flesh and bones mashed like pastry. So he kept asking for Olivia to keep them coming. After consuming more than 4 bottles at once, his body was finally showing true signs of true recovery. Minutes passed by slowly, as Olivia watched Felix in bewilderment, regaining feeling in his fingers and toes, then his limbs, until finally standing up straight, making his recovered joints crack by themselves. Phew! Relieved. He let out a long sigh and stretched his body thoroughly. After seeing Felix crack his joints comfortably, Olivia asked worriedly, "Do you feel better?" Satisfied by Olivia's timely assistance, Felix stared at her gently and wanted to pat her like always. But his hand froze after seeing the growing lily flower on her head. He smiled wryly and merely touched it softly in appreciation of her help. "It's all thanks to you." He suddenly tapped on his bracelet and withdrew a large box that contained 100 or more medium plant element stones that he bought in the market. "This is some elemental stones to help you recover your energy later on. Accept it as thank you gift, please," Felix explained with a warm smile to the dumbfounded Olivia, who saw a large box suddenly appear out of nowhere. However, immediately after hearing the term thank you gift, she tried to bolt towards the door, planning to escape. Felix, who was already aware of her shenanigans, instantly blocked her way with unquestionable gaze. "You will take it no matter what. Don't waste my money. You are the only plant user in the family. But you already know I don't like accepting those gifts." She sulked with her hands fiddling with the corners of her dress. "I am happy to help without anything in return. But I am not. Now help me by accepting my gift." Felix broke through her defensive maneuver with ease. After hearing the term help, Olivia started to think deeply with a constipated face, whether to accept his gift or not. This was a huge dilemma for her. She was not a fan of accepting gifts, but she couldn't deny a request of help, no matter how insignificant it was. Too bad. Felix was in a rash to check on the passive he unlocked. Thus he didn't have time to wait for her until she made a decision. So, he lifted her and the box like they weighed nothing, and placed them in front of the door. He then closed it, while chuckling at Olivia's absent-minded expression. Slam! The sound of the door closing broke Olivia out of her daze. She immediately began banging the door with her palm after realizing what had just happened. "Open up, you bully!" she huffed in anger and threatened him. "I will leave the box in front of the door. I don't care. I am not accepting your gift." Regardless, Felix acted deaf to everything she said. After a while, she gave up and walked away with an unhappy pout. But, a few seconds later, she returned and took the box shyly, carrying it on her small shoulder like an ant carrying a piece of rice. If only she knew that Felix had hidden a couple of potions at the bottom of the box, she would have definitely left it in its place. Alas, now that she took it, there was no way that she would return it to Felix. Returning a gift was beyond impolite and on the border of being an insult. One should either accept a gift politely or firmly reject it. Felix didn't mention his true gift that was hidden, just to avoid fighting it out with Olivia's stubborn, no thank you gift policy. After Felix sent Olivia away, he immediately went to take a shower first and change his dirty clothes. He stepped outside naked with only a short towel covering his nether region. After a while, he got dressed properly and sat on the side of his bed with his eyes closed in deep concentration. Felix was currently reading the newly unlocked information after reaching 15% in integration. This information might only display the name of the ability he unlocked, or sometimes it might even introduce all the details about it. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes with a dumbstruck expression on his face, not daring to believe what he just read. What the fuck? How could I obtain 2 passives at once? He exclaimed out loud while standing suddenly from the bed after seeing that he unlocked 2 passives from the passive pool. This had never happened before to anyone, not even for a 6-stage bloodliner. Everyone was bound to have only one ability picked from the ability pools after completing each 15% of integration until they reach 99% with a total of 6 abilities. 3 passives, 3 actives. But Felix somehow picked 2 passive at once just from reaching 15% a single time. This is big. This is so fucking huge. Felix gripped his fists tightly in excitement over the meaning of being able to pick 2 abilities each 15%. He understood pretty clearly that if he was able to unlock 2 abilities in each 15%, it meant that in every stage of his bloodline path, he would have a total of 12 abilities. Double the amount of everyone. 6 passives and 6 active abilities. A number only a peak 6-stage bloodliner managed to get after a hellish journey in his bloodline path. But still, Felix might be able to share the same number of abilities as them. It didn't mean that he had the same strength as them. Heck, he would be flattened into pastry by one slap from a bloodliner of such strength. After all, each replacement stage boosted the body, the mental, and the energy tank immensely. To the point, a peak 6-stage bloodliner was able to resist a 4th-stage most powerful attack merely by his physical or mental defenses. It didn't matter if the attack was elemental, physical, or mental. Such a gap in integration wasn't closed easily by abilities. Nevertheless, Felix having 12 abilities in the purification stage, where his peers only had 6 abilities, was truly pure bullying. However, all of this was merely a hypothesis of Felix after seeing that he obtained 2 abilities at once. Could be just a one-time thing, or he simply got lucky and picked 2 passives instead of 1. So he self-controlled his excitement and lowered it down a notch. He then started pondering deeply on the cause of this anomaly. Honestly, it was pretty obvious that it must have been the primogenitor bloodline doing. After all, he controlled the poison element like a limb. How could he have a limit to the number of abilities or such bullshit that only commoners like Felix had? It made no sense for a being at the peak of the universe to have such limitations to his strength. This signified that Felix, who merged with its bloodline, should have either the limitation removed, or at least reduced, just like in this case. After analyzing the reason of the anomaly, Felix dropped the matter entirely, since only after reaching the lesser purity would he know if what he concluded was correct or false. Let's take a look at those passives. I hope Lady Luck smile on me and pick something worthy of this bloodline. Felix prayed for good luck with closed eyes, trying to continue reading the information from where he left. A few moments later, he opened his eyes with creases on his forehead, frowning over the passives' names that he just read. Super Strength is a pretty standard passive that is known for being one of the best ones in the passive pool. But what the hell is poison immunity? Does it mean I will have complete immunity to all types of poison? Confused and somewhat elated, he scratched his chin and reread the names of the passives he just unlocked. Super Strength and Poison Immunity. He totally ignored the first one, as it was a fairly known ability that could be unlocked from the majority of beasts. However, the second one truly messed up his head, as he never heard of it before. There was no such thing as poison immunity but merely mild poison resistance, or at best peak poison resistance. As for immunities, that was only possible for a specific type of poison. For example, paralyzed immunity, dizziness immunity, or even headache immunity. But to have total immunity to all types of poisons in the whole wide universe. His mind just couldn't comprehend how was that possible. Fuck it. There is only one way to find out. He clicked on his spatial card inventory, then tapped on the double-headed viper poison gland that he bought before to test the limit of his poison resistance. He assumed that he would unlock it if he merged with the Anomamba bloodline, because it was common knowledge that the first passive ability was almost always a resistance, immunity, or a defensive passive. Rarely someone would unlock an offensive one from the passive pool at the very start. But now he planned to test the total immunity claim by using the famous viper poison gland that could instantly kill a commoner with a single touch or a whiff. Felix did not drink the gland or bath in it. He simply brought a bucket from the bathroom and popped a tiny hole on the gland's skin, pouring the contents slowly in the bucket. After doing so, he retrieved the gland to his spatial card, not daring to throw it in the trash, lest it kills a servant by accidentally touching it. Felix stared at the purplish poison in the bucket with an eager expression. There was not a hint of nervousness or fear in his eyes. After all, he spent the majority of his past life playing with all types of poisons and toxic objects. So without hesitation, he submerged his hand in the bucket for a couple of seconds. Yet he felt absolutely nothing on his skin, just like his hand was in a bucket filled with warm water and not deadly poison. Thrilled, his lips couldn't help but spread wider and wider until it created a creepy grin on his face. Hee hee. For me to feel warmness instead of pain while touching this deadly poison, it only means that I truly obtained immunity. Felix murmured lightly while lifting his hand from the bucket slowly after the successful test. But he kept it above the bucket to drip from the poison, as he didn't want his carpet to have some drops on it. The last thing he wanted was for his room to have a deadly poison smell. After a while, he cleaned his hand thoroughly with his shirt, then lifted the bucket in front of his mouth and drank a mouthful unworried about the consequences. Fuck me. How can poison be this delicious? He cleaned his mouth with the same shirt while burping in enjoyment. Did this passive mess with my tasting buds? He wondered in bewilderment after not expecting it to taste that good. He knew that drinking poison wouldn't harm him, but merely give him stomachache in a worse scenario. However, to actually taste like a cold cola during summer was truly a surprise for him. After successfully testing his new immunity, he retrieved the bucket and the shirt within his spatial card, not leaving anything in the room that had any relation to poison. Just this passive alone made all my efforts and coins that I wasted worth it, not to mention having extra passive. He said with a heartful laugh after seeing the pleasant returns of chasing after this unknown demanding bloodline path. This only made his resolve to continue threading on it more firm. It's time to test the super strength passive. Hopefully I obtained a good boost. He lay on the bed with a smile and requested the queen to log him in. He decided to test his ability in the UVR, and not do it in the family gym since he knew that the equipment wouldn't be able to handle his newly enhanced strength or provide an accurate measurement. However, in the UVR there was a building called the Ability Measurement Center, specifically made to test the bloodliner's abilities. It didn't matter how unique or strong the ability was, the center could definitely provide necessary help to obtain a precise measurement of it. 15 minutes later, Felix was inside the building, standing on a large floor packed with all types of humans waiting for their turn to enter the measurement rooms in order to test whatever ability in their possession. Felix didn't want to wait hours until his turn arrives, so he paid the VIP fees and went upstairs to use the best rooms in the center. After paying a hefty fine, he took the elevator and entered the room that was designated for him. Immediately after stepping inside, an AI monotonous voice resounded clearly in the room. "Dear sir, what types of abilities you want to test? Physical, elemental, or mental?" "Physical, please," he answered. "As you wish, sir." The moment the AI finished speaking, the entire room morphed into a wide room with a massive area to move in freely. Then, all sorts of testing and precise measuring machines were erected all around the place. Some measured the weight, strength, power, firmness, agility, endurance, and more, while others measured sharpness, penetration, and destruction caused by either a morphing passive ability that could turn an arm in a cleaver, or a hand morphed into a hummer, and more of such physical offensive abilities. After all, just because an element was needed to merge with a bloodline, it didn't mean that a bloodliner wouldn't unlock the physical abilities of the beast he used. Everything was on the table when it came to picking abilities from the massive abilities pool. Felix did not bother looking at the majority of those machines. He simply walked towards the punching measurement machine and took a deep breath, then punched with all of his strength, holding absolutely nothing. The machine did not budge or make loud noises. It merely did its job silently and calculated the punch's force. Felix lifted his head and glanced at the final calculation that showcased a whopping 2,100 BF. How can this be real? He exclaimed in disbelief, not daring to believe that he broke through the 2K mark from just one passive. After all, 2,100 BF meant he had the same physical strength as a second-stage bloodliner. This was the measurement unit used in the UVR for the human bloodline system. BF meant bloodline force, while each 1,000 BF signified one replacement stage. So for Felix to have a whopping 2,100 BF before even reaching the lesser purity, it made him a beast wearing human skin. In his current integration level, he's supposed to have only 150 BF. If he told anyone that he actually received a 1950 BF boost from super strength passive, they would probably roll their eyes in his direction, totally ignoring his bullshit. 1950 BF? What a joke! The largest ever recorded super strength passive boost was merely 900 BF. That was even from a legendary tier 7 bloodline. Felix knew so as well. Thus he kept clutching his fist, then releasing it over and over again, not daring to believe that his pale thin hand was holding such a fearsome force that could slap a commoner to death. After a few moments, he got his shit together and decided to continue his testing. He did a standard 3 punches using only 50% of his power. Yet the final result was 3 different calculations. Felix sighed after seeing this, as he knew that his control was quite bad and needed to be worked upon. Otherwise, he would keep wasting his energy while throwing punches imprecisely like a monkey. Even worse, harm the people who were close to him if he lacked control for a split second. Commoners and bloodliners never hang around much in real life due to this. After finishing his punching test, he decided to measure his leg force as well as his defense. He walked towards a machine that had 5 kicking pads installed on it, each with a specific height to test any leg techniques he wanted. But Felix focused only on the middle pad, totally ignoring the others, as he absolutely had no idea how to fight in melee form using martial techniques. His style of fighting was a more elemental range-based than physical melee-based. That's why he was not excited much after finding out that he obtained a physical-type passive before. But that's all changed after seeing the gigantic boost he received, which could overwhelm anyone by pure brutal strength without relying on techniques. Felix kicked pad using all of his force, then retreated back, waiting for the results to appear. A few seconds later, a staggering 2,800 BF was shown on the screen. Not bad. Satisfied, he nodded his head with a content smile on his face. He wasn't surprised by the number, as he knew that a full-blown kick was always stronger than a punch. However, punches were roughly 6 times stronger when one had a proper technique in punching. In a nutshell, punch was better than kicks in a fight, but kicks were much more powerful in terms of power, thus balancing their advantages and disadvantages. Felix did not linger more in front of the machine, but directly walked towards the defensive platform that had all kind of ways to test a bloodliner defense and resistances. Felix did not try them all but chose only 4 machines. One for skin defense against heavy attacks, such as punches, legs, and flat weapons. Second, for skin defense against sharp weapons or abilities. Third, for mental defenses against mental-type abilities such as mind control. Lastly, one used for poison resistance testing. Felix chose the last machine merely to see his body reaction against different types of poisons, and not to see if he had total immunity. Since the Viper gland was enough for him to make that decision, based on his long experience dealing with poison and toxins. After an hour or so, he finished testing all of them and realized that his defenses increased immensely, as now he could resist a full-blown attack of a bloodliner in the purification realm just by his physical defenses. However, for the first stage and second stage bloodliners, he had to be careful against them, since one sneaky attack on his vitals could actually heavily wound him. Those were just physically based attacks. As for defenses against mental-type abilities, Felix was absolutely naked before them. The passive didn't cover for his mental strength as well. That was a whole other passive. Meanwhile, the poison immunity turned to be just like he expected, as not a single poison inducement managed to affect him. The only difference he found was that each poison had a different flavor. Some tasted like orange juice, some like barbecue sauce. Hell, He even began to worry about how he was going to identify if he got poisoned or not by someone when everything tasted so delicious. After this round of testing, Felix decided to return back to the punching machine and start training controlling his strength before he gets kicked out of the room. He didn't pay for VIP treatment, just not take advantage of it. 1 hour later, he logged out from the UVR satisfied by the whole experience and the passive abilities that he unlocked, which would definitely make him bully low ELO scrubs within the Supremacy game. Time quickly passed as the day of the movie release was fast approaching. Felix got contacted by the studio exactly 8 days before the movie official release to sign on the contract. Of course, there was some push and pull by him and the studio lawyer over the contract condition and details. But Felix never reduced his 39% share offer no matter what the lawyer said or threatened. He was this headstrong about it because he already received news from a staff he bribed heavily that the investors who got interested in competing with him pulled out after realizing that he was merely an amateur investor without reputation. So they retreated, not daring to take the risk with him anymore, especially after being mailed secretly by someone about some scandals during the filming. Felix was of course the one who did this, to turn them off even more about taking a bite from his pie. He was never worried about them releasing those scandals to defame the movie because there was no concrete evidence about those scandals, and fans only believed in hard proofs and not rumors in the UVR, the place where scams and lies were running rampage everywhere. Thus, Felix managed to sign the contract successfully without losing his shares, and he had to reluctantly hand over the 300 million SC to the studio, so it could used fully to market and advertise Human Melodies for an entire week widely in Alexander's Kingdom UVR territory. 1 day before the movie release, Felix was currently roaming again the resources market for high-grade stones after devouring all the batches that he bought. But sadly, every shop he knocked on and asked about them, he was sent away with a head shake, entailing that the stock was empty. Felix was not the only one who wanted those stones, but every other third stage or above bloodliner needed them to recover their energy, as the capacity of their tank gets larger after their bodies get enhanced in each replacement. Hence, low and medium-grade stones had absolutely no effect on them or were too cumbersome to absorb. I guess I sucked the city completely dry from those stones. He sighed in dejection, as he left the shop with a slumped shoulders. Suddenly a loud feminine was played above his head in a large screen that was placed on a building. Human Melodies will be available live in each cinema tomorrow at 8 p.m. Don't miss this chance to be the first to watch the newest form of filming and acting combined to create a unique piece of art. After the message was played for probably the 1,000th times, it was accompanied by a well-made trailer of the movie. Felix lifted his head in anguish, as every time he saw it or heard it, he felt like his money was thrown at the faces of the streetwalkers to be simply ignored. Just like now where no one gave a crap about the movie or its content. Maybe there might be some individuals curious enough to listen to it. But still, the majority only minded their own business and kept on walking. Felix's slumped shoulders almost touched the ground after getting smacked by the reality that his 300 million had just been completely milked dry from every coin in it. I hope things will go as planned tomorrow, and everyone loves the movie like before. Otherwise, I am royally fucked. Felix was not bullshitting by saying this, as he was truly almost broke after using more than 30 million to secure whatever high stones he found in the Alexander Kingdom cities, leaving him only with 111 million after selling the filtered Tier 5 bloodline. But that was soon used to buy another Tier 5 bloodline from Luby to be used for the 4th integration. Unfortunately, this time he came empty-handed without getting a single drop of the Jormungandr bloodline, thus ending up wasting 33 million for nothing. Now he currently owned only 78 million, which was not a lot, considering that Tier 5 bloodline had a price range of 110 to 400 million. This price wasn't even including the legendary rank, as it had its own different incalculable value. As for the high-grade stones, he already brought drought in the Alexander Kingdom by himself, after buying more than 4,000 stones from all of the stores and public auctions, leaving every third-stage bloodliner dissatisfied. Sigh. I truly do not want to buy from other kingdoms and empires, but what other solution do I have? Felix logged out disheartened after being cornered to only having one option, and that was to shop from far places. In the earlier days of the UVR where it was open for everyone to go wherever they please, this was merely a simple thing to do. But after the arrival of the greedy humans, and turning everything upside down by their vicious monetization plans, shopping from another territory became an impossibility with all the heavy tariffs one must pay for the customs enforcers to have a product reach his place. A small delivery that would cost normally only 200.000 SC would have 20% of its price as tax, and for Felix who planned to buy a shitload of stones, the weight of the delivery would also be calculated, adding extra taxes above the basic tax. This made the entire delivery at least double its price by the time it reached Felix. This was why he always avoided buying outside of Alexander Kingdom. But now he had no other choice except to do so, or else he could just relocate his residence to another kingdom to remove those taxes. Felix stood up from the bed and went to take a shower since there would be a meeting upstairs to inform the juniors on their current weekly results. 10 minutes later, he arrived on the 35th floor and saw that everyone was already waiting there. After seeing that Felix finally arrived, Abraham started the meeting with his palm striking the podium out loud. "Henry, you little shit. How dare you waste a precious integration attempt by merely using 2% to merge with?" He scolded. "Do you think we ship potions for you to waste like that?" Before Henry could retort, he got smacked in his neck by his father. "You told me you used 6% when I was with you. How dare you lie to me in my face?" His father grabbed him by the collar and shoved him in the wall with bloodshot eyes. Felix stared at this scene while yawning in boredom. He was already used to such scenes, as the same happened in the majority of the past meetings. Juniors lying about their used percentages after realizing that the pain would come in stronger waves for each added percentage. Felix did not pay attention to those cousins who would get stuck forever in the purification stage but focused on Noah, who almost reached 15%, and Olivia, who was slowly catching up. As for Kenny, he was still at 7% due to his average 51% affinity, making his cooldown period quite long. After a while, the farce finally concluded after the parents took away Henry to accept his punishment. Abraham did not scold anyone again but instead praised them warmly. "Good job, children. You are slowly improving yourselves. If you kept going like this, reaching lesser purity will be piece of cake." His vision focused on Olivia and Noah and continued with encouragement. "Especially those two, who will definitely reach 15% and be the first to unlock a passive ability during their 4th integration." He started clapping for them and everyone followed after. Every week the junior with the best results receive applause as a form of encouragement. So it became a habit to follow clapping without being told so. Noah accepted their applause expressionlessly as always, while Olivia dug her head downward with flushed cheeks. Meanwhile, Felix, who was dozing off, was awakened by the loud clapping in irritation. "Get me out of here already, please." He rubbed his temples, totally annoyed by those mandatory, meaningless weekly gatherings. The next day evening, only 15 minutes were left before the movie starts. Felix was already inside the movie world of Human Melodies, sitting with over 500 other viewers talking loudly in anticipation of this movie that was heavily marketed during the past week. "What do you think about their claim of a new unique filming method?" "Honestly, I believe it's just a ruse to attract more attention." "I think so as well. You guys are idiots if you thought that they wasted a shit ton of coins to market their movie by using a ruse. No one is that retarded to seek destroying their movie and reputation like that." "True. Exactly what I was planning to say. I merely hope that their new way of filming deserves those maddening ticket prices. Fuck, don't remind me of it. Sigh, 200 SC for a ticket is indeed too expensive. But I believe the prices will go down later on. Yeah, the train hype is currently carrying this movie, but it will stop at some point." Felix listened to their endless chatter for a bit, then clicked mute on his remote control. Instantly, peace submerged the movie world. Felix lay in a relaxed position in his chair, hugging a popcorn container in one arm and a large drink with a straw at the top on the other hand. He ate a handful of popcorn while lifting his head to see the large timer in the air that was counting backward. 59 seconds, 58, 57, 3, 2, 1. The movie world instantly brightened up a little bit, as the plot had started with an army of beasts of all types and shapes, rushing forward madly at a human outpost on a faraway planet from Earth. The commanders of the post placed their orders down to prepare for the impact. But everyone in the audience gasped out loud after hearing that the commands all rhymed at the end of each sentence musically, even when the tone of the commander was without emotions. A soldier who had a plasma gun on his arm kept shaking in fear after seeing the thousands of beasts coming at them, howling and roaring. Why am I even here, where I could have been lying near my wife without having this fear? Why are we even getting invaded, when the only sin that we had created was to exist and live peacefully, without harming anyone's lives evilly? For us to be bullied to this degree, it only means our plans have been comprised by he. The soldier spoke with bone-chilling hatred about the person who betrayed his race and joined the other side. You chose to be a pet than to be killed. A moronic decision, I say, to send your skin to be eaten and grilled. The beasts that you submitted to will never ever let you go, for they thirst for our blood and flesh, more than a drunken thirst for a bottle of scotch. You made the wrong decision, and we the pitiful soldiers are forced to face this bestial collision. That was the last spoken word of the Solitaire after getting his head penetrated by a beam of light coming from a three-eyed beast. New! The viewers all screamed out loud after seeing this scene happening right in their faces without the ability to intervene. Meanwhile, Felix only kept watching the movie go on with enjoyment. This was probably the 5th time he watched it. But who would blame him? This movie was a gem thrown in the heap of shit with other average movies that had no budget to market it. The investors pulled out because they believed that this style of filming would not bring them too much profit due to its niche nature. But what they didn't know was that the entire human population was already sick and tired of the same filmed and edited movies by the AI, which took absolutely no effort or time for the makers to create it. Anyone with a half-assed script could apply to create a movie nowadays, without checking if the script was worth it or not. This resulted in movies to appear extremely similar in plots and dialogues, whether it was produced by a large company or merely two dreamers planning to earn big. But for human melodies that had every line rhymes with emotions that sent goosebumps through every viewer's skin, it was truly a breath of fresh air that everyone needed. One could only applaud at the massive effort it took to make this movie. A movie about a true story that happened during the middle of the war between humans and beasts, where a traitor traded the information about an important outpost that was built to research beast bloodlines and how to harness them. It was one of the few remaining ones that could actually save the human race from extinction. Unfortunately, the traitor sold them out, turning the entire outpost into a living hell. Everyone died except one researcher who used every second in his possession to send the research data to another facility after seeing that the situation was hopeless and grim. But by doing so, he risked exposing their data to intelligent beasts that had the ability to interpret and read the radio waves with ease. Luckily, that didn't happen, as, by the time the outpost was attacked, reinforcement, which was already on the way, had met with those beasts outside the planet, and killed them before the data could be harvested. This was the entire plot of Human Melodies, but with more vivid details and rhymes. After 3 hours of the movie, the credits scene rolled out under the heartful cries and sniffs of the audience, followed by heavy clapping and whistling to express their enjoyment over this masterpiece that could be nominated as the best movie of the year in the Alexander Kingdom. Felix clapped slowly as well for a while and left the movie world with a smile after seeing the audience reaction that he wanted. It seems like I will earn much more than I anticipated, he said with a smirk after realizing that the 1 billion returns that the movie earned in his previous life was about to double or even triple after it goes viral. The producers really managed to earn big after relying on a primitive filming style that was used millions of years before. After all, humans in the Milky Way existed for more than that, and it was impossible for this technique not to be used before. Felix stopped walking at once after a sudden realization hit him hard. That it was impossible for the producers to dig data on filming styles that had millions of years of history. But it was completely another story if they dig within the public data of the Queen AI about them. And as far as he remembered, the world leaders sold all of their planet data to the Queen after joining the SGA. The Queen took the useful information for herself and threw the unnecessary data in the public data for everyone to browse, such as movie techniques that Earthlings used for their filming. This led to one simple conclusion. The producers dug the musical style of filming that Earthlings used for movies such as Les Miserables, and imitated it in human melodies. That's why the movie started production only after the Earthlings joined the SGA. I guess Earthlings still have some potential to put a mark in the UVR. They just have to find a way in. Felix chuckled lightly at this conclusion and started walking again, away from the noisy cinema that had thousands of people lining up to enter and watch this imitation from a claimed primitive planet. 3 months quickly passed by after the movie release. Felix's claim that the profit would double or triple turned to be completely true, as the movie went insanely viral within a couple of days after its release. Every news channel, show platforms, and even streamers spoke about it and recommended it for their viewers to spectate it as well. This led to a viewership explosion that pushed the movie to be ranked #1 in the weekly box office for a continuous period of a month, raking tons of profits while doing so. After that, it gradually began to decline in the ranks until it reached rank 7 in this month. No matter how amazing a movie was, it would always fall off the trend slowly as newcomers take the interest of viewers away. But remaining within the top 10 for 3 months straight, that's an already huge achievement that was not done for a long while now. But still, this movie was only released within the Alexander Kingdom and did not manage to penetrate the markets of other kingdoms and empires. However, that was enough for Felix to have his bank account filled with $1.5 billion and still continue to increase gradually. For now, Felix wouldn't bother with the lack of coins, as that amount was enough to sustain him for quite a while and let him completely focus on his bloodline path, without getting annoyed about earning coins each time to support him. Felix was currently in the capital city of the neighbor kingdom Coronia, browsing through the market streets to buy whatever he needed for the last push in both his affinity enhancement that reached 94%, and his bloodline integration that only needed 5% to reach lesser purity. He already emptied Luby shop from high-tier poisonous serpent types bloodlines, and he did not dare to buy other poisonous species to try his luck. He would rather buy from other kingdoms with extra tax than roll the dice on a spider bloodline having a serpent ancestral bloodline. As for the high-grade stones, he truly struggled to buy them from other kingdoms, since each shop that sold them always prioritized their regulars' customers over foreigners. So, the only thing he could do to buy them was to slap the sellers with his large Donger bank account until they agreed. This strategy worked like a charm, but still cost him at least 40.000 SC to 50.000 SC for each stone. This was not even considering the taxes he had to pay for them to arrive in his place. But all of this struggling would soon end, as he only needs 6% more and he would reach 100%. At that point, he would stop bothering about his affinity and focus on other things. Felix spent at least 1 hour going from a shop to a shop, yet they either had no stock left or simply ignored him after seeing that he was a foreigner from another kingdom. It was pretty obvious, as there was a large tag above his head that says, "I am a foreigner." That tag cannot be removed no matter what, as it was the only way to separate visiting foreigners from permanent residents. The only way that could allow one to avoid having it in the first place was by using a VIP premium teleportation device, made specifically for reputable individuals. Sadly, Felix didn't reach yet that reputation bar to get access to using those devices, even though he was quite rich. However, he was still allowed to customize the tag as he pleased. And so, Felix walked on the streets with a tag having a middle finger at both of its sides pointing in every direction. No one was spared. 0 fucks given by Felix towards the furious reaction of the people around him or the sellers he met. He knew that he would get ripped off either way, so why not do it with style? After a while, he got tired from wandering around and entered a coffee shop to take a break. Immediately after stepping inside, everyone left the shop with angry expression after seeing the middle finger pointing at them constantly. No one could drink in peace in such a condition. In this way, Felix had the entire coffee shop to himself. After drinking peacefully for a couple of minutes, Felix paid for the coffee and left to start another round of browsing. 10 minutes later, inside a well-decorated shop, Felix was bargaining out loud with the shop owner while having his hand gripping the seller collar. Meanwhile, the seller was no pushover, as he was also doing the same to Felix. "You are going to fucking sell it to me with 40.000 SC apiece, or else I will beat the shit out of you." Felix raised his hand in a punching gesture, threatening him with bloodshot eyes. This was the first shop in a while that was willing to sell him high-grade stones. But the seller was asking for an outrageous price of 60.000 SC a piece. Felix knew that he would get ripped off, but not to this degree. His brain was not full of shit to accept this deal. Hence, this led to the current state of Felix about to really beat the owner without mercy. "Over my dead body. If you won't buy those stones with my price, go back to your backwater kingdom and get them." The owner merely scoffed at Felix's threatening attempt. "Then fucking die." Felix immediately began beating the dumbfounded shop owner after the peaceful negotiation fell through. He truly kept to his word. "You bastard. Stop or I will call the enforcers to arrest you." The shop owner cried out loud, while curled up like a defensive ball, protecting all of his sensitive vitals. One look and anyone could guess that he had experience getting beating up. Felix instantly stopped beating him and escaped the shop after hearing about the enforcers that could block his account from accessing the UVR for a week minimum if he gets caught. There was no way he would overstay his welcome after so. "That's right, you better run." The seller exited his shop, carrying a broom with a puffed-out chest. All of the people who saw a foreigner escape from his shop began to clap their hands in praise over the seller's effort of exiling the foreigners from buying their resources. Heck, there wasn't even enough to go around for them. Yet, even foreigners were lusting to get a piece of their pie. Thus, any shop owner who refused to deal with foreigners earns a good reputation within the city. Felix teleported to another kingdom's capital city after he bought absolutely nothing from Coronia capital city. He stepped outside the teleportation company while praying in his head. "Please be the one, please be the one." Felix already visited 3 kingdoms before, and this was the 4th one now. He already secured an epic Tier 5 bloodline with 280 million SC. The only thing left was the stones. Fortunately for him, this time he managed to meet a seller that wasn't greedy or gave a shit about his foreign identity, as he sold him all the stones that Felix wanted for merely 35.000 SC. Quite cheap considering that he always spent 40k plus each time. After finally securing the stones, Felix sighed in relief and logged out to take a break and make an order for his items to reach him from the wormhole company. He already had everything prepared to reach lesser purity. The only thing he needed was the stones, and now that he bought them he could make an order for everything to reach at once by Fatty. He couldn't waste Fatty's free shipping contract by ordering one by one. He only had 10 free attempts left from the original 17 attempts. After 3 days, the fatty blue worm brought Felix his delivery and left swiftly. Felix immediately took the bloodline first and called Asna to prepare for the integration. He was impatient to start. After setting all of the potions necessary near him, he took the large needle and injected half the bottle in his heart, followed by the remaining half. Asna already became proficient in reading memories and filtration. Thus it took merely a couple of seconds before she found that the epic Tier 5 he bought had a 12% of the Jormungandr bloodline. Ha ha ha! Felix laughed in elation after finally hearing some good news. He was truly about to lose his shit after failing 3 times to find a single drop of the ancestral bloodline within the previous bottles during the last 3 months. Due to this, he got surpassed by the hardworking Noah and Olivia, who already reached lesser purity a month before, while others were quite close to it. Felix struggling to reach the lesser purity raised some suspicious bells in the elders' minds. After all, Felix's affinity was not bad, but actually the 3rd best one in the family. So for him to not reach lesser purity even after reaching the end of the training camp was truly strange in their opinion. But they did not question him or scold him. They simply left him be and do as he pleased. The only thing they knew was that, if he didn't reach lesser purity next week by the end of the camp, he would get ganged up by them and beaten up for wasting the legendary bloodline potential. Fortunately, that wouldn't be a problem anymore after obtaining 12% all at once. Felix requested Asna to only use exactly 6% to merge with, leaving 6% for later. He had no reason to torture himself anymore by adding as much as possible to lower the integration periods. Because he currently had a 94% affinity rating, which meant he could integrate every few days without waiting too much. Asna did as he asked and watched with a bored expression Felix grit his teeth with bloodshot eyes, enduring all of the pain without screaming anymore like a little girl. This greatly saddens her. as she felt like another fun part of her already dreadful life was removed. 15 minutes later, Felix did not pass out this time from the pain, but still, he lay on the ground with shallow breaths. After a while, he moved his hands with difficulty and grabbed the rejuvenation potion. After drinking 2 of those, he stood up and did his stretching routine to relieve his joints, then went to take a shower. 10 minutes later, he sat on the floor in a meditation position composedly. Let's begin. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, diving deep within his memories to read the newly obtained information that he just unlocked. It was time to see if he would unlock 2 abilities like before, or merely 1 ability like everyone else. After a few seconds, Felix opened his eyes and grinned widely, showing his crystal white teeth. He blinked for a few moments without saying anything, just bathing in the euphoria of knowing that all of his efforts, struggles, and millions of SC thrown down the drain were damn worth it after seeing the 2 active abilities that he unlocked. Poisonous Aura and Poison Bomb. He said the names with clear agitation in his voice, as he knew that there were a few abilities that had only poison on it, without the classification of the type of poison used. For example, in normal situations, the poisonous aura should be a weakness, paralyze, or dizziness inducement aura, and this was the same in the case of Poison Bomb. But when the abilities only had poison without classification, it signified the horrifying truth that Felix could use all types of poison in his aura and bombs. This was the same as having hundreds of abilities in only 2 active abilities. It merely depended on Felix's way of using them. That's why he was glad he continued treading on this path that kept rewarding his effort each time he reached a milestone. Truly, the primogenitor bloodline, the ruler and controller of poison element, did not disappoint at all. Felix suddenly logged in the UVR, impatient to test them in the Ability Measurement Center. After a while, he reached the center and paid for the VIP room like before. After entering, he was greeted by the same monotone AI. "Dear sir, what types of abilities you want to test? Physical, elemental, or mental?" "Elemental, please," Felix answered. "Which element do you desire to test?" "Poison element." "As you wish, sir." Immediately after, the entire room got wider like before, but this time it got split into 4 areas. The first one for testing offensive poison abilities. The second one was for testing defensive poison abilities. The third one was for testing environment adaptation abilities. Lastly, an area for testing the details of the poison used, such as the toxicity level, the period it took for the poison to take effect, or such information. Felix went for the offensive area, as both of his abilities were attacking types. The moment he stepped inside, the AI asked him, "How many training dummies do you need?" 10 for now, and put them a meter away from each other until the last dummy is 10 meters away from me." "As you wish, sir." Shortly after, 10 silver dummies were created in front of Felix in a straight line. "Do you want them to have AI or remain stationary?" she asked. "Stationary for now." After Felix answered the last question, he shook his muscles to relax and exhaled a long breath, then called softly, "Poisonous Aura." The moment he activated the ability, his dreadful slits thinned until only a single line could be seen. Then, without a warning, a dark purplish mist emerged furiously from all of his body pores until it reached the 8th dummy and stopped spreading further. However, it remained active in an 8-meter radius around Felix. Just as Felix wanted to analyze his ability, his vision got muddled, like he was about to faint. Felix knew what happened and deactivated his ability swiftly, not daring to continue having it on. What the fuck? How could it consume all of my energy in mere seconds? He breathed ruggedly with frowned eyebrows. However, his doubts were soon cleared after hearing the AI scanning details. Dummy number 1, 2, 3, 8 were poisoned by 87 types of poisons. "Do you want me to name them, sir?" Speechless, Felix stopped breathing at once after hearing the massive number of inducements he threw all at once. He thought that his poisonous aura was going to have utmost 15 inducements or so. That's because he read that there were some legendary bloodlines that allowed the user to switch between either 3 inducements or even 5 inducements max. So, he believed that his bloodline should at least have 15 inducements since his bloodline belonged to the primogenitor. Yet, It turned out that his thinking was still limited to what he read, as he actually had a whopping 87 types of poison. No wonder his energy did not last for a mere 3 seconds. After all, his tank capacity was still quite pathetic to use this ability to its full potential. Am I actually allowed to use any inducement I want? His eyes couldn't help but brighten up at such a thought. He knew before that it might actually be possible, but Felix was quite a pessimistic person. Thus, unless he saw it with his own eyes, he would not dare to believe it. But now, what else could he say? 87 inducement was enough to clear his doubts. However, there was one minor doubt still stuck on his mind, and that was the current shown number of inducements. Was it limited due to his body strength and energy tank, or that was just the total number in his possession? He knew that, in the universe, there were a lot more poisons than the mentioned number. Whatever 87 inducements or billion, it wouldn't matter much if I wasn't able to use them properly. Felix smiled wryly and requested the AI to bring his energy back to full capacity for the second round. He understood pretty clearly that he shouldn't be thinking about lusting for more inducements but to actually master using the ones that he currently had. Otherwise, Asna would beat him up for not giving justice to the primogenitor bloodline. The AI did as told, and soon Felix was back in shape again. Alright, let's try this again. But this time, I will only use Paralyze Inducement Aura. Full of anticipation, Felix eyed at the dummies in front of him and called out loud, "Paralyze Aura Activate! Paralyze Aura Activate!" Instantly, the same mist was released from Felix's body. But this time it was not dark purple, but light yellow, looking almost transparent surrounding Felix in an 8-meter diameter. Felix dragged his fingers slowly in the mist with intoxication on his face. He felt that everything within the mist was under his surveillance and vision. This was his aura, his domain that anyone who stepped inside would be under his mercy. Satisfied, he smiled and focused his eyes on a screen that was on the silver dummy's chest, showing the details of his paralyze effect. Interesting. The entire body gets immobilized after taking one whiff of the mist. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and added, "The effects last only 5 seconds after leaving the aura? Understandable." It was quite obvious that his poison wouldn't actually have a permanent effect after taking only one whiff. However, those inside his aura would be constantly under effect, so if someone even dared to step inside it, Felix would make sure to keep him inside for eternity. Soon after, he moved on and continued reading the rest of the details with interest. The poison does not differentiate between friend and foe? Typical. Felix merely gave a side note on this detail and left it be. He knew that all abilities were also the same. After all, this wasn't a video game where one could enter a hailstorm created by his ally, just to exit from it unharmed. Only morons would dare to pull that shit, or people with blind trust to their allies' elemental control. I guess that's it. After seeing that no further details were written, he began walking forward, and as he expected, the mist followed around him wherever he went like a spherical shield. Pleased, he nodded his head lightly, as he preferred it this way and not to remain stationary, like a summoning ability. Otherwise, the prey that entered his aura could easily escape it. Let's do a limit test. He stopped walking and sat on the ground, doing nothing at all. He wanted to see how long could his aura remain active until his energy runs out. After a while, he started to feel dizzy and deactivated his ability. He then asked the AI for the duration. "It's been 12 minutes and 45 seconds since the moment you activated your ability, sir." The AI responded. "Not bad, actually." Felix was quite pleased with 12 minutes, as this duration might sound short, but actually, it was even after continuous activation. While in real battles, he could activate it for a few seconds for the effect to take place, then deactivate it. This way, his energy consumption would be minimized to the limit. Not to mention, this duration was actually double what he should have got, since before, he had only a 59% affinity rating. That meant his abilities, powers, effects, duration, and such should be only half what he just got. In other words, 6 minutes to 7 minutes max. However, now that he got a whopping 94% affinity rating, and on the verge of reaching 100%, Felix was going to enjoy double the strengths of his abilities. One of them was the increased radius of his aura. If it wasn't for his high affinity rating, his aura was supposed to stop at 4 meters only. Yet now, he actually had 8 meters all at once. If it wasn't for such clear benefits and bonuses, Felix wouldn't have chased everywhere just to secure a 100% affinity rating, and the elders of his family wouldn't have been so excited after seeing that Noah had 70%. Affinity rating wasn't only useful to reduce the cooldown of integration, but also empower the abilities to new heights. Alright, let's try switching inducement after activation. He quickly began the next experiment after the AI got him to peak form again. He snapped his finger and the light yellow mist surrounded him again. He then called out loud, "Switch to sleepiness aura." The mist that was around him rapidly got sucked inside his body, then released again. However, this time, it was a pure white mist, resembling a cloud of fog, blocking everyone's vision, whether those outside or inside the domain. Except for Felix, of course, who could see everything clearly. I see. The mist must return to my body for each switch, and not change while already in the air. Felix guessed as much, since it wouldn't make sense for the poison to change to another without re-entering his body. If that happened, it meant that the poison was added to the previous one and not replaced. Soon after, he read the details of the effect on the dummy and found out that everything was the same, except for the debuff intended. As before it was paralyzed for 5 seconds, now it slept for 5 seconds. They might be dummies, but they had the bodies of humans. Thus, every effect on them was the same as on the human body. After seeing those results, he moved to energy endurance and found that the duration was the same as well. Alright, it seems that all poisons are going to have the same details. He scratched his chin. Still, more experiments are needed to make sure. He deactivated the ability while thinking of the next experiment. There is still the combined inducements detail that needs to be worked upon as well, but I will leave those for later. For now, let's move on to the next ability. Eager, Felix walked away from the dummies, trying to put a substantial distance between each other. After reaching 15 meters, he stopped and activated Poison Bomb. Immediately, 2 balls that had the size of a baby's head were created swiftly on both of his hands and kept revolving above them, not touching his palms. One was dark green while the other was dark purple. Before Felix managed to throw them out, he dropped on the ground exhausted. Fuck. The consumption for them is even worse than poisonous aura. Irritated, he asked for the AI to return his energy. After a couple of seconds, Felix stood up while sighing over having 2 overpowered abilities, but still having to limit their usage due to his weak body that couldn't handle their full power. There was a lot of work to be done in order to understand how to merge inducements and which inducements should be merged to get the best possible outcome without sacrificing too many energy points. However, for now, Felix should only focus on mastering using one inducement properly. As for merging, he should leave that for later. 20 minutes later, Felix finished testing his bomb's advantages and weaknesses. He found out that the details of his inducement debuffs were still the same. The only difference was that he was able to throw the bombs as projectiles and control their explosion timing. Plus, his energy only allowed him to throw 50 bombs or so before he got sucked dry. Lastly, the most interesting difference was that he could add different inducements for each bomb on a hand. In other words, he could throw 2 types of poisons at once. Felix was quite pleased by having 2 AoE abilities. One could be used for pure offense while the other had a variety of usages. He just needed to find them out. This was exactly what he tried to do for the next 2 hours of training in the room. He fought with 10 AI dummies that were set on hard difficulty. Felix did not fare well against their various abilities and elements by merely using his 2 newly acquired abilities that he had no experience using before. Hence, he got bashed for 2 hours straight until he got kicked out of the room. Nonetheless, he left overjoyed, since he learned quite a few good inducements combinations. If only the VIP room was not so damn expensive to use, he would have spent days training in it. Unfortunately, that's not a solid plan for the future, even if he currently owned 1 billion SC or more. The measurement center was for testing, not training. That one had its own center that Felix planned to visit later on. For now, he got other plans to make. 4 hours later, Felix logged out of the UVR after successfully purchasing the VR pod that was a must for any Supremacy game player, and a house within the capital city Androxa. Now that he had the necessary strength to join the SG, there was no need to wait until he reached the greater purity anymore. His abilities were enough to destroy any bronze or silver player. However, for now, he needed to get dressed and head towards the 35th floor. As the last combat battle in the training camp was about to happen, Felix never participated in those battles that were recurring weekly in the third stage of the camp, by relying on the excuse that he did not reach lesser purity yet. But now that he must fight this one and win beautifully to get the elders off his back. Otherwise, he would truly get beat up, and he was afraid about them breaking a bone after hitting his enhanced body. "It's time to bully my cute cousins," he smirked while leaving his room. The 35th meeting floor. Felix was chatting with Olivia while waiting for the elders to arrive and start the battles. A couple of minutes later, they arrived one by one, dressing formally, walking towards the stage without batting an eye to the juniors. Felix and the others stopped chatting at once and got in their position. They then bowed their head respectfully to the elders. Abraham took the microphone from the podium and greeted as well with a smile. "Good evening, children. Today is the day of the weekly battle, but this one is going to be the last, and also the true decider of who will be the captain of our Maxwell team." He paused for a few seconds to see if anyone was interested in this position. Sadly, he found that only 2 or 3 had a spark in their eyes. As for the important juniors like Noah, Olivia, Felix, and even Kenny, none of them cared for such a position, as it didn't have any merits but only trouble and annoyance. In their eyes, being the team captain was the same as being the class monitor. Dejected and annoyed by their lackluster reaction, Abraham sighed and continued his speech. "Just like before, the battle will be 1v1 in the UVR, so fight to your heart content without worry." He then turned his sight to Felix, who was dozing off, and asked suddenly with narrowed eyes, "Felix, are you going to join them this time?" Felix broke off his daze and responded casually, "Don't worry, Elder. I will take part as well." "Oh, did you reach lesser purity?" Robert asked thunderously near the elders, almost bleeding their ears. Felix nodded his head in confirmation. "Finally, you little shit, it's about time. Noah is almost about to reach 45% and unlock the second passive." He smiled with his eyes narrowed dangerously. "You better catch up, son." Felix smiled wryly and glanced at Noah, who was standing in the middle of the group composedly like a street light pole. Felix's path and Noah's path were completely different, as Noah's could easily surpass him in integration percentages, but so what? Felix might be slow due to the difficulty of finding the Jormungandr bloodline, but still, he would always be ahead of him in terms of strength. Regardless, reaching 45% without even relying on double percentage potion. Noah was honestly quite hard-working, as to reach that percentage, he was probably integrating with 8% or even 10% each time. If he had those potions, he probably would have already reached the origin purity by now. Unfortunately, each potion cost at least 200 KSC, and the family definitely couldn't afford to get some for him. Even Felix, when he gifted Olivia potions, he only gave her rejuvenation potions and beauty potions. He didn't gift her double percentage potion, as its effect was quite obvious and the elders were sure to grill Olivia where she got them. In other words, he would get invited for another cup of tea. This was one of the reasons he wanted to ditch the family and return to his island, leaving their supervision. At that point, he could do what he pleased without being on their radar constantly. The battles are going to be the same as always, 1v1. Whoever won all of his battles will be the captain. If the winner does not want to be the captain, then you can simply come and tell us. Abraham smiled warmly and added, "But our answer will always be no, so don't bother yourself." Felix grumbled under his breath, since that was exactly what was he planning on doing. Win beautifully, then ditch the responsibility. The elders added this clause because of Noah, who they thought would clutch the win, since Olivia wasn't participating in the battles due to her supportive abilities, while Kenny never won a battle against Noah before. Meanwhile, Felix had just unlocked his active ability without practicing it like Noah did for the past 2 months. As for the others, Sarah and Jackson had just reached the lesser purity like Felix, while the rest were merely here to add numbers since none of them had reached the lesser purity yet. Because they didn't integrate too many percentages each phase, not confident in handling the increased pain. So in a sense, the elders already decided that Noah was the strongest in the team and rightfully should be the captain. But they knew he would reject the offer due to his personality. Hence the clear condition that the offer was non-rejectable. Unfortunately for the elders, their plan went upside down when the battles began and Felix started to thrash his cousins one by throwing merely a single paralyzed bomb, then rushed to knock them out with a light jaw punch. The moment he stepped inside the arena, no one touched his clothes or managed to activate their abilities properly. The elders just watched speechlessly at this merciless beatdown, or in this case, pure bullying. He used the same strategy for all of them except for Kenny, as he went an extra mile to hurt him badly. Yet no one saw anything weird about it since Kenny really had a punchable face. After a while, only Felix and Noah were left in the finals. Felix gave him a bit of face and let him activate his ability. Noah did not waste time and instantly activated Ice Mace, an ability that allowed him to create a large mace made of crystallized ice. The majority of cryogenic Yeti bloodline abilities were either ice-made melee form ones or physical morphing abilities. That's why Noah was currently not holding the mace in his hand but used his energy to keep it hovering slightly above it since his body couldn't handle its weight. Felix sighed in pity after seeing this, as this was the true meaning of using a bloodline that didn't fit your style at all. The elders merely bought the cheapest rare-ranked bloodlines they could find without caring about those nitty-gritty details that could lower the strength of a bloodliner by at least 30%. Noah dashed forward while dragging the heavy mace behind him like a berserker. If only his facial expression wasn't stoic as always, he would truly resemble one. Felix did not flinch at this sight. He merely snapped his finger and an acid green-colored bomb was created behind his back and stayed hovering there without Noah's knowledge. Noah did not think that Felix was looking down on him after not seeing any bombs in his hand. Rather, he raised his vigilance even further and held his breath, trying to avoid absorbing Felix's poison. He didn't know if it took effect by skin touch or direct absorption, but he had nothing to lose by holding his breath. In his mind, it's an instant win if reached Felix without eating his paralyzed bomb. Sadly, things did not go as planned for him, as the moment he tried to swing his heavy mace, planning to bash Felix's face. Poof! A sudden explosion engulfed him and Felix, covering both of them in an acid green mist. The only difference was that Felix was completely fine, while Noah's skin began to melt gradually, forcing him to let out a pained groan and drop the mace to the ground. Before he was tortured even further, Felix kicked him out of the bomb radius and followed swiftly by a punch to the chin, knocking him out cold. Good fight! Felix clapped his hands twice with a smile and withdrew himself from the man-made arena in Abraham's UVR room. He knew that Noah was smart enough to realize that his paralyzed bomb relied on either absorption or skin contact. Noah could do nothing about skin contact, but for absorption he could totally hold his breaths and avoid getting poisoned. Thus, Felix didn't rely on paralyzed inducement but acid inducement, a poisonous substance that was effective by skin contact. Unfortunately, its effects were quite painful, as a small exposure to its dose and the skin would be melted, while a large exposure could even turn a person into a liquid goo. That's why Felix kicked Noah away, as he didn't want to torture him without any reason. He might not die inside Abraham's UVR room, but it sure would hurt like hell. Immediately after Felix reached the elders and his cousins, they kept staring at him wide-eyed, having no idea what the fuck had just happened. Noah that brutalized those juniors for weeks lost without landing a single hit? What kind of sick joke was this? But this was the reality. Felix was truly just here to bully them, nothing more, nothing less. Even Noah was still a combat child in Felix's eyes. Those past months of training and battling each other meant absolutely nothing in front of Felix's decades of experience in his previous life. So they never had a chance against him. Hell, Felix could win by relying only on his super strength passive. However, he planned to hide it and show only his poison immunity, or in their eyes his peak poison resistance. He couldn't tell them that he awakened 2 passives at 15%, thus one passive had to remain hidden. His super strength was easier to hide, as he could control his strength input. On the other hand, his poison immunity was a must-have, since if he didn't have it, his skin would have been melted as well by the bomb explosion. Just because everyone used elements, it did not mean that getting harmed by their abilities wasn't an option. Heck, the only reason defensive passives like elemental resistances were always being unlocked first was to somewhat offset getting hurt by one's own abilities. Felix, can you please explain the active ability that you unlocked? Charlotte asked curiously after seeing Felix bash every junior with light yellow bombs, then switch to acid green ones suddenly. Well, I unlocked poison bombs. This ability allows me to create bombs with 5 types of different poisons. He coughed to hide his bullshit and continued. What I used now to fight was only paralyzed bombs and acid bombs. I can switch to other inducements as well. Like this. He snapped his finger, and a light yellow bomb got created on top of his hand. He then said switch, and the color of the bomb changed to acid green. He said switch again, and the color turned pink. Suddenly he threw it towards Kenny, exploding near his face. Speechless. Everyone watched Kenny remove his clothes with flushed cheeks and hazy eyes like he just ate 3 aphrodisiac pills. However, after 5 seconds his eyes regained clarity, and wore his clothes back without a hint of anger or humiliation. He merely smiled warmly and said, I am happy to be your test subject. Felix chuckled lightly and didn't bother replying to this traitorous snake. A legendary rank bloodline truly did not disappoint. The elders' minds had only this thought after seeing Felix's demonstration on Kenny. Each color represents a different effect, as you have noticed. So I suggest for you guys to memorize all of my 5 inducements, to be able to predict the debuffs instantly during our team battles. Felix did not wait for the elders to keep questioning him about his ability details. He decided to take control of the conversation and guide them through his lies. Robert supported his grandson sternly. He is right, all of you needs memories them. And most importantly, not spread his ability details to anyone, not even your parents. The fewer people know about our hidden cards, the more slots we will be able to clutch. So behave yourselves. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. No one was dumb enough here to expose Felix to their competitors, since in the eyes of the juniors, the stronger Felix was the better chances they would have to get chosen for the US national team. Good. Now let's conclude this battle by a round of applause in celebration for the coronation of your captain, Felix. Abraham said warmly while clapping his hands. The juniors followed after him and clapped their hands boomingly. Felix indifferently took it in, while waiting patiently for them to finish so he could say his piece. After a while, they gradually stopped and Felix immediately said, not letting the elders excuse them, Elders, I will write a list for my inducement effects plus their color, so you can hand it later to my cousins to memorize. He paused for a second and said what he really wanted. I am planning to head back to the island. I still have tons of unfinished work to be managed there. So I can't remain here anymore. Just as the elders wanted to reject his proposition, they heard Felix promise them. Don't worry. I will return when the national team battle begins 3 months later. Abraham sighed and asked, why are you leaving in such a rush? If it is just about the island, we can send our people to supervise everything without bothering yourself. Felix shook his head lightly. No, I need to be there personally since I plan to turn the island into my home. While we are still on the subject, can you tell me when are we going to sign the 51% shares transfer contract? He scratched his nose as he asked bashfully. The elders rolled their eyes at his shameless request right after he planned to ditch the training camp. But they still honored their word and informed him that the contract was already made. It had been only waiting for Felix to sign. This clearly showed the trust they had in Felix from the beginning to perform well in the camp. Felix bowed his head lightly in appreciation for indirectly accepting his leave of absence. He knew that the camp period was supposed to end 7 days from now. But after showcasing his ability that had multiple strategies revolved around it, it meant that the camp should have its duration increased by a month or 2 until a good synergy between him and his cousins was built. However, Felix had no time for that bullshit. He simply wanted to rush to the island and enter the VR pod to start his training and climbing the ranks of the Supremacy Games. It was time to enter the Major League and start putting his mark in the universe. 2 days later, Felix said his goodbyes to everyone and stepped inside the jet while carrying his luggage, planning to directly fly towards the Sky Pearl Island. His training camp journey had officially ended after achieving everything he arrived here for and more. He obtained the AP bracelet, he cured his grandfather's fragile heart, plus gave him extra centuries to live, and he saved Olivia's life from death in the awakening process. In addition, he earned some favors from the parents of the children he indirectly saved. Finally, he signed the contract that gave him full control over the island management. So he had no reason to remain anymore. Now, Felix was returning to the island after 6 months of absence, hoping that the remodeling was going smoothly. After 3 hours of flight, the outline of the island appeared through the jet window. Felix logged out from the UVR after being informed by the Queen AI that he was about to arrive. After a while, he put his seat belt on, in preparation for landing. A few seconds later, the jet glided down slowly until it touched the airport runway asphalt. Kept slowing down until it stopped smoothly without any hiccups. "Young master, you can step outside now," the pilot announced. "Thank you for the ride, Mr. Morris." Felix thanked the pilot politely while removing his seatbelt. He then stood up and took the luggage that was above him and stepped out of the jet. If it was up to Felix, he would have put all of his stuff inside the spatial card. But that would appear strange to everyone else and questions would start to rain on him. So he could only take some clothes with him to avoid that situation entirely. After he exited the jet, his eyes made contact with hundreds of workers doing their job properly. Some were driving the construction vehicles, and some were giving clear orders while supervising everything with clarity. Felix smiled in praise at this scene as he walked down the staircase. He was wearing a formal black suit with a black tie. His green hair was messy and short, as he cut it again yesterday, not pleased by its long length. His violet serpent-like eyes were hidden behind black sunglasses. "Welcome back, young Master Felix. I hope you had a pleasant flight." Layla and Jack bowed their head and greeted Felix politely. They didn't react too much to his appearance because they had already seen it before during a Skype conversation. So they were already quite familiar with his new looks. "Thank you for coming here to welcome me," Felix replied with a chuckle while giving them each a quick hug. After doing so, he handed his luggage to Jack and trod forward with his hands folded behind his back. "Update me on each building progress. Keep it short," he requested from Layla. Layla followed after him while reading from a small note she prepared just for this question. First, the seaport and the hospital remodeling had finished completely last month. All of the faulty equipment was replaced with brand new ones. She paused for a second to hear Felix's response. "Good, carry on please." Layla flipped the page after noticing that Felix did not ask about the details she wrote on them. She then continued on her report. "As for the residential area and the airport, our analytics predicted that we will finish their construction remodeling in 4 months if we kept going at this pace." Felix did not reply, as he was staring in fascination at the newly remodeled interior of the airport. Everything that he saw on Eddie's design was in its place, from the baggage carousel that was inside an artificial waterfall, which was fixed using a unique method to not spill a single drop on the luggage, to flower gardens that were designed as pearl shapes in a wide area. If someone saw those flower gardens from the floors above, they could easily notice that they were placed in specific positions to make a large sky word. This combination signified the name of the island, Sky Pearl. Felix wanted to use this design even if he kicked Eddie away, simply because of those beautiful aesthetics. Those were but merely 2 of the many ones. He stopped looking around and asked Layla suddenly, "What happened to Eddie? Did he leave after refusing the punishment?" Layla shook her head and giggled slightly after remembering what Eddie said to her. "He told me that even if you beat him up, he will not leave, because he thinks that this is the best design he made so far, and he wants to see through its end." Amused, Felix chuckled lightly and said, "No wonder he lusted for the best resources. He plans to turn his airport into one of the best. Whatever, let him do as he pleases as long as he knows his limit. Now tell me about the hotel." Did Abigail start remodeling it yet? Yes, but she just started last month after the hospital finished. So nothing much changed yet. All right, I will go take a look at other buildings later. For now, I will head to my suite. In 2 hours, both of you pay me a visit. I need to show you something. Understood. He instructed them while entering his ride home. Yes, young master, they answered while bowing their heads. Just as Felix wanted to close the door, he heard them thank him again for the gifts he sent before. Felix merely waved his hand with a mild smile on his face. Don't mention it. Felix reached the hotel in only 10 minutes by using the newly constructed highway that connected the airport and the hotel. The chief constructors decided to first build solid paths in the island to facilitate the movement of their vehicles, since it was impossible to rush the construction within 2 years if the paths connecting the island were uneven. Felix gave the green light for the chiefs to do as they please after he left. Honestly, it was the best decision he made, simply because he knew absolutely nothing about construction. It was always better to let the professional do their jobs than to arrogantly give retarded orders just because he was the boss. This was the result of Felix leaving his hand out of everything. 2 buildings were done, 2 others were on the way, and the last one had just begun construction. Felix immediately went to his suite without bothering anyone from doing their job. Good thing, he wore sunglasses hiding his eyes, as every lady he met on the way gave him a second glance, appreciating his handsome appearance. But that was it. None of them left their workstation to hit on him since Felix was emitting an obvious "don't approach me" vibe. After entering his bedroom, he removed his clothes and straightway took a quick shower. A few minutes later, he wore a new pair of clothes and left the suite, planning to scout the building's situations to get it over with as soon as possible. After all, he was about to enter the UVR and remain inside for a quite long time. Felix drove by himself towards the seaport to check on how the remodel turned out. 12 minutes later, he parked near the dock and exited the Jeep. Immediately after seeing the new seaport, he could only nod his head in praise. Even though nothing major changed from the design itself, nonetheless, all of the equipment now looked brand new and clean with red and yellow luster on them after the paint job Barry did. The entire seaport now only needed employees and workers to handle its operations. All right, now the residential area and the hospital. Felix didn't spend even 2 minutes in the seaport before re-entering the Jeep and driving rapidly in the direction of those buildings. After 5 minutes he arrived at the center of the island that turned into a large residential area able to host tens of thousands of employees and their families. Felix did not step outside of the Jeep but merely spectated everything from the window of his car while driving by. Even though the design was quite standard, it still had all of the foundations needed for a residential area, such as school, gyms, grocery shops, parks, pools, and more. The only thing missing was college, but he couldn't do much about it. At the end of the day, this was just an island, and not a single professor would stay away from the academic scene to teach in the middle of nowhere. However, Felix already had within the employment contract that students would have all of their travel expenses from the island to the college free of charge. Felix specifically wanted for all of his employees to feel complete on this island without lacking anything, making his island a paradise for families. Shortly after, he parked near the hospital and entered a clean-looking glass building. He surveilled each room and found that everything was proper just like a large hospital. The only complaint he had was about the bad shapes of the medical equipment and how outdated they were. Since I already obtained the transfer contract, I can start replacing those equipments with brand new ones. I can't have my VIPs insult my island due to them. Felix made a mental note while walking further down the hospital. Soon he reached the elevator and clicked on the top floor where the VIP rooms were supposed to be. 10 minutes later, he left the hospital completely satisfied. Everything he saw was perfect except for the equipment. But that was not Abigail's fault. She did her job wonderfully. Now it was his turn to upgrade the hospital. Without further ado, he called his Aunt Mary and informed her about the current situation. Don't worry, dear Felix. I will call Layla to give me all the details of the equipment needed after, so I will send you a fine, she said calmly. All right, thank you, Auntie. I will leave the payment for Layla to handle as well. Goodbye, dear, and thank you for your gift again. You made me happy after seeing all of my friends' envious looks. She giggled like a girl in her teenage days. She truly seemed overjoyed by the everlasting youth potion. As long as you are happy, Auntie, talk to you later. Felix hanged up, smiling. 1 hour later, the blue fatty worm brought Felix his VR pod and left while throwing some insults at Felix for no reason. Felix touched the large silver metallic pod gently and felt the smoothness of its material. He then clicked a blue button at the side, and the glass door slid to the side, revealing the comfortable interior. He stepped in and lay down for a few seconds, then stood up in satisfaction. Good, the measurements are correct. He turned slightly to the left and clicked another button. This time, a small window of glass brightened up, showing 60 blue tubes of nutrition. Felix opened the window and lifted one of them. One will last me for a week, which means I can stay inside the UVR for 60 weeks straight without worry about my health, he murmured. Although he could stay that long inside the UVR, Felix never planned on doing so, since he needed to keep integrating his bloodline from time to time. But that was only if he possessed the required Jormungandr bloodline. Otherwise, he could stay as much as possible inside until he found some. After few minutes of checking the condition of the pod, Felix was quite satisfied by what he saw. He exited the pod and lifted it up like a feather, planning to install it in his bedroom. A few minutes later, he finished its installation and called for Layla and Jack to come to his room. Both of them were already near the hotel, so they didn't take much time to arrive. Felix brought them to his bedroom and showed them the pod. He then began explaining how he planned to spend those 3 months in the hotel. This is a VR pod that I bought. I will use it to spend the majority of my time inside. So don't allow anyone to enter and bother me. I will call you whenever I am out. Understood? Yes, young Master Felix. They bowed their heads, trying their best to hide that a hint of envy after seeing the famous VR pod that could allow one to live as long as possible inside the UVR. But they didn't dare greed over it or disobey Felix, especially now after they spent a huge amount of effort to get into his good shoes. Felix excused them with a wave of a hand and removed all of his clothes. He then stepped inside the pod and lay peacefully. Queen, please activate all of the pod systems. How long do you plan to stay inside, Sir Felix? It depends on the situation. All right, sir, the systems are on. You can start whenever you like. Good. Begin at once. Immediately after, a needle connected with a tube penetrated his left arm and started injecting the blue nutrition moderately. Since Felix was using the best of the best nutrients, he wouldn't need to urinate or defecate for the entire duration. Felix bought the best merely to avoid relying on the other unspeakable tubes under his rear, which were prepared for the broke poor users. Like Felix in his previous life, he never wanted to experience that horror again.